लिंक पंపించండి
फोटोग्राफर अरे वो फेल भी सामान ऊपर पर किंద केलं
ऋषभ నువ్వు చూసుకుంటావా
अरे आईने తర్వాత ఇంకా
అయితే ఇక్కడ ప్లకార్డ్స్
వాటికి కేసకి ఉన్నాడు
అది పేర్లు ఎట్లా ఎవ్రీవన్ తొందర పిలువు రమ్మన్ కమింగ్ అప్ ఫాస్ట్ ఇవి ఆల్ ఫాస్ట్ స్టార్ట్ వస్తున్నారు
Move to the end. Krishna,
Kindly occupy your respective seats allocated to you, and please do not change or swap your placards. In case if you are not finding your placards, the organizing committee members will guide you. Now, I request you all to stand up for the national anthem. Jai Hind, thank you. I request everyone, please be seated. Good morning, our esteemed alumni, CXS office, chair people, chief executive board, organizing committee, and our dear members. We welcome you to the Hyderabad Youth Assembly, the phenomenal season 13. HYA has always been an esteemed unit of street cause since its inception in 2011. Over the last 12 years, we have done various permanent projects to help and impact the underprivileged. As a part of the assembly, we discuss the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and how these goals can be achieved. As a part of phase 1, the 4 goals to be discussed are no poverty, gender equality, climate action, and quality education. The young, selective, and enthusiastic minds get a chance to voice out their opinions and thoughts on the above-mentioned goals and would execute them with high integrity for the next 4 months. The rules to be followed are all the mobile phones to be muted throughout the assembly. Kindly raise your placard properly to be recognized. If you want to raise any motion or speak anything, kindly address the chair table with respective chair. Crosstalks are not encouraged. Every member will be alerted with an OC lead to carry forward required information from your side to the chair table. OC or any other delegate who is present in the assembly throughout the given shifts. Please wait until the chairs acknowledge you to speak. We request everyone to actively participate. Failing to follow any of the above rules, you will be suspended from the assembly. Please note that you are free to speak in English, Hindi and Telugu. Thank you. Now, I take the privilege to invite Kirtana Manda, Chairperson of Hyderabad Youth Assembly, Season 13, onto the chair table. Now, I would like to take the honor to invite Katyani Lingam, Co-Chairperson of Hyderabad Youth Assembly, Season 13, onto the chair table. I would like to take this moment to invite Dennis John Calvin, Chairperson Execution of Hyderabad Youth Assembly, Season 13, on the chair. Thank you. Now, I take the opportunity to invite Sahiti Sai, President of Streetcars Hyderabad, and declare the House open.
A very good afternoon, good morning to everybody present here. I know it's early and most of you all must be home asleep at this time, but thank you so much everybody for making it today. I'll keep it very short and simple. So HYDERABAD has always been a very dear unit to all of us, and we're thrilled to be kicking it off with this phenomenal assembly. What a remarkable journey it has been. A big congratulations to all the members standing here, and all we have is nothing but the best. Out of 1,200 applicants, 1,000 GDs and 800 PIs, and here are the top 75 phenomenal members. All of you made it through such a rigorous interview process, and we're extremely pleased with the kind of dedication, commitment and quality you all carry. So let me start off by giving you all a brief of what we've done so far in 23-24. We have raised a total of 54.5 lakhs through commitment sheets and non-RFC fundraisers. We have spent over 30 lakhs on projects in 4 months and have projects worth 12 lakhs ongoing to be closed by the end of this month. The CXO's office along with CTV has come up with a new approach for projects where we're adopting the areas to continuously impact the people and build a sustainable environment. We are also working on implementing the organization's ways of working, which is going to be the only way forward. We have added 2 new units to the organization, the Water Project and Rejoice for a Cause. We have expanded streetcars into 5 new divisions. On a larger scale, I am pleased to let you know that we are currently in 6 new cities: Chennai, Vizag, Kochi, Pune, Bangalore and Mumbai. And the Chief Executive Board of Mumbai is all set to crest their impact. This making us a national organization aiming towards our objective Vision 2030. I take immense pride to share with you all the first ever Chennai Youth Assembly has marked a milestone. And on that note, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Naveen, Vice President of Streetcars Vizag, and Harish, Vice President of Streetcars Chennai. Thank you so much folks for joining us today. I would like to take this moment and acknowledge the phenomenal work done by the organizing committee for this phenomenal assembly. Your dedication and hard work is commendable. Thank you so much. Wishing all the members and OC the very best, I declare the assembly open.
wish the members all the best and have a great day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How many of you had your breakfast? EB? Didn't have your breakfast? The last room? Breakfast? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are extremely pleased to have all of you here, and I am Kirtana Manda, the current chairperson for Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 30. And to my left, we have Katyayani, the current co-chairperson for Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 30. To my right, we have Dennis, the current chairperson execution for Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 30. And together, we are extremely happy and we warm-heartedly welcome all of you to the phenomenal season of Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 30. Welcome. I must say, when most of you have attended the induction, come 1 hour and 2 hours and 3 hours late, I was really worried. And I was telling my co-chairs about, what will happen for assembly, how will we have a turn up and what not. And I'm extremely happy to see all the vibrant colors and happy faces on time here. And thank you so much for being on time. Now, stating that, we will open the session with our first sustainable development goal, no poverty. I hope all of you are ready with your speeches. Folks, Hyderabad Youth Assembly is that unit of streetcars who purely focuses on permanent impact projects. We have awareness programs, we have temporary projects, and we also have permanent impact projects. Keeping that in mind, we expect quality projects, including Cat A, B, and C projects. Stating that, any speeches on the floor? Any speeches on the floor for the goal no poverty? Please raise your placard properly. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me to address a critical global challenge called poverty. In India and around the world, millions grapple with its harsh realities. The UN statistics underscore the revealing persistent disparities. To create everlasting change, we must advocate for inclusive policies, equitable opportunities, and sustainable development. As a society, fostering education, supporting local economics, and promoting equality can contribute to change of poverty. Let's unite in this endeavor for a world where no one is left behind.
Any new speeches on the floor?
My member to my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Poverty is a rampant problem in India and the world. It's a condition where a person lacks the access to basic education, basic necessities, let it be food, shelter, or education or clothes. And the stats say that about 21% of the India's population is below the poverty line. The UN has actively addressed the poverty through the SDGs, aiming that it could eradicate poverty by 2030. And extreme poverty has been decreasing now, but the progress is still slow. To bring lasting change and improvements in education or healthcare or employment opportunities need to be made on a faster action. In addition, society needs to contribute as a whole. They could join NGOs like our street cause and contribute them. They could volunteer, raise awareness, raise funds to meet the basic needs, and also donate clothes to evaluate poverty. Thank you, Chair.
Any new speeches on the floor? Anand.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. A very good morning to everybody on and off the dais.
Delegate, you should stand.
Yeah.
You may be seated now. Any new speeches on the floor? Delegate to my extreme right, please hold your placard properly. Your name isn't visible. You may go on.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. The first UN Sustainable Developmental Goal aims at end of poverty in all its forms everywhere. Poverty is a multifaceted issue with various socio-economic aspects which were further aggravated during COVID. As stated in the progress review by UNDP India on July 18, 2023, the intensity of poverty grew from 44.55% to 47.38% in India. And overall, 18% of the world's population lives in utter poverty. Work is the crucial path for majority to escape this vicious cycle of poverty, but that can be only achieved if the conditions and atmosphere of it are decent. Thank you, Chair.
Any motions on the floor? Motions for no poverty. Delegate to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Saikiran from Omega Degree College. Firstly, good morning, everyone.
Delegate, you should stand up.
Sorry. The motion for no poverty is mainly poverty is like eradicating everything. In that, water is one of the main thing where poverty can clear. It's one of the main factor. In that, we can provide drinking water. Like motion is Old Dairy Farm OU campus where they are having a water problem over there. So this is one which is my motion, Chair.
Could you elaborate the plan of action for it?
Plan of action for is this. Around 5 lakhs estimate 47 households will be getting good water where the pipeline is been going through the road, but there was no pipelines to the houses who were there in OU campus beside that. So this is the thing, like our plan first step should be, firstly we should take the permissions from the government. Next we should transfer the funds. Then we should already Manjira water pipeline has been going on. From there we should put pipelines to the each individual households so that we can supply the water.
Yeah, delegate, you got your point.
Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of support for the motion raised? Any points of contradictions? Spurti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My contradiction and my question to the co-delegate that just raised a motion is, isn't the government supposed to be doing that?
Why aren't we bringing something that the government have to be doing it? Something different is what we're expecting, if I'm not wrong. Thank you,
Member,
Chair.
would you like to answer that?
It's like already the pipeline is going on, but since from many years there is no water to them. So we should take as an NGO from our side, why can't we put our efforts? If we try, there is nothing is there in that. So my point is that we should try from our side by taking permissions. As we are NGO, if NGO asks permissions, we'll be getting very fast. So that is my point.
Any new motions on the floor? Chetan.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, no body is also caused by farmers. So, the main motion is here is to train the farmers with good techniques like sustainable techniques and investigating on the proper equipments for them. Like our India has more problems upon farmers, like they usually don't use some good equipments. So we must teach a sustainable developments for them. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Any points of contradiction? Urshita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My question to the co-delegate is that there are many farmers in India, and it's not possible to teach everyone, and even if we are teaching them, the equipment for each farmer would cost a lot, which would be probably out of our budget, because the technology is good, but each farmer would have to invest like 1 lakh or so for the idea to be effective.
Any more points of contradiction? Any points of support? Silent.
Thanks for the acknowledgement, sir. Actually, my co-delegate's idea is nice, but we can actually concentrate on a particular area where farmers are getting affected more. If we check, if we see some places, some states like Andhra Pradesh is so good at agriculture, and but in some places, right, there is no proper awareness for farmers. So it's like we can create awareness instead of like providing them with equipment, because there are so many methods to do farming. We can use organic farming too, which might not cost that much, and we can help farmers for and making them understand what type of crop is suitable for that land. So it's like awareness, which does not cost much as like equipments, but if we give them awareness, right, they won't get lost for sure. So I feel like we need to more concentrate.
Delegate calling. Final points of contradictions? So the motion raised. Sujan.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. Here I would like to point out that farmers are the backbone of Indian country, where they're born and originate. They are the person who started farming, ethical farming, old style farming, and every part of farming is introduced by them. What will we go and teach farmers about the lands, or what type of plants we use?
Any more points of contradictions? To the motion raised. Delegate, are you the one who raised the motion? The delegate who has raised the motion? Points of contradictions. Any new motions on the floor?
Hi folks, I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni Vikram Reddy and Ritesh Reddy. Vikram Reddy's designations are Vice President of Shrikhos Hyderabad, Chairperson HYA Season 12, and President of Shrikhos Hyderabad for the year 21-22, and President of RFC Board, Chief Mentor of current and the previous Chief Executive Boards of Hyderabad. Thank you for joining us.
Any new motions on the floor? Go.
Thank you for acknowledging chairs. Very good morning to everybody on and off the dais. I'm Ritin from Usmania University. First of all, I would like to give a glimpse on how and why we should work on poverty. In layman terms, poverty is defined as a person.
Delegate, this is for motions, not for speeches. Do you have a motion to raise?
Yes, sir. I have a motion like we see poverty just like giving free ration and shelter when there is a need. But I see poverty when there is a need for people. And I propose a project called WAM, where we WARM, where we distribute blankets to street people on the floor, people on the floor, people on the street, and we also focus on old age homes. And my plan of action is it costs around 350 rupees for a good blanket, and when we jot down in monetary terms, it's 350.
Got it. Blanket donation, right?
Blanket donation, and also I have some statistics regarding this. And according to JHMC survey, there are around 15,000 and 16 people, homeless people in the city.
Delegate, got it. Any support? Any points of support? Kaushik.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, instead of buying the blankets and donating them, so what we can do is we can just source the blankets from students which they have at home. Right? We can source it from them, and all the money that we will be spending on the blankets, it can be spent on food that they need.
Any points of support? Any points of contradictions? Shrija Reddy.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This idea of blanket donation, it's already going on, like in every college, I'm sure, because in my college we put up a blanket donation kit where we donate blankets from students, but this is not going to reduce poverty, right? I'm sure many other colleges are doing this, like blanket donation and other books donation or some donation things, but this is not reducing poverty, and it won't also, because there are many people and our blankets won't help them. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of support to the motion raised? Any points of contradictions? Delegate to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I feel HY is which creates a permanent impact, but the blanket donation is not the permanent impact. It can only create an impact for a certain extent, but it won't create a permanent impact. If we have to create a permanent impact, because blanket donation and all those things are doing a lot of people, but here we are creating permanent impact for some time. Thank you, Chair.
Any new motions on the floor? Delegate, raise your regard from Navya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The motion I would like to raise is we see a lot of poor women carrying their children and going around houses asking for food. So if we can make a way to teach them small skills like be it cooking, or maybe we can even set up a small business for them like a flower shop or a small basket knitting. near temples so that it will be a sustainable impact in their lives.
Delegate, do you have a plan of action for this?
I'm sorry, Chair, I don't know.
Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Points of support? Yeah, member to the next room.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Point of support is that for women, if we show any centers that like which giving coachings, so if we show women to them, like we should create a path to them, so we can get good poverty.
Could you please repeat your point?
If we show a path to the women, like there are many coaching centers, if we collaborate with them, we can.
Delegate, do you have a plan of action for this?
Yeah, it's like near to HYDERABAD there is a magic bus where they'll be giving coaching centers to the persons who need. Later on, they'll be placing them.
Could you summarize your point again?
My point is that there are many women who are unskilled. So if we train them, like we should collaborate with them with institutions so that we can help them to train and they'll be placing, but we should be looking after them.
Any points of contradictions?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Here in this motion, I found a difficulty that where we will find those women who are suffering like that. It will be difficult to find out those women. It's a good motion, but it will be a lot difficult.
Okay, we could see mixed reactions here. Points of support? Delegate, please go ahead. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to support my co-delegate's motion saying that in order to set up a small business, we could even provide them with raw materials. Like if they are providing any food or trying to sell food, we could provide them with raw materials and they could finish the process, and that profit could be reused again by them themselves. So this becomes a business, and this business, they don't need any skills. They don't need any skills to learn again. These could be some basic skills which they've already learned. So they could just reuse, make proper use of their talent. And we're just providing them raw materials in order to have their successful career. Thank you, Chair. Any more points for support? Points of contradictions? Kaushik.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate said that it's hard to find where are the poor people who are begging, because they may go in different streets. Now we can't go to each street and we can't find them, and we can't just lend them skills. And half of the people are, like they will be physically handicapped or like that. So they might, they can't learn any skills. So that's my point.
Any contradictions to the motion raised? Contradiction to the motion raised? Rushita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. In the motion raised, she mentioned, my co-delegate, mentioned empowering women by providing raw materials or setting up business. But half of the women who are on the streets, they don't have proper houses and they don't have a place to live. So what's the point of providing this when they don't have a place to live and most of them don't have a home in life? First, we should be working on providing shelters, and then maybe we can work on starting up a business.
The delegate who has raised this motion, do you want to reply?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the first thing is, we find women like this coming about our houses, asking food, because I've personally experienced this. So maybe if we find them next time, or even near the bus stops, bus stations, we will find them. And the second thing is for providing shelter. In the plan of action, first we can provide the proper shelter to them and then teach them skills. We can do that as an NGO. Because we need to make a sustainable impact. So we have to take them, give them shelter, give them skills, and then that will be called as a sustainable impact.
Do you want to go on to the point, Rushita? Any new motions on the floor? Hold your Prakash properly, please. Remember to my to the last. Second row.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. So the motion that I wanted to propose was, one of the co-delegates mentioned, that there are farmers that have been doing farming from various centuries. And but the problem is they've been following primitive techniques to this day. And what we need, what we need to do is, educate them about what there are different, technologies or advancements that we have made. Let me give you an example. For example, there is this something called biochar. Biochar is nothing but a fertilizer.
Delegate, is this a new motion or just a point of support to the previous motion raised?
It's a motion.
Continue.
Yeah. So, talking about biochar. Biochar is like a fertilizer that is made by burning, organic materials in the absence of oxygen, and that has the capacity of supporting the growth or increasing the yield by up to 5 times. So I'm very suspicious that hardly any of the farmers are aware of this, and there are various manufacturers in India as well. So similar to biochar, there might be various other products that might help at increasing the yield. My proposal is that we find out about what these products are, and then we go to the rural villages to educate them on these, so that they could have access to all of the information.
Any point of support? Any points of contradictions? Member to the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I contradict my co-delegate's point because farmers learn techniques a long back, and they're not going to listen to any of the techniques or any of the information that we are going to give them. For example, if there is a snake bite, they'll follow their technique, they'll follow a natural way, like putting red sand on that and it will be cured like that. If we ask them to use medicine also, they'll be having their own technique. So when we propose these new techniques, they are not going to use these. Thank you.
The delegate who has raised the motion, do you have a contradiction? Go ahead.
So, like my co-delegate has mentioned that farmers do not opt for new things because they have already been, their mindset has been fixed to what they've been doing previously. But I feel that's a very generalized statement because, like she gave an example about the snake bite, there might be various possibilities that the farmers, it might be a possibility that it might actually work, but compared to various other diseases, the reason farmers do not tend to go up with the modern medicines is because they can't afford it. That is because of poverty, they're stuck in poverty. So that is the reason they do not opt for modern medicines. So I don't think any farmer would oppose the proposal when we talk in terms of supporting them and educating them on how they could increase their yields through scientific and proven methods. Thank you.
The delegate who was contradicted, do you have a contradiction? The House is now open for debate. Folks, the rules of debate, both of the delegates have to stand up and you need not have to acknowledge the chairs anymore.
I don't think farmers are going to listen to techniques we are going to tell them.
Delegate, you can continue. Folks, it's a debate.
No, mean, like I just mentioned earlier, if we give them the proofs of what has already worked, and if they show them the results, I don't think they would oppose it. Because if we show them that the primitive ways that they've been using does not work and this brings more yield, I don't find a reason on why they would oppose it.
For example, if you have learned a technique how to solve a problem, if someone comes and gives you a new technique, solving this technique, will you be able to solve that? Like, you will take much time and you will be confused between both the techniques.
Honestly, if my technique is working but is inefficient, and if someone comes to me and proposes me a new technique that is efficient, I would definitely opt for it.
You may please start. Any new motions on the floor? Rahul.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yeah, I would like to propose a motion like poverty is not just about the money. I also think it's about the medical condition and the health issues. And like with the season coming due to this phenomenon, there would be like many people who are getting sick due to dengue and other things. I would like to just educate the poor people and also provide some of them medications or like other methods to cure them or like to keep them safe from the dengue or other malarial diseases.
This is about no poverty and not about good health and well-being. That's a different goal. Do you have a motion for no poverty?
Yeah, like I was thinking about the poverty issue. They are going to neglect the health issues, so I just thought to raise it that.
Understood. Any points of support? Any points of support? The motion was to give awareness about healthcare in the winter, in the coming season. Points of support? Points of contradiction? Action.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, delegate was not clear about his motion. He was speaking about both cure and also prevention. And second point, we need not work on cure. He was speaking about distribution of medicines. Government of Telangana has already started distributing medicines and treating people in the villages through primary health centers and cities through Basti Dawakhanas. And the infrastructure, health infrastructure of the state has improved a lot in the last 7 years. So I don't think, Hyderabad Youth Assembly needs to work on this assembly. We have only 4 months for first phase goals, and I don't think we have budget for spending on the cure of the diseases. And when it comes to awareness, I don't think awareness will create a long-term impact on avoiding these diseases and everything. Why? Because to avoid these diseases, actions are to be taken at a large scale way. Avoiding the reproduction of mosquitoes and also improving the sanitation at a village level, which is again beyond the budgets of this assembly. So I don't think there is a suitable motion for this assembly. Thank you.
Does the delegate have a contradiction to this?
Yeah, like I get all his points. So.
Remember, you have forgotten to acknowledge the chair.
Yes, sorry, Chair.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my right, extreme right, the second row.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. With the substantial majority of the population living in rural areas, the development of agriculture can play a direct role in rural poverty alleviation. So my proposal would be to provide solar-powered cold storages which enables effective use of solar energy for cooling fruits, vegetables and other perishable produces, which can reduce the loss of farmers. An approximate cost of a solar-powered cold storage is about 3 to 5 lakhs. And there's a company called XIII that also provides these solar-powered cold storages on lease and rental basis, depending on seasonal requirements. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of support? points of contradictions? Akshay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for acknowledging me. Member was speaking about setting up cold storages, and cold storage has been a very big business in the market, and this organization has no point in getting into the business of cold storage and everything. And also to avoid brokerage charges and high cost of cold storages, both central government and state government has started setting up godowns and cold storage in different parts of the districts throughout the nation, at assembly segment level and parliament segment level. So this motion is a very old motion, and I think NGOs need not take up this thing because we both have private cold storages and government cold storages. And setting up cold storages is like minimum cost for setting up a small cold storage is around 10 crores, which is way beyond the budgets of this organization. Thank you, sir.
Delegate who has raised the motion, any contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. But like I said, yes, cold storages are being provided, but I was more focused on the solar-based cold storages, so that was my point.
Do you want to elaborate?
See, like the delegate has mentioned, the government has been providing cold storages, but there has not been enough solar-powered cold storages because the regular cold storages cost a lot because of the electricity that it uses. But solar cold storages are much less expensive than the regular cold storages.
Any more points of support to the motion raised? Any points of contradiction? Akshay. The floor is open for debate.
And thanks for acknowledging, Chair. I understand that delegate has been speaking about sustainability and also green energies, but we just keeping the goals of this assembly in mind, we can't start investing money on the properties of the government and set up solar panels for the cold storage of government. And setting up the new cold storages is out of budget as discussed. So I think it's a great initiative, but it is something which should be taken up by the government of India, state governments, and NGOs like Street Cause or Hyderabad Youth Assembly can't implement this project by investing money on government cold storages or by taking up the projects which are beyond the budgets of this organization is what I feel.
I would like to say that this company called XIII also provides these solar-powered cold storages on lease and rental basis, which cost much lesser than the regular ones.
So goals of the organization change for every 4 months in Hyderabad Youth Assembly, and we can't keep paying rent for these cold storages or lease for these cold storages for more than 4 months. So when we set up something, it should be permanent structure and it should keep time.
Folks in this room.
Thanks.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme right, near the window.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. So, to reduce the poverty, we need to provide better job opportunities. Actually, there are a lot of qualified people in India, but the thing is like there is unemployment rate is very few, and the thing is like when it comes to BTech or any other profession, there are many people who are qualified every year, but the thing is like due to lack of skills, communication skills, and they are unable to get jobs. So my suggestion is those who are qualified, BTech or any other qualification, it is important to provide necessary skills to them so that they can get better jobs. And we have to create more employment opportunities so that and we need to educate people regarding the importance of education, so that there will be more educated people, and we need to give skills to the people who are already qualified so that it will be easy for them to get the jobs. Thank you.
Strong emotions throughout the floor. Points of contradiction? Member to the
so that we can see your name.
You may go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for acknowledging. So I think my co-delegate got the wrong idea about the motion. This is about the no poverty and not about the quality education. We can't give skills to the people all over the Hyderabad as we are the NGO and we can't provide the employment to everyone.
Points of contradiction? The motion raised. Kaushik.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I would like to contradict to this motion that, see, being an NGO, we cannot get into the company's rules and regulations and provide people with employment. That is not in our hands. And also being an NGO, if someone is skilled enough, we cannot take them on a payment basis because everyone working here in HYA or in state cause or as an NGO is a volunteer or a coordinator or volunteer or working on their own interest.
Delegate, the motion that was raised was for skill development awareness program and short programs which HYA can take up. So, do you have any other contradictions?
Yes, yeah. But the delegate also mentioned about providing employment opportunities to the people who are stuck.
Yes. Any new motions on the floor? Number to the right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is rural areas infrastructure development. Rural areas and underdeveloped areas often bear the brunt of poverty. I present this motion calling substantial investment in the development of labor areas and rural areas. This project includes infrastructures like laying roads, improving areas, labor areas. Still, there are many cities in the Hyderabad still lagging with facing roadway problems.
Could you summarize your point?
Basically, there are many areas who are suffering for the roadway problems.
Could you explain it again?
Rural development, infrastructure development, this includes laying areas in labor areas so that everyone can move.
Good. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Spurti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like my delegate just mentioned, yet again, it's another government should be taking such projects type of thing. Laying roads is a part of the government's responsibility and not an NGO's responsibility. So that's my contribution, Chair.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction?
Thanks for acknowledging, Chair. As my co-delegate mentioned, he was speaking about rural infrastructure development, but he mentioned about laying the roads. As my other co-delegate said, it's a government responsibility, but in what way does laying roads help in eradicating poverty?
Member who has raised the motion, do you want to reply?
No.
Any new motions on the floor?
Members, you can speak up in any language that you are comfortable in, Telugu, Hindi or English.
Any new motions on the floor? Delegates? Motions on the floor? Do we not have any new motions on the floor for the goal no poverty?
We'll go ahead with the voting. Folks, the rules of voting. If you support the motion, please raise your placard. When you ask members who are against the motion, raise your placard. If we find that the placards raised for and against are equal, we will go for voice vote. Voice vote. And if all the members who are in support of the motion say aye, and all the members who are against the motion should say nay. The first motion is water plant set up in rural areas. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion passed. Training the farmers regarding new techniques, organic farming, etc. Members with the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion passed. Blanket distribution project. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Educating the women to set up businesses. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Medical awareness camp. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Provision of solar powered cold storages. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Providing job opportunities to qualified youth. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Members with the motion? Members with the motion? Members against the motion? We'll go with the voice vote. Members with the motion say aye. Members with the motion say aye. Members against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. Infrastructure development in rural areas. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. So we will get started with the second session, that is with second goal, that is gender equality. Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Gender inequalities are still deep-rooted in every society at every part of the world. Leave about decent work opportunities and gender wage gaps for women in many situations. They are even denied access to basic education
healthcare and are the major victims of violence and discrimination. India has closed 64.3 of the overall gender gap and rise from 135th to 127th rank in the Gender Gap Report 2023. We can give our side by empowering them in workplace and wages, protecting reproductive rights, and by prioritizing the most marginalized sex to reduce the intensity of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any new speeches on the floor? Sharmeen Fatima.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Gender inequality is not just a concept, it's a fundamental principle for a good society. It's about providing equal opportunities in every possible thing for both the genders. Closing stereotypes and ensuring that every individual, regardless of gender, can contribute to their skills to the fullest. We have to champion a world where women and men stand side by side with equal rights and responsibilities. It's not only about a right thing, but it is actually about a good thing and a perfect world. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any new speeches on the floor?
Second session, Priyanka. Second session.
Aditya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Gender equality is a very near and dear cause to my heart, so it's very fitting that I speak on it. We live in a patriarchy, even to this day. Although people say that we still don't live in a patriarchy, we still see misogyny in day-to-day life on every level. When it comes to our own homes, when it comes to our friend circles, family circles, and when it comes to job and workplaces, etc., etc. So I feel like closing the gap between both the genders in pay or in opportunities is something that we should strive towards on every level. We must begin with it at our own homes and circles, and to close the gap on larger levels, we must provide education and opportunities to all genders, not just women. The second part of it, obviously, being that there's a lot of LGBTQ hate, and that there's more in common with everyone than that divides us. So I hope to see a lot of good motions to remove this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Any new motions on the floor? Vikram.
Respected Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to, as we're speaking about gender equality here, we're living in the era of digitalization, and there's a huge disparity in the access to, in the lack of knowledge, sufficient knowledge to access digital goods or digital services provided by the government amongst women due to the lack of digital literacy. So I propose that the Youth Assembly can actually take up a small-size training program wherein we can teach adult women to use financial services like the payment bank services, the UPI payments, etc. So that they can make effective use of these digital services being provided by the government, which will lead to greater financial inclusion and also increased access to credit, whereby they'll be able to stand by themselves and not depend on men for services. Thank you.
Any points of support?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate just said that there should be a digital inclusion with regard to the UPI payments and other such financial transactions. I am in support of it because I see myself in the day-to-day life that our parents, as in my mom, is not really able to do UPI payments. She gives it to me. However, when it comes down to my dad, it just happens. So I believe that is an important aspect to be considered by HYDERABAD. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, member. Any points of contradiction? Shreya.
Chair, for acknowledging me. I believe the UPI apps, as my co-delegate has proposed a motion of that there have to be thought about how to use the UPI apps. But I believe the ads for the UPI apps pretty much do the job of teaching them. It's a very simple process, and every UPI app has an ad. So that's why it's not a sustainable motion. Thank you, Chair.
Lot of contradictions. Spurti, would you like to reply to that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yes, there are ads. I understand that, but how many of us are actually able to follow through? How many of us are actually able to understand those ads? Are they as easy? We clearly have a problem. So that's what I would like to mention here, and I would support the motion that is raised.
The House is now open for debate.
Well, as I said, the ads, the UPI system is very simple. It's pretty much a two-step process, and every ad, yes, does clearly show, and it is even made in multiple languages as well, so there's no language barrier either.
I understand that there is multiple languages that are portrayed in the ads and everything, but I still think to get to that level of understanding, we need a set of education slash, and we need a set of understanding to understand those also, and which is what we can provide by giving them proper financial education.
Thank you, members. Any points of contradiction? Vikram.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. I'd just like to clarify that when I said digital literacy, I don't just limit myself to UPI payments. UPI payments is just a small part of the larger ecosystem that's there in the government right now. Financial inclusion still continues to be an important part of this country's goal to make women independent. And by being able to, use smartphones by themselves and access all government-provided services, you're actually enabling them to access formal financial credit. You're allowing them to have their own bank account through payment bank accounts. They're able to do Aadhaar-enabled payments. They can get their pensions onto their bank account. So there's a large part of digital literacy here, and it's not just limited to UPI payments. So that is the clarification that I wanted to provide. And just for statistics, maybe that makes it a little more interesting. 69% of the people in this country are not digitally literate. The best example would be the COVID app. Vaccines had to be taken only after registering on the application. Now, you can't expect a layman woman sitting in a rural village or a hamlet to register themselves and come take a vaccine. So, digital literacy just goes beyond UPI. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of...
Thanks for the acknowledgement, sir. As my co-delegate said, we need to create awareness about digital services which are provided by the government. It's not only limited to female, especially because there are even literate, it's literate people, more like not in a literate particular gender. So we need to educate every person, and especially like grandparents and people who are above 50 or even though they are provided with devices or anything which is like having a which is capable of doing such things, you need to just, it's not only street go ఒక్కటే అందరికీ వెళ్ళి అవేర్నెస్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఎందుకంటే if our grandparent comes to us and it's like, "Arey, etla cheyalante," we can tell them, so that we should treat every gender equally and every age people of every age group equally and teach them how to use digital.
Understood. Thank you. Any points of contradiction?
Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The point is that there is no need to, from NGO, that we should teach them, because here who are sitting each one is educated. So we should educate our families only directly. So what point is there from NGO? Thank you, Chair.
Respected Chair, I'd just like to tell my fellow delegate that in that case we won't even need an NGO or Hyderabad Youth Assembly. I don't mean to disrespect what you just said. Yes, go back and teach your families. You don't need to come here for that, definitely. But not a lot of families have the luxury of having an educated child who can come back and teach them.
Any other points of contradiction? Member in the first row.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate Spooty said that she teach her mother to do UPI payments, and why don't we think that in rural areas also their children will teach their parents? And point number 2 is the rural people actually have fear of doing UPI payments, that fear of money. And point number 3 is the rural people, I don't think so, they carry smartphones.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Praveen.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So as my co-delegate has said, most of the rural areas, people will be not having smartphones. I don't agree with the point, because nowadays smartphone is basically a very common thing. So everyone has this smartphone. And regarding, as you said, their children would educate. I don't think everyone will educate basically. We can do it in some other ways, but the children will not educate basically. So I don't agree with your point.
Thank you, Praveen. Any other points of contradiction? Member to my left. Delegate, please use the mic. If you have a problem with the mic, please use the mic beside you.
Thank you, the Chair. There is no need to use the smartphones for the UPI payments. We can use offline mode also through normal Nokia phones like that.
Member, can you explain it in detail?
Yeah, sure. In offline mode, there is a number for offline payment. We enter the number and then enter the UPI pin and then receive the amount and pay.
A lot of contradictions. Vikram.
Respected Chair, for the benefit of the Assembly, I'd like to clarify once again that this is not just limited to UPI payments. Please understand, there are a lot more than that. Just so that you guys understand, I'm giving you an example. There is an application called Umang, I'm sure most of you wouldn't know. You can go back and apply for passports, you can download your 10 certificates or inter certificates. digital literacy just goes beyond UPI payments. I agree with my fellow delegate who just said, you can use UPI with feature phones as well. You don't need a smartphone for it. But tell me how many people actually know that here. So if people around here who are youngsters and educated don't know, there are a lot of rural young old people who don't know this as well. So for the benefit of the assembly again, did you know that you can monitor the ration shop, ration, how it is coming and going based on an application given by the government? So yes, there are a lot of benefits with digital literacy. So just look beyond UPI for a minute here. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Points of support? Member to the right.
Thank you for acknowledging this. And I support the motion which I raised with my co-delegate. Digital literacy is also can help us in scams which are done through UPI IDs. Those can also be predicted through this way. I support the motion.
Thank you, members. Points of contradiction?
Folks, just to make it clear, the motion is not only for creating a training session for women to make use of financial services, but on the whole, entire digital services, which includes financial services. So, based on that, give your contradictions. The member in the middle, extreme right.
Respect Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. So when it comes to digital literacy, the people actually all the digital transactions do take place in English language, and those who are comfortable with the English language, they will not be facing any trouble when they do the digital transactions. And the thing is like all people who are educated and who know to read and write English, they are already using all the digital transactions. It's not just any transaction they are already using, and people who do not know to read English, definitely if it is some their funds will be misappropriated because whenever you type a mobile number or something, the person's name will be displayed. So those who are able to read English only, they need to do, and those people are already doing. So I don't think we need to educate them regarding the digital transactions.
Folks, we understand your emotions. Please.
Okay. So the House is now open for debate.
Against Vikram, who has raised the motion, with all the members who are contradicting the
Thank you, Chair. But again, for clarification, all these applications are available in multiple Indian languages, Schedule 822 languages, and all that. Yes, that was the point. If my delegate would like to answer any point.
members with contradictions, you may raise your regards and speak. Srija, it's a debate. You do not have to acknowledge it.
So can you tell me your plan of action?
Yes, I think we can select one or couple of villages depending upon our budgets. Have weekend programs for like 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe like it doesn't take a long to teach them. So maybe a couple of weeks over the weekends, we could just take an hour or 2 hours of session wherein we educate them about these services, and maybe even do some mock sessions wherein they can try and apply for their basic credentials like Aadhaar and passport or whatever.
How can you say it's going to be success? Like everyone's going to gather at your place and listen for your to learn.
Okay, so I'm not assuming that I will be sitting and everyone will be coming to me. It is our job to go to them and actually do it for them. That's why we are here. We are not expecting people to come because we will be going to the people to help them.
Okay, I agree. It's our job to explain them how to use apps. But how many apps are you going to explain them? Tomorrow another new app is going to come.
See again, digital literacy is not just about using applications. Do you know, they can't even use a smartphone. You start with that and then you explain some basic services and then you leave the rest to their own hands. I agree with the point that tomorrow there will be more apps and more websites coming up. But don't you think it is essential that they at least know the basic things so that they can access their basic rights? You don't have to. You can get there's DigiLocker, there's DigiYatra, there's Umang, there's Beam, there's so many apps that are there, there's so many websites that are there. You need not do all of them. You can pick one for financial literacy, you can pick one for basic documentation, you can pick one for your certificates like DigiLocker, etc. So you can shortlist. See, that again depends upon the feasibility of the Hyderabad Youth Assembly and its delegates.
My point is, people who have smartphones in villages or rural areas, they will be having the basic knowledge, or if they don't, people who bought them the phones, or they'll have this mentality, like, us time pe we'll ask someone else.
Delegate, I'd like to ask you, did you know about the apps, half of the apps I mentioned to you, Umang, DigiLocker, DigiYatra, any of the? Yes, DigiLocker, right? Did you know about Umang? Did you know about T-Diagnostics? You're educated, I believe you're an engineering graduate. So let's not get into self-contradicting ourselves. There's always scope for improvement for all of us, and definitely there's a long way to go for these people who are sitting in the rural hamlets. Alright?
Any other members with contradictions? Tejesh.
Thank you for acknowledging the chairs. I feel this notion is going nowhere around circles. It's gone to digital literacy, to UPI from gender equality. I think we are straying from our goal. So I suggest the members to get back on track to the goal and move on from this notion. Thank you.
You're on a point of contradiction, I take that. I kind of feel the same way. You're straying too far away. So the basic idea is, just for the benefit of the assembly again, is to provide digital literacy to women because it's a gender equality motion. But I remember one of my delegates here said that you can even provide it to men who are old as well. So if that benefits the assembly and the people, why not? Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Member to my left.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. So my motion is to include and encourage women in decision making and leadership skills. According to statistics, in India alone, 27.3% of women are getting married before 18 years. At a tender age of 18, not everyone is that mature to make decisions of their own lives, but it's something which is being imposed by their families. So encouraging women in decision making and then leadership qualities, it will help them for their it will help them to stand upon themselves without any support.
Member, can you please give a plan of action?
Yeah. So the plan of action for this motion is to create awareness among women and among women about leadership skills and decision-making skills, and have boot camps about how they're supposed to behave and stuff.
Points of contradiction? Member to my right. Third one.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. So these days, women have got educated and women know their rights and they know what to do at what time. So giving an awareness session for these people regarding the marriages and all other things is not that feasible also, because they know their limits and they know what to do at what time. So I contradict that motion.
Any points of support to the contradiction? Dhanasvi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My co-delegate told that the legal age for marriage is below 18, but I guess now it is 21. So there is no need for giving awareness session to women. So yeah, that's it.
Points of support? Rani.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate has said, the women should be taught about the leadership skills and the decision making. As I want to raise a point that in every household, a woman she knows how to make a decision. Like she makes every family decision, right? So she knows and she she can make basically. So that's like what she said about regarding decision making is not a valid point.
Points of contradiction? Akshay Pallav.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you, Chip, for acknowledging me. I just want to mention a point that what will you teach a woman who have lived 18 years in home and then taking decisions and raising their child? I mean, it's not something we will teach them new, right? I mean, my mom is married before 18 years, but she have raised me and she take the better decisions. I think there's no need of this project.
Points of contradiction? Akshay.
So, my co-delegate Akshay Pallav and a few other members were speaking about they're saying that there's no requirement for this motion, but irrespective of changing the legal age for marriage and also bringing a lot of amendments in the laws and acts, we keep seeing the cases where women get married under 18 years. We also see women becoming mothers, giving birth to child under 18 years and 20 years. It impacts the health of both women, mother and child. It's not about writing something in the books or discussing in the halls like these assemblies, but it's all about implementation. On ground, when we see empowerment is required, it's not about making women aware about their rights, but there's also a requirement to make men aware about the role of women and what women can do in society. 75 years of independence, this nation has seen only one woman prime minister and one woman president, and second woman president is working. And there was no woman chief minister for this way in the last 75 years of independence. And still, the ratio of women in top these schools is hasn't touched 50%. It didn't cross 40% even in government jobs. And so there is a lot of scope for improvement. That empowerment is required, that awareness is required, not just for women but also for men. And this space is to be created. The implementation of reservations is required. After 75 years, today we are speaking about 33% of reservation for women in the Parliament of India. So I don't think what we are speaking here, like what my co-delegates were discussing here, is not happening on ground. So implementation is something we can look at and we can take up this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of support? My extreme left.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. My point of support is that as my co-delegates said 30% reservation has been passed. My point is that why can't we put 50:50 in our HYA? Gender equality 50:50. Like who are delegates in coming sessions, like in coming seasons, they should be 50:50. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate, I would like to mention that HYA, or for that matter, gender equality, means giving equal opportunities to people and not to reserve anything to anybody. I think that what
Any other contradictions? Tejas.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chairs. When the co-delegate mentioned about having boot camps for decision making, I don't think we need boot camp courses for decision making, and it's more on how confident the person is and how well they can talk back and stand for themselves, and that makes decision process. And secondly, most of the marriages happening under the legal age are due to parents forcing them or some external force happening, and it's not related to the system being of the person. So I think awareness of such kind of parents is more important than the decision-making boot camp for the women. Thank you.
Any contradictions? Fatima.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as Tejas said, that it is like not not just for the women to be to know all of this and all. And also it is like how I personally feel. I would say that it is first the women who should know that how they should be treated, how they should go forward, how they should act and all. So I really feel like it is first the women who should know their rights, who should stand up for themselves. Only then, only after that, we can say that okay, the other things like I'm sorry, but yeah. My point was that the first women should know their rights. So this thing, the boot camp thing, which we took up, I feel like this is a good thing to go with because. Yeah.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Member to my extreme right.
థ్యాంక్స్ ఫర్ కాలింగ్ మీ చైర్. నేనేమంటున్నానంటే ఉమెన్ చేయాలంటున్నారు. ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు అవేర్నెస్ ఉమెన్ చేయాలంటున్నారు. వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీనే వాళ్ళని రెస్ట్రిక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు మనం విలేజ్కి వెళ్ళి వీఆర్ మేకింగ్ అన్ అవేర్నెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అన్నా ఉమెన్ బయటికి రావాలనుకున్నా కానీ వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ రానివ్వరు.
Points of support? Points of support with the motion raised? Question.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I would like to add a point to the motion actually. Instead of just instead of just putting up boot camp for women, why not for everyone? Everyone should know the points. Everyone should know what's right and what's wrong. And everyone should know what's to be done when there is something wrong happening. And I would like to add another point. Including leadership skills, we can also teach the women how to use their skills. Set up a business maybe, because here we are talking about the women who are getting married early. And we've seen many mothers who have started a business after they turn 35, like home kitchens and stuff. So if we can educate women who are 18 and 19, who have skills, they can start their own business and be independent. Thank you.
Any points of support to the point? Pranit.
Thank you for acknowledging the chairs. As my co-delegate has said, like starting businesses, right? It's a valid point because making the woman to make making a business with women is like really a good thing. And what we see is like most of the women in the society are not encouraged to do businesses. There is no gender equality in doing businesses or anything. So if we set up any business to any woman, it will be an encouragement for people. Like let's take a case of embroidery designing, where we can provide the machines to the women and we can support their businesses through it, so that they can at least earn up to their monthly fees, right? So that's the thing.
Thank you. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my right. The last row.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Even if the women are, even if the awareness program is done to encourage the women about the women empowerment and to tell them their rights, they will. In cities, maybe women are educated, but in rural areas, most of the women are not educated and they are dependent on their husband. So they may think the families will be, their marriage may break or their families may break. So they will not fight for their rights. This will become a public issue, especially in rural areas. Thank you.
Points of contradiction? Satvik.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair.
If
if we stop awareness programs, boot camps, because women will be restricted and we will have a public issue, we would never see another female president in India. And just because things go wrong, it doesn't mean HY will stop trying.
Points of support? Points of contradiction to the previous motion? Jatin.
Thank you for acknowledging teachers. As my co-delegate said, the women are like focusing on their husbands. In recent surveys, it's not like that. Every woman have their own every woman have their own decision making these days. So that doesn't mean these days like they belong they depend upon their husbands.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Shreya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we know, in like schools, there do a lot of awareness sessions about periods, right? But most of these awareness sessions are very much targeted towards just young girls and not boys. I believe boys and girls, irrespective of the gender, should equally be aware about the period as from a very young age, they sit in the same classroom, they grow up together pretty much, so they should be equally aware, and I propose a motion of awareness sessions to boys and girls, like young children in schools.
Points of support? We would like to invite Hitesh Reddy, the former chairperson for Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 12, onto the chair table. Points of support? The member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I support my co-delegate's point. So the thing is, girls and boys equally should be they should be aware of the periods, because in schools, as we see, girls on their menstrual days, in schools or colleges anywhere, they get their periods suddenly, and due to stain and all, they feel insecure to go to washroom, to take the pad out of their bag and go to the washroom. They don't feel insecure because boys will be around. So I feel it is important to give awareness to the boys and girls. I also think we should give awareness in the schools and colleges too, so that where everyone can get to know about this. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of support? Vaishnavi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'm basically supporting my co-delegate because I think that education about periods should be for both boys and girls. As boys should also know about the changes girls are going through, as one day they'll also become married man and woman, and they get to know how to deal with the situation rather than just avoiding what is happening to the
Any other points of support? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to support my co-delegate's motion, and I would also like to add a point where
Any more points of support? Last year.
So as my co-delegate said, it is equally to give the awareness session to all the boys, and not only all the boys regarding, in this sense, awareness session has to be given to the parents also. Parents might also think that talking all these things publicly and especially to boys is not that good at all. So giving awareness session to parents along with the boys is also necessary in the current society.
Any other points of support? Points of contradiction? Any more points of contradiction or support? Any new motions on the floor?
Member, please raise your placards properly. The girl in the last row with the specs.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion is about the spreading schemes for women by the government. Like, I would come up with Mahila Samman scheme, which the government has implemented, but there is no proper awareness in the rural areas. So my plan of action is, as an NGO, we can we can spread the awareness. As the government is also running, but we can add up with the government, and as an NGO, we can spread the awareness about these schemes which are there for women and Mahilas. That is widow schemes. Like bank accounts are open for the widows where they will be funded with some amount, and many of them do not have any idea about this. So as an NGO, we can work for it.
Any points of support? Vikram.
Respected Chair, I'd like to agree with my fellow delegate here. There is a lack of awareness among women rurally about the schemes that are there to benefit them. And to go a step ahead, I think there is enough need to even create legal awareness about their own rights. There are a lot of legislations and a lot of support systems that are there for women in distress, but there is absolutely very little awareness about these things. So maybe partnering with a couple of NGOs, we can learn from other NGOs, the name of which I can't forget, but I can remember. They've been working for the survival and livelihood of rape victims. So we could learn from them and implement some of these schemes about the well-being and also about the schemes for the empowerment of women.
Any points of support? Member to Gary.
Thanks for acknowledging me, Chair. ఇంతకుముందు విక్రమ్ గారు చెప్పినట్టు కూడా he had given a suggestion for making awareness of schemes and programs which we use digitally. And she also said that there are schemes which are not aware by people, so we can do both ways.
Any points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor other than awareness sessions? Member to my left.
Me, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. When it comes to gender equality, everyone is talking about male and female only, but they are LGBTQ community. ఓన్లీ మేల్ అండ్ ఫీమేల్ గురించి ఆలోచిస్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళ విషయానికి వచ్చేసరికి ఏమైతుందంటే ఇప్పుడు ఉన్న దాంట్లో వాళ్ళు ఓపెన్ అవుట్ అవ్వడంలో భయపడుతున్నారు. ఎందుకంటే అరే బయటకు వచ్చేస్తే ఏమనుకుంటారు, ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు మన పేరెంట్స్ సైకాలజీ అంటే ఓన్లీ మేల్ అండ్ ఫీమేల్. ఎప్పుడైతే వాళ్ళ సన్ ఆర్ డాటర్ హోమోసెక్షువల్ బైసెక్షువల్ ట్రాన్స్ అని చెప్పేస్తే బయట వాళ్ళు ఇలా ట్రీట్ చేస్తారని చెప్పేసి ఓపెన్ అవుట్ అవ్వడంలో భయపడుతున్నారు. దానికోసం మనం ఒక అవేర్నెస్ సెక్షన్ క్రియేట్ చేసేసి వాళ్ళకి కరేజ్ అంటే మేము మీతో ఉంటాం, ఆ కరేజ్ చేసి అట్లా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు ఓపెన్ అవుట్ అవుతారు అని చెప్పేసి నా ఒపీనియన్. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళ గురించి ఆలోచించట్లేదు, ఓన్లీ మేల్ అండ్ ఫీమేల్ కాదు, వాళ్ళ గురించి అసలు 50% కాదు 10% ఉన్నారని అంత వాళ్ళకి ఈక్వల్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఇవ్వాలి. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళకి అసలు సాఫ్ట్వేర్ సైడ్ కానీ ఎక్కడ అంటే ఏ సెక్టార్ లో వాళ్ళకి ఆపర్చునిటీస్ లేవు.
Delegate, do you have a motion to raise on this?
Awareness, creating awareness section.
your motion is to create awareness on the LGBTQI
Yeah.
community.
That is my proposal.
Any points of support? Shruti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I've heard a lot of notions regarding empowering women and educating men, but as my co-delegate mentioned, street cause comes with an understanding that that equality is necessary for every gender, and we are really trying to achieve it through street cause pride. I'd like to propose a motion and add on to my co-delegate's previous motion that we can do something more than just an awareness session. My proposal is that HY Season 13 members can collaborate with Street Cause Pride and take up an individual project where we can have skill-based sessions for the community. Which is more than an awareness session because honestly HY does sustainable projects. I understand awareness creates sustainability, but till when? So, keeping the goals of HY in mind, I would suggest we come up with skill-based sessions, which is more than awareness. Thank you.
Any points of support?
Respected Chair, I'd like to support my fellow delegate Shruti's idea here, and for the benefit of the ease of doing the task, I think we should just restrict ourselves to transgenders for now, because identifying LGBTQ communities, people who will not publicly state that they're gay or lesbian or whatever, is not possible. So a more feasible thing would be to identify transgender women or men, transgenders, I'm sorry, and then you can actually provide them with skill training necessary and even probably connect them with good opportunities for work wherever possible. I believe Cyberwar Police Commissionerate is already helping with them with that, and if anybody has the resources to reach out to them, they can probably help you with the community as well. Thank you.
Any more points of support? Nikhilesh.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my co-delegates talk about gender equality, I've noticed that many of them talk about two genders. I would like to take stand with LGBT community too. So my motion is that we could conduct a pride run collaborating with Pride. We can conduct a pride run so that the LGBT community can feel connected to the entire society as well.
Any points of contradiction? Vikram.
Respected Chair, I think, though I agree, I stand in solidarity with the idea of having a pride run to initiate, to give them some confidence. I think Shruti here has stepped forward to even say that we can do a skill-based training over and above an awareness program. So it will only become redundant that we're doing a skill-based training and empowering program while doing the pride run, which clearly is again about creating awareness and which is already being done widely across the country. Thank you.
Firstly, very good morning. First, I would like to begin the day with congratulating all the members for making the assembly. And I would like to congratulate the entire HYDE team for getting back the HYDE, right? And I also understand the fact that a lot of people have started from their houses from 5 o'clock in the morning. I see a lot of drowsy faces. So I request all the members, OC, EB, everyone to be taking part into the discussion, the forum actively, and let's ensure that we get some proactive motions altogether, right? And any new motion on the floor? Danish.
Thank you for acknowledging me, chairs, and thank you, Ritesh. So, I feel the main issue for gender inequality is gender stereotypes, the kind of stereotypes we set in the society, and the lack of knowledge on what's right and what's wrong and what's with which gender. So this is due to lack of sex education in our colleges. This has been affecting it. See, sex education is a very vast concept which covers gender stereotypes, STIs, multiple things. So I feel due to not having proper sex education curriculum in our syllabus, it's affecting on how the opposite gender view each other. And it also has a lack of explanation and understanding about LGBTQIA as the co-delegate suggested. But I feel the main root cause for gender inequality is the stereotypes we set and how the opposite genders view each other, which can be changed by inculcating sex education into our curriculums. So I feel we can go on government colleges, government schools and colleges and have a trained professional or sex therapist where they can explain about about sex education and how about stereotypes and about how human anatomy works, etc. So this is my end.
Any part of support? Support anyone? Contradictions? I would like to repeat the motion again. There is an address saying that we have to set up the curriculum in schools and colleges where involving professionals educating about sexual health and awareness. So any points of support? Number towards my left.
Thank you, Chase, for acknowledgement. And what Tejas said is exactly right. We actually don't know the root cause where actually the sexual inequality is, and suddenly by seeing the movies or something else, they are inculcating that. And if the root cause we know, we can actually change their mindset. And the best idea is that. That's it.
Any more points of support? Contradictions? Let's go to the next motion. Any motion on the floor? Aditya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As one of my co-delegates said, we are sort of, only talking about the men and women disparity here, but I feel like we should also talk about parental rights and their struggles. So, my motion is to provide voice modulation classes for trans teens or anyone generally in the HIDERABAD community, while also providing them with tailoring / sewing workshops and maybe even providing them with sewing machines, because a lot of them actually work in drag shows and that's how in handicraft businesses, that's how they get their income. So it would be nice if we firstly help them to pass as the gender they identify with by giving them voice modulation classes. Also by providing them with income opportunities by giving them sewing workshops.
Aditya, you have mentioned a couple of motions in one single statement. So could you stick to one specific motion?
Sorry, sir. I would like to say that my motion has two parts in it. The first part being providing voice modulation classes for trans teens, men, women, and non-binary in the HIDERABAD community. The second part is providing sewing machines for people in the HIDERABAD community who participate in drag shows, because they generally have to design a lot of costumes, they have to do a lot of handicraft work. So by providing them with such machines, by giving them workshops, you might enable them to have a lot more income.
Any points of support?
Thank you for as my colleague said, it's actually right, and some of the transgenders are also educated, so we can make them make them into works, like only not like he said as sewing, but also we can make them into private sectors also, because many transgenders are also educated.
Any more support?
Thank
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate, have been told that people around trans people are educated, right? So adding to a point, a lot of people are being engineering or doctors. As right now the government have been providing them a particular from rural areas, there are doctors who are in trans people. There is known as Sweta, who is a trans committee member. She's a doctor in I guess I don't remember the name of a village, but she's particular working as a doctor in the rural area. Thank you, sir.
Any more supports?
Respected Chair, I absolutely appreciate that the idea which have been given by my co-delegate. This is a very simple idea and we can implement, which will work efficiently. And when this also leads to great communication between transgenders and normal people, which increases the discomfort of transgenders who want to inculcate in the society.
Any more contradictions? Okay, let's proceed. And any motions on the floor? Saket.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my motion is donating menstrual cups for females, so that we can that's a sustainable goal. We can give some sanitary pads, but that's not their one-time use. So we can give menstrual cups. So I'd like to have a female delegate to support me, because they can be more clear than me.
Sure. Anyone supports? Member towards my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate said, the distribution of menstrual cups. Menstrual cups last for about a couple of years, depending on the brands and how they are made, the manufacturing. So they are sustainable, way more effective than pads are, and way more hygiene as well. So I support the motion of my co-delegate.
Any more support? Smooth.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I appreciate the point that was told by co-delegate, and I also support the point that was raised by my other co-delegate. I would also like to add that there has to be
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Apart from digital literacy, financial literacy, awareness and all, my proposal is that setting a 30 to 45-day course on beauty care or henna or mehendi, which is called. It is booming.
Got it. I hear a lot of contradictions. Any contradictions? Folks, I would like to address one more thing. If you make some sound in terms of support or contradiction, please validate it by raising your product. Right? Rasya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I would like to contradict the point because teaching courses like henna or some kind of beauty products or some other courses does not, I feel, does not increase the gender equality because it might improve the poverty rate or it might improve the quality of education that they have, but I don't think so it can support the men in the gender equality. Because not only, we can see that there are many professionals in men also doing the henna, mehendi and all the things. Not only the ladies, they have also that skills.
Thank you. Any more contradictions? You missed it.
Thank you for acknowledgement, Chair. As she meant to give boot camps or awareness programs on the how to make henna or like that. So to add on to that point, we give a better example. Why can't we men have a boot camp or an awareness program to how to work out well, how to do better at gym? Why can't we have a personal trainer for free?
Okay, what's the support? Contradiction again? Akshay.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the first motion regarding the beauty products, మనం ఇప్పుడు దాన్ని సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంటే it shows that women or men should have this beauty products వాళ్ళు చేయాలి, they have to use this beauty products and then we are encouraging that. And also with the money spending on the beauty projects we can do beauty products we can do good products. And also regarding the second support statement, that is basically gender equality దానికి ఏం సంబంధం లేదు regarding the gym and trainer and all stuff. See how to get 6 packs in 3 months.
Thanks for highlighting it. We'll move on to the next motion. Who did raise the placard still since the morning?
Thanks for the acknowledgement, Chair. So we were discussing about so many motions, right? Actually, I feel we select a gender or a community and make them feel vulnerable first. See, it will be like telling female empowerment first, but I feel like we need to make a gender sensitization camp. So our main intention is to eradicate insecurity in every gender, right? So ఒక ఫీమేల్ పట్టుకొని వాళ్ళకి సారీ ఫర్ యూజింగ్ ఐ డోంట్ నో మై అకౌంట్ సంథింగ్ బట్ అబౌట్ కాటేజ్ రైట్ సి ఒక ఫీమేల్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ అంటే మనం కాటేజ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ సూయింగ్ మెషిన్స్ అని అనుకుంటాం దేర్ ఆర్ సో మెనీ మోర్ దెన్ దిస్ కాటేజ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఆర్ సూయింగ్ మెషిన్స్ ఓకే ఐ థింక్ దట్ విల్ నా పాయింట్కి దూరం వెళ్తున్నట్టుంది సో మై ప్లాన్ ఇస్ టు క్రియేట్ అ జెండర్ సెన్సిటైజేషన్ organize a gender sensitization camp in school during PTMs because parents and children iddaru untaru ade place lo so we can we need to more like prati gender ki insecurity ni eradicate cheyali first.
Want to support? Again, I heard a lot of taps again, but there are no people who is raising the placard again. Right? Contradictions? Afra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I think Hyderabad Assembly is all about executing sustainable projects. So we should focus on doing something impactful rather than just talking about awareness, because that is done by everybody, by the government, by the NGOs, and even the non-profit organizations. So let us talk about something that will be more efficient and effective.
Any more contradictions?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chef. I would like to contradict Afra's point, where she said, I totally agree that we should do something more than awareness sessions, but the point that was raised by the co-delegate was to include the gender sensitization camps and sessions at the time of PTM. And I think it's very important for the students and for the children and the parents to be aware of it and to normalize talking about such stuff in front of parents and the children. So I think that makes more sense, and it's not just awareing them; it's also making them realize. It's also making them realize what they are not following or what they're missing out on.
I declare the House open to bet between Afra and Sruti.
So I understand the point about PTMs, but how do you want to implement it, right? You cannot go talk to every school and be like, inculcate this. And I don't think gender sensitization is something that is not happening. Tell me something that is going to put that to action.
Yeah, so it's not just about schools. We are currently into 45 divisions. So we can also implement this in the divisions of streetcars, HYDERABAD. And about the plan of action, I would, Chair, with your permission, I would like to ask the delegate who raised the motion to give us a plan of action, because I think it's viable.
I think talking about gender sensitization and camps, it would not be only required at college level or school level. It has to be coming from within, and if you're talking about gender equality as a whole, it needs to have a permanent impact. So my question here is not whether that will work out or not, but will it have a permanent impact? Will it actually create a difference in the lives of people, be it women, men, or the community of LGBTQI+.
Absolutely, I understand where you're coming from, Afra, but I think it all has to have an initial step. There should be a start. So I think awareness is the start, and making people understand what they're not following. I think that is the start. So I think there's always scope for improvement. You just cannot go to level 3 without crossing level 1. So I think this is the level 1 you will have to
Conclusion statements, please.
I still believe that we should go on with a better plan of action and a better sustainable project rather than just talking about awareness and inculcating this in the schools and colleges.
Like I said, with your permission, Chair, I would like to ask the delegate who raised the motion to come up with a plan of action and explain it to the Assembly.
Any motions on the floor?
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. This motion I intend to propose might overlap a little with the health role that we have. But again, it's also about gender equality. There's a high prevalence of anemia amongst Indian women. It goes up to 54%. So we can provide them with folic acid supplements which don't cost a lot. And we can also create awareness amongst them about how they should eat iron-rich food to maintain sufficient levels of hemoglobin levels. Because whenever they go through menstrual cycle, they lose a lot of blood, due to which they have ill health and due to which they can't equally participate with men in workplace. Thank you.
Party support? Conviction? Support again? Number towards my left.
Thank you, Sir, for acknowledging me. I would support what delegate said. Yes, many women every month have lots of blood loss, to be very honest, and the iron, when you check every woman's iron or ferritin levels, they are really, really low. And the amount of ferritin a woman needs to have because of the blood flow she's having every month is very high, and the loss is because of the food that we are taking in. the health issues that many women have, which are not being taken care of properly. And many women in the rural areas are not properly following the hygienic things they have to follow during their menstrual flow. And educating women on this, not only women but every person, every individual in the society, that how important ferritin, how important iron is for women and how rich food they have to eat, could help a lot of women dying or help a lot of children can have a very good health just by telling people how important the ferritin is, how important the blood itself is. Thank you.
Got it. Any more points of support? Mama towards my left.
I support my dear she said that health issues like for girls are mainly by their food. So I also raise a point that it also causes by climate change. So the climate change is also a cause for negative sexual and reproductive health issues.
Is it a support?
Yeah.
Good. Any more support?
Respected Chair, I want to add another point to the motion. We can also supply few more vitamin pills which are required according to their bodies and the environment they are getting served.
In the context also I would like to address that government do provide iron capsules free of cost in Anganwadi centers in India or in Telangana. So the blood loss center. Yeah, any new motion on the floor? Please don't come up with awareness again, anything unique. Are you confident, three of you? Go to the last.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. We be seeing she teams, many toll-free numbers for women to get out of any kind of risk, but we never come across any he teams or LGBTQ teams, right? So do you only think women face risk? Even LGBTQ community and even men face risk, right? So even they go through many, but they never come forward. Due to this risk, there are many suicidal attempts and stuff going on. So how about HYA collaborating with police department and can really set up some toll-free numbers so that they can really give support to them?
I would like to ask a question more deeply. Like, how do you want to work on the plan of action because it involves the government also, and where being part of the NGO, where we have a nominal set of things to carry forward. How do you ensure? And the thing that you have raised is about the LGBT community, right? First thing, you couldn't really address and identify them specifically, right? That's the first thing. The second thing is about how do you ensure that you work with the government for the involved in HY and what kind of role that as a member as you to take part in it. I'm expecting an answer. Good. Okay, we'll go to the next motion. Any motion on the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Menstrual injustice refers to the stigma and discrimination faced by many women, but in the current society, transgender men and non-binary persons also face discrimination due to their gender identity, depriving them of access to materials and facilities that they require. So I would like to propose a motion where we create awareness that menstruation is a biological function rather than a woman thing that the society defines it to be.
Is it different from an awareness program, or I think it looks same, right?
It is the same, but we're also inclusive of the transgenders and the non-binary people.
Sure, we'll include that. Any contradiction to the point? Again, I'm saying, please, I'm getting the sounds, taps and bands again, but you're not violating your own support. No contradictions. Please, people of band tables, ensure you validate your points to support your co-delegates. Cool? Any points of support? New motions on the floor? New motions. Number 2, extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
So, as everyone are saying regarding awareness, why can't we go with an something like helping out them through something like business or some other work or livelihood? What I suggest is we can provide we can set up a center where we can provide the skills to learn example captcha typing or something like easy tasks, and we can train them there, and we can we can give small job opportunities to them, right? Giving monthly amount which they can afford, something like that.
Please specify in one single line.
Basically, my point is that I want the people gender female and male should get educated.
He then completed Masters in Police Management from Usmania University in 2014 and LLB in 2009. His career beginnings Hyderabad Central Zone DCP, Nizamabad SP since 2013 to 2015, Hyderabad SP from 2014 to 2016, Kachakonda Joint Commissioner, Hyderabad Special Branch Joint Commissioner, Warangal Commissioner from 8 April 2021 to present. We truly honored to have you here today, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us today, sir. Any motions on the floor? Any motions regarding gender equality?
Member to the extreme right. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My proposal is that, how about conducting the boot camps into the colleges and schools about the self-defense for the women, for the girls present in the colleges and schools, so that they will be having the basic idea about the self-defense. And I feel that it's a basic right they have to learn with education.
So you're asking for self-defense program in schools?
Boot camps, yes, trainings.
Any points of support? Member towards my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I am supporting the delegate. So if women are given self-defense programs and boot camps at schools and colleges, they will be confident enough and they will be able to move outside. So because of the fear and because of the gender bias and those people are not coming forward, and even parents are trying to send their children out. So if girls, they do learn defense program, defense and definitely they will be confident in the crowd. So and it will give even confidence to the parents also. Thank you.
Any more support on the floor? Last year.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I would like to support the motion that my co-delegate raised, because these days the society has changed a lot, and in this society, woman has to be self-defense to protect herself regarding against anything that happens on spot things or something. Because sometimes self-defense will protect you and will give you life again. So I would like to support and would like to arrange the awareness sessions and campaigns regarding that.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Sadhvik.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would like to contradict to the point which my fellow delegate made. Let's say in a school, an average woman who is averagely physically strong, and an average man who is averagely physically strong. And if we give self-defense class only to the women, then who will save the weak guy? If we have to give self-defense in a a school or in a college, if we have to give a self-defense, why can't we give to everyone? We are talking about equality, right? Why can't we give self-defense class to men, women, even the teachers, to be all the people? I feel we have to inculcate everyone when it comes to gender, and we have to treat anyone as a human, but not as morely focused on gender.
Got it. Any more points of contradiction? Number towards my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, sir. అందరూ కూడా అవేర్నెస్ అంటున్నారు కానీ పర్సన్ చెప్పడం కన్నా బూట్ క్యాంప్స్ చేయడం కన్నా don't you think that social media is playing an active role in educating people in this stuff? And I think that ఎంత మనం చెప్పినా కూడా, for example, if I want to set up a business for LGBT community or female, people are not in a situation, not in a mindset to learn something. And for example, నేను ఎవరికైనా వెళ్ళి నేను మన నేర్పాలనుకుంటే వాళ్ళు నేర్చుకోరు. దానికన్నా ఈజీ మనీ ఎక్కడ నుంచి వస్తుందంటే వాళ్ళ బెగ్గింగ్ నుంచి వస్తుంది. సో దే ఆర్ ఆప్ట్ ఫర్ దట్ రాదర్ దాన్ చూసింగ్ టు లెర్న్. సో అందరూ ఇప్పుడు చెప్పిన వాటిలో అందరూ అవేర్నెస్ అంటున్నారు కానీ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ అసెంబ్లీ టు ఫార్వర్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ దట్, అంటే అక్కడ నుంచి వెళ్ళిపోయి రాదర్ టేక్ అప్ ఇన్నోవేటివ్ థింగ్ రాదర్ దాన్ అవేర్నెస్.
Any more contradictions on the floor? Tejas.
Thank you, respected chairs. See, I understand there is an oversaturation of awareness ideas right now, but we shouldn't completely invalidate the power of awareness, the kind of awareness management. So instead of invalidating it, let's spread awareness and also work on better actions to inculcate them. Thank you.
Any more contradiction on the floor? Member towards extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to contradict the motion given by my co-delegate because I'm an undergrad, first year undergraduate student. So we had an induction program where self-defense was a part of it. So it is already being implemented in colleges in the first year. So
In the context of the last point raised, I have a lot of contradictions. Any contradictions on the floor? Nitya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would answer to co-delegate that not all the colleges are providing self-defense classes. Final years do get self-defense classes, but it is not in all the colleges is what I would say.
Fine, we'll proceed to the next motion. Any new motion on the floor? New motion for anyone? Apart from awareness, please come up something really unique.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As a part of being, gender equality itself it's based on awareness. But as we talked about, the awareness that is being spread out, why is that every time girls are being spreading, about this awareness to the girls is all about menstruation and self-defense, and why not, why can't girls just go learn driving? Why can't they just go and fly? Why can't they be in pilots? Why can't they be encouraged to do something adventurous? Why is that every time girls have to get the awareness of being very careful during their menstruation or being very careful about how they are dressed or what? Why is it always about getting the self-defense? Why can't we teach boys that? Why can't we conduct or why can't we open workshops for girls where they can learn driving, where they can learn another adventurous skills? That's what I want to say.
Points of contradiction? Member to the last.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think my co-delegate not have the points. There are many points regarding the women encouragement in the field of employment also, awareness sessions also raised the points. But I think it is not only about menstruation or self-defense. it is very necessary to give awareness about menstruation and self-defense rather than teaching driving or aeroplanes, because many of in the society don't know such things. It is very important to raise those points rather than teaching the driving and everything. Thank you.
Any more support? Contradictions? Number towards extreme right.
The main goal is gender equality. Can we not divert from the main goal and talk only about women? That's it. Thank you.
Contradictions?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. As my co-delegate proposed a motion where I contradict with one point and agree with one point. She's like, we need to educate women, or we need to support women doing other career options, which is already there. See, there is no college or no institution where girls are not allowed or women is not allowed, right? Why we are making women so vulnerable with these programs? And the awareness camps which are conducted for this awareness regarding menstruation is for males, boys or men or other genders to literally know what's happening with the body of female, right? It's not like నీకు menstruation వస్తే నువ్వు జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండాలి కాకుండా తనకు menstruation వస్తే మనం తనని ఎలా చూసుకోవాలి. We are creating awareness that we should not see menstruation or like giving or distributing sanitary pads or things like that as a tab or something. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం మెడికల్ షాప్కి వెళ్ళి ఒక శానిటరీ ప్యాడ్ అంటే వాడు న్యూస్ పేపర్లో చూపిస్తాడు, గీయడం. I have a sister and whenever she is in her periods and if I want to talk with her about her periods, my mom will come in between like, why do you want to know that? Like, it's our right to comfort our loved ones, right? So awareness camp is for male parents and people who feel speaking about this menstruation or any other problems faced by women are problematic or like it's a thing which we should not talk about.
Got it. I would like to acknowledge the fact, which is, I mean, I understand that menstrual hygiene would be a major concern in India, right? But the context that what we have got here is gender equality, not only in terms of everything. So we have to speak in terms of every stream possible. So apart from this menstrual hygiene and all, could anyone come up with any new idea? Emotions on the floor?
I just want to respond to the member there. Who was the one? This side, the one who started the motion. Yeah. Just a few things I want to mention. See, you mentioned that, I just want to mention there is no restriction on the women on getting into any adventurous activities or learning driving or being pilots. Absolutely, it's not there. Right, the things have changed a lot. I'm not saying that it's absolutely equal. The things are, it's not totally equitable right now. But we are well on the way. Right, we are on the way to reaching that stage. Maybe we are in the transition phase. But I see a lot of progress in this aspect that we see a lot of women pilots. In fact, my own experience last time when I traveled, I was traveling by flight from Delhi specifically on the International Women's Day. The entire crew was, including the pilots, the entire other staff, everybody was. So there is no restriction as such. And I think the two are not connected. I mean, if you say the learning about menstruation, that is more about making some informed decisions. It's more about your health. Not only the women, but the men should also be taught about it. I'm not saying it's specifically only women have to be taught about menstruation or the defense, self-defense, etc. But that probably everybody wants to know about. Everybody needs to know about it. And what men need to know is, respecting the differences, the individual differences, and the differences in the other gender. So that is required. But I see, I am myself into mountaineering, just for information I'm telling. I have been traveling all across the world, and I've seen many women taking up a lot of adventurous activities across the world and within India also. It's quite open nowadays, but yes, the struggle is slightly more in the case of women. That I will acknowledge. It is more difficult for the women to get out of their space and venture into these unconventional, hitherto unconventional activities. So I agree to some extent in that, right? Yeah.
Thank you for your valuable insights, sir. We'll move on to the next motion. Anyone? With the context, I would like to get back to the previous motion, previous goal itself. If anyone have any goal motions regarding no poverty, can come out on the floor now. Any motions regarding no poverty can come up and address the House.
If I may, I received a check from one of the delegates mentioning a motion. It says setting sewing machines to women who are completely devoted to local goddesses. Delegate, would you like to expand? Would you like to explain more about this motion?
May I know who raised the motion, who addressed the motion?
Hari, from Organizing Committee.
Fine. Any motions on the floor regarding gender equality or including the no poverty also? Afra.
Thanks for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to raise a motion regarding going to a slum area and proposing an agenda of talking to each woman there and understanding what their future goal is, targeting a certain age group, maybe 18 to 25, as far as I'm concerned, and just like our Honorable Chief Guest Tarun Joshi said, because women face slightly more struggle going to ambitions that they want to go forward with, we can talk to them and explain to them in more elaborative way and help them out in respect to their careers. And I want this to be very execution formatted. For example, let's say if a woman interested in a slum area is interested in going into
Turn on your mic off.
is interested in going into let's say armed forces or let's say something of the sort of civil services, and maybe she doesn't have the respective means, right? So we can talk to her about it, give her a plan, set up with her, and then like target a group of people, women especially of slum area, and yeah, go forward. We can have a better plan of action, but that's the motion.
You would like to ensure interaction with women going down to slum areas and knowing their interest, their choice. Cool. Any motion? Any support? Support to the point. So I would like to ask how many of you have understood the motion that has been raised by Afra? Please raise your buttons. Would you understand the motion? I'll summarize it. Interaction with women going down to some areas and knowing their interests and pushing them towards their choice. Anyone to support now? Number to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As she mentioned, my co-delegate mentioned, yes, it can be implemented because people living in the same area or the same slum might have same problems which trigger them as they interact very much, because them being in a slum area that is, maybe they may be vulnerable or deprived area, so they express their views, they interact with each other a lot, so they might have the same goals or same interests. So yes, we can do that. That's why I'm in support of that motion. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Dheeraj.
Thank you for acknowledging my chairs. The idea is very novel, but I feel we shouldn't limit ourselves to slums. Just because they have a fancy house doesn't guarantee that they have a happy life or the women are happier. There could be issues, they could be going through a lot. Housewives who have not been able to follow the dreams due to parents getting them married soon or something. So instead of limiting ourselves to slums and women between age group of 18 to 25, we could reach out to all women, and instead of reaching out to them, we can have a center, a cell kind of thing where women can approach and address their concerns, which we can later acknowledge.
Contradictions on the floor? I declare the House open debate between Tejas and Afra.
So, first of all, as my co-delegate mentioned that about limiting to slums, definitely not. I am not talking that we should limit to ourselves to slums. That was just an example. Secondly, going forward, if we had to set up a cell and ask the women to reach out to us, why do you think women are not reaching out to us now? What's the point? The point is going there and talking to them, understanding their concerns and getting them a solution. That is what we are going to do, right? Because everybody there else has a cell. We have a toll-free number, we have whatnot. But there are still crimes, there are people who are not able to reach out to us even now. So yeah.
But I feel it's not about us reaching out to them, but once we create a cell, rather than having it limit to a certain number of people we are able to reach, we are creating a center where multiple people who we are not able to reach can have a place where they can reach out to us. So we can actually have a thing where we are reaching out, but again have a cell too, where people can reach out to us.
So that's not a contradiction, that's an addition to my point.
I mean, I contradicted the age group and the slums point to be.
That's just an example again.
Sure.
Yeah, just I'll take a minute, Tejas. See, I think you didn't understand the thing properly. My view, it's purely my view. He did not say limiting to the slums. It's a beginning. You have to make a beginning. So you have to sometimes take the baby steps for when you have to achieve a bigger goal. You have to make a beginning. It cannot be, you can't be, sometimes you can't be comprehensive and holistic right at the start. Right? So you have to make a beginning at some stage. She never said that it is limiting to the slums, but it is beginning with the slums probably reaching out. And with my own experience in the field, I do agree that sometimes the outreach is required. Everybody is not resourceful to come to you. It happens. If that was the case, we wouldn't have so many problems. People would simply come to the government, people would simply come to the places, and they will avail the benefits which are there. There are so many things which are which the government does or which the private sector, so many things are there. But sometimes the outreach is required from our side. That's a proactive step. Right? So it's not always reactive. We don't wait for people to come to us. When we are on the path of development, we want to achieve something bigger in due course of time. We don't just keep sitting in a reactive mode and allow people to do it, and sometimes you take a proactive step and you teach them and you try to understand their problems and you try to mitigate them by connecting them with the right resources. So to that extent, I differ with you on both accounts. So I think to that extent, I agree with you.
Thanks for your addition, sir.
I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, Srinidhi Gaur, Vice President, Indian Expansion and Documentation for Street Course Manufacturing, City Mentor of Street Course Vizag, 21 to 22, Growth Hacker of Street Course India, 2022 to 2023. Thank you so much for joining us, Nidhi.
Good, thanks. We'll go on with the motions again. Yeah. Any motions on the floor regarding gender equality? Nidhi.
Thank you, my dear Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to, firstly I've seen pronouns and I'm very happy that HY is moving forward with pride, with LGBTQ. But it is disappointing that motions when it comes to gender equality, it's always about women, and I think women don't need us to support. We just need to acknowledge us, give us more, power. We just want to do what we want to do. We do not need extra support. So currently my motion is to set up a camp for the transgender community for jobs. I mean, we have our alumni working at different corporates, and nowadays I've been seeing that corporates are opening jobs for the trans community, but there's no medium of us taking them there. So maybe we could set up workshops for them, and we could generate employment opportunities. Thank you.
Sure. Any points of support?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The idea my co-delegate has given is actually really good, because it is true that women don't need extra support. We just need we just need people to let us do what we have to do and what we want to do. And coming up with a transgender camp about the job opportunities, I think it's a really good idea, because there are transgenders who want to work, but then they're not allowed to at their homes, or they don't have the support. So given the fact that this camp will provide many jobs, I think it will be a huge impact on many other lives. Thank you.
Any more points of support? Contradictions? Good. Next motion on the floor. Next motion regarding gender equality. As I've also addressed, you could go back to the previous vote that there's no poverty. So if you have any insights about any motions regarding the same, you can also include no poverty in the session now. Anything regarding no poverty also included in the session right now. Anyone have a unique idea apart from awareness? The implementation? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So basically, I have a motion for no poverty. So recently, I came across this thing that the lands that have undergone through droughts are capable of growing pumpkins. So this can be a great opportunity for the farmers who are in that surroundings to improve their financial state, and they can grow in their field.
Okay, could you please summarize it more specific and detailed?
So the lands which undergo the droughts and floods, that has the capability to grow pumpkins. So farmers who are living in that area which has the drought lands can use this as an opportunity and grow pumpkins and grow their financial status.
Could you elaborate on the action plans, your action plans? What will you do in that?
So actually my main action plan is I want to firstly create awareness to the farmers who are there that they can grow pumpkins here, and then help them in their might be a financial help or anything, equipmental or anything. Mainly creating the awareness about their pumpkin growth can be done here.
Got it. Any further support? Contradiction? Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to ask my co-delegate her clear plan of action, because she said that we are going to set up awareness programs for the farmers. I think they are more knowledgeable than us. They know more about farming than us. And growing pumpkin, I don't know how sustainable it is going to be for us, for HYI, because at HYI we focus on sustainable development projects. And I don't think there's a I don't think there's a point of doing this project because going to farmers or identifying them or identifying the equipments that we're going to give them doesn't make any sense for me. Thank you.
Thanks. I would like to address that Tarun Joshi sir, please address the halls. Yours. Yes, sir.
So, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. So, thank you for the warm introduction. I don't know what's your name, the person who was saying there. Mani Teja. Yeah. So thank you, Mani Teja, for a very warm introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today this morning. I think it's just escaped being same afternoon, right? It's just before 12 o'clock. So good to see a very good gathering here. First of all, my thanks to HYA, Hyderabad Youth Assembly, the respected office bearers, Kirtana Manda, the chairperson. And I'm happy it's mentioned chairperson because sometimes we see chairman only, right? So chairperson, that's just a term for gender equality, isn't it? And we have Katyani, the co-chairperson, Dennis, who has been speaking to me in the last few days, and Ritesh, the former chairperson, and all the esteemed members. Let me acknowledge that I'm impressed. Okay, the only assembly which I have seen, being in the government service, the only assembly I know about is we have the state assembly or we have the parliament. But I haven't had a chance where I've seen the students coming across from different backgrounds, from different places, and sitting together and discussing such important things. Such important topics in a very democratic way, which is very important. Not just just discussing the things, but everybody getting an opportunity. I'm also happy to see a lot of women members here, a lot of female members present here today. It's really heartening to see that it's a very good, very even kind of representation from all sectors. Only thing I don't know, because I was told that there's a very rigorous process of recruiting members to this to HYA, who mainly delve into the issues of sustainable development. And I'm told that a lot of applications, as many as 2,000 plus from different colleges, the students apply, and then they undergo a rigorous process of checking them or interviewing them, and then finally we have a team of people who are here. But I just have a few suggestions actually to begin with, and then I will talk about my own view about sustainable development. Is it only Hyderabad colleges, like mainly? Yeah. So it's Hyderabad only. Yeah. So it's there in other states or in other cities also. But within Hyderabad, because try to make it a little more representative from the rural background also. That's my take, because they don't get an opportunity to speak up, they don't have a platform also, right? So students in the urban areas, maybe many of you are already from the rural background, but were studying in the colleges in Hyderabad, in and around Hyderabad. But there are a lot of children, having traveled across many parts of India and within Telangana also, I've seen the youngsters when I interact with them, the youth, the students, both school going and the college going. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Sometimes, envious also. I can remember my own time. I am from the generation of 70s, right? So those were the times it was a very slow kind of life, and we didn't have so much of technology. Everything, the social changes were very slow. Of course, a lot of things have improved, but a few things have worsened also. And then we had 80s and 90s, and now I have a daughter who's in 11th class, and I see, day in and day out, I see how she does, what are her views on, her take on different issues, on, her perspective on different problems or so many things are there. The attitude of the youth nowadays, they are really vibrant. They are so educated, so well informed, because the kind of exposure you have, the kind of the last decade or maybe 10 to 15 years, the changes that we have seen in terms of the telecom revolution, the digital revolution, the kind of access you have to the knowledge, the information. You are truly living in a knowledge society, and the youth, the kind of communication skills you have, the awareness that you have, how much they know, and at the click of button everything is available. Even in the rural areas, it's not that we should never assume that people who are staying far away in the remote areas, they are less informed. Maybe their exposure is less, maybe their experience is less, but they know quite a bit. This is what I understood, having interacted with them, and they have great ideas, just like all of you have, what I heard in the last 20 or 25 minutes or so, but just like you have, so they also have very good ideas. They are also equally curious. They are also equally inquisitive about the things. They also question everything. It's not nobody takes the things on the face value nowadays. We all ask, why. So why is always there, and they also ask, and they are also willing to participate, in the world affairs, or they also want to be a part of the entire development process at the individual level and at the societal level also. So it would be good if you can have some representation, maybe to begin with in coming days. Reach out to some smaller cities and smaller towns, and you can probably have some few 10, 15%, 20% people coming from there. You'll get a perspective. Somebody just now said, I'm just saying anything that's whatever is coming to my heart. Like one of the members mentioned, that she wanted to generate awareness in the areas which are affected with drought or the floods, where the farmers can grow pumpkin and probably they can prosper, and they can get some economic benefits out of it. And then there was a counter to that saying that farmers are more informed. So yes, the farmers have information. So we don't know. It needs to be understood actually. We need to check up whether what kind of access farmers have and whether they are aware of it. But yes, they are privy to a lot of knowledge which we may not be having. A lot of local knowledge, a lot of indigenous knowledge which they are having, which we may not be having. So people in the interior areas, they have their own way of handling things, and they have their own local problems. You see, we are in urban areas. We are very privileged. I come from a very big city. I am from the capital city of Delhi, so I have mostly stayed in the urban area throughout my life. So I have seen urban life, how it happens. I understand totally what the problems in the urban cities is. How people are, what kind of things face. Just to give you an example, last 10 days the schools in Delhi are closed because of air pollution. You understand? And I have studied. My schooling has also been in Delhi, but we never had this issue way back in 80s and 90s till mid-90s. I was in school, but we never had this. We never had this, our schools closing because of air pollution or because of any such reasons. We didn't have. But now this problem is there in the bigger cities. You are all aware of the AEQ, right? AQI, I'm sorry, the Air Quality Index. And when we say, I'm sure you must be reading everywhere, all these, what kind of the cities which are most polluted in the country, in the world, and many Indian cities, they fall in that. So we didn't have these problems way back in 80s and 90s. Of course, development was happening at a much slower pace, and we have been, but then there are a lot of positives also. In the sense that, when I compare, because I was in a co-educational school, so I have always been among, different, the students or the children, my colleagues, my batchmates, my classmates, they've been all from different backgrounds, both girls and boys during the school, during college. And in the rural areas, we have seen at that time development was much lesser. The literacy levels were much poorer. Some of you might be from the humanities background, and you must be studying the Human Development Index, how it has been going on. So the literacy levels have gone up. A lot of efforts have been made at the policy making level by the governments and by the private sector, by the businesses, by the industry, by the citizens, by the academia, by the industries, and of course the common citizens, including the youth, who are so very important nowadays for in everything. So the education level has definitely gone up, and especially when we talk about, if I were to talk about gender equality in particular, yes, the female literacy has gone up across the world, everywhere, and within India also we see much better representation, of the women in many different professions, in many different occupations, whether it is businesses, whether it is the own private job, or whether it's at the government level. I can tell you with my own experience within my own department. I am from the police department, and within police also we see that a lot more women now coming forward and joining the police forces. Either to sometimes there's an attitudinal change has happened. There's a change in the attitude that yes, this is not something which is just restricted to, it's not a job which is restricted to just men. And the society demands, the society needs the representation from all. It has become more inclusive. It has become more diverse. It has become more equitable also. We understand that people don't have equal access to the resources everywhere, so we provide them the facilities, and we invite and we welcome people into our fold. And likewise inclusive in the sense that people coming from different backgrounds, they may be, the background can be education, background can be economic, background can be social. So people coming from different backgrounds, they come together, they converge, and they join the government departments also. And it is far better as compared to what it was earlier. Similarly, if we see on other indexes also, say something like health, or something like eradication of poverty or hunger, we have made a progress. A lot of international organizations are pushing they're pushing the cause, and the governments in all the countries across the world, maybe in Africa, especially in African countries, Asian countries, they've all chipped in together. A lot of you must be aware of many conferences which have happened over a period of time, where people have actually discussed. And after all these discussions, it was understood that ultimately the world is made of what? The people, right? So people is the persons or the people or the individual, they are supreme, right? And the people is what make the society. So when we talk about sustainability, we are looking for improving the standard of living or improving the quality of life for the individuals and for the society. So people means we are not living in an isolated world. We are all living in a world where we are interconnected, we are interdependent, we live in a society where we need each other. So other than the individual part, then we come to the society, and then where the society is, and that takes us to the environment around us, right? How we are, because whatever we achieve in terms of economic development or social development, it is all through by our relationship, the relationship of the human beings with their environment. So when we talk about the social development, we have all these things, as you were discussing in the morning, this morning, the poverty eradication or improving the health. In fact, the COVID was a huge shock for all of us, for the entire human race, that even after so much of advancement in the field of medical science, an epidemic can happen which can impact the entire world, right? And then there are studies which are going on how the COVID has impacted different sections of people. It might come out in next few years, because all these studies, they take their own time. COVID has impacted people across the world, but then it may not have impacted everybody in the same manner, right? People who had better access to the resources, they could manage their health, they could manage the opportunity to have better facilities to themselves, whereas those who did not have resources, they became victims of the disease. So coming back to the social development, so the poverty eradication, the health, and the quality of living, the human resource development, the education level, which we all talk about, and the gender equality. Just about a couple of months back, I was a part of a small panel discussion on embracing equity in the workplace, and we were all women panelists for that. I was the moderator for the program for that one session. And we had, the participants from all different walks of life. We had women sports persons, the renowned, specialists in the field of medical science. There were the women journalists over there, and they were all expressing their own problems, which probably I can't even imagine at my level. Sometimes I don't understand, what is their problem. When we talk about workplace, that is a place which is supposed, where the women are supposed to be free from their domestic responsibilities, especially looking after the child and other things. But it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen on the ground. So they were expressing even people who have been in the position of leadership, the women leadership. They have also faced their own problems in terms of discrimination, in terms of the lack of opportunities, in terms of not given adequate representation to their ideas or to their views. So these things do exist. I was reading because I read whenever a opportunity comes. So the autobiography of Indra Nooyi. I hope you have heard of her. She was the former PepsiCo chairperson, and she's from India. Her entire childhood has been in India, in Chennai, mostly in Chennai and other parts of Tamil Nadu. Even at that level also, she comes from a very educated family, very intellectual kind of family. But even she mentioned that what kind of problems she faced in bringing about a balance in her work life as well as her family life. So she was also not totally free, and having reached that top level also, there were a lot of situations where she had to compromise a lot of things. So coming to the economic part, now we all understand that whenever we the first thing that comes to our mind is, yes, India is growing, the fourth largest economy in the world. We see everywhere, it's all across wherever we go. Everybody acknowledges that India is a growing economy, not just because of the population, but also because of the strides that we have made over the last decade in terms of the growth. And then this growth comes at some cost. So growth is one thing, development is another. When we talk about development, there is a factor of equity which comes. The resource which we are using and the fruits of this growth, whether they are available to everybody down the line. It's not that only the few, the privileged few, they take away all the all the benefits of the growth, but whether we are able to reach out to the most underprivileged, we are able to reach out to the most disadvantaged sections of the people, whether we are going to uplift them from that lower strata, and whether we are able to bring improvement in their life, which may be bringing them out of poverty, which may be connecting them to the right resources so that they can become self-sufficient and they can lead a sustainable way of life. And then how we use all these resources in a way that we can make sure that these resources do not get completely depleted. And the third part in the sustainable development, of course, is the environment. As I mentioned, that the people, we make a society, and then we have the environment around us, and we draw most of our development in the environment, isn't it? Whatever technological advancements have happened or whatever it may be, but ultimately we use the natural resources. Even for your transportation, if we see, we all use petroleum, right? We come every day, we go to our schools, colleges, jobs, we go to market, but we have to travel. And how many of us actually think of carpooling, or how many of us actually think of cycling, or going by foot sometimes if the distance is not very far. So at our level, whether we are really conscious about what impact we are making, in the society, for the environment in general. This was just one example, but then biodiversity. It is a fact, it is scientifically proven through various studies, that so many species of animals, birds, and microorganisms, they are getting impacted because of the human activities at different levels. Not only just on land, but also in the sea, in the air. And then we see, as I mentioned about pollution earlier, we see all the news all over the newspapers. We see about air pollution, the water pollution. We talk about all these things. And then another buzz is about the climate change, right? The carbon footprint that is there. and there are very, very ambitious plans which are there up to 2030 by all the countries, the developed as well as the developing countries, for reducing the carbon footprint, so that with the greenhouse gases, we can cut down their production, so that the global warming which is happening, which is making an impact. Do you really believe global warming is happening? Has anybody seen any practical example of that? I'm not talking about the internet news. Has anyone really seen any practical example of that? Of the global warming? Do you think it is happening?
Yes.
Yeah. So I can really vouch for it, because I've been to Antarctica. I've seen how, and I've been to South America, and I've been to some where higher altitudes also, where we see that actually the glaciers are really melting. And these, maybe the impact may not be there, immediate impact may not be there, but these things have an impact over a period of time. It takes probably a decade or two, these things happen. And there is a larger impact in the sense that places which are having low altitude. There are certain countries which are having very low altitude. Any country where the actual level is very low? Means the ground level of the country is below the sea level. Are you aware there are some countries like that? Holland, Netherlands? And many islands also where, the Holland is actually saucer shaped. A lot of its areas are actually under the mean sea level. And they have actually reclaimed that land by pushing the sea, by making all those, the retainer walls and all. They have claimed, because there is a lot of space constraint in these countries, right? So, and in future, when the level of the sea rises, many of these places might get submerged also. We will see the impact in many other places. Probably we feel. Now the question comes that, what are we doing about it, right? It's like there are these Millennium Developmental Goals were there, and then we have come up with the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 of them, and a big comprehensive action plan is there. We all understand what these, what is the purpose of sustainable development, because we understand that this is, a kind of holistic, very comprehensive goals that we have decided upon for the benefit of the future generations, right? For preserving or conservation of the environment, making sure that these resources will stay and they do not get completely exhausted, forever. Already we are seeing, problems of water scarcity in many countries. Do you know that South Africa is having severe water problems? You are aware. Some of you might be aware, but you might be needing it. And there are a few other countries in Africa and other parts of the world where it's a serious problem. It's a very, very serious problem of water. And probably when we consume water on day-to-day basis, at some point we end up wasting water without realizing. But the fact is that it's a lifeline. It's something which is very, very important for life. So maybe we don't understand at this stage, but for the coming generations after, our population is also on the rise, and we will stabilize hopefully somewhere around 2045 or so. We expect that Indian population will also stabilize, and then probably we get control. But till that time, there is lot of burden on the natural resources, lot of burden, on the food. We have become self-reliant. We have become self-reliant in food. There has been a revolution way back in late 70s, and milk revolution, white revolution, and yellow revolution. All that has happened. But it is a fact that still a large chunk of the population is not able to get 2 meals a day. They are not able to get quality food, the nutrients. The children as well as the women also. So when I don't know whether some of you might be traveling by bikes or by cars on the roads. Sometimes when you stop on the roads, you find the moment some of them are begging, right, and with the children in their hand. Does your conscience hurt sometimes? Right? Sometimes it hurts that at least for the kids, who they have no role in that. I mean, in the sense that they have no control over where they are born. The kids have no control over them, who your parents will be, which society they are born in. but they are so disadvantaged, and the kind of privilege they have. So, so in that sense, those children, it really is quite moving to see that when we see these children, it makes a person feel that if we can do something for these children, and then we understand that yes, the inequality actually exists. It is not that, it is not just on paper we talk about these ideas, but on ground, in practice, these things happen. That is why the relevance of coming together like this, right? That is why the relevance of the organizations like HYDERABAD, Hyderabad Youth Assembly, and convergence of the ideas, putting forth, whatever you have in your mind. And it's really good to see. In fact, UN, way back in 2017, they had conducted one survey. I'll take time. They had conducted a survey in 2017 where they invited the youth to give their ideas on the concept of sustainable development and how it could be achieved. Because youth, the youngsters, they are very, very important stakeholders, the partners in achieving the sustainable development goals. So, out of that, 87% of the, they invited everybody, but they invited people in general from all, different age groups. But 87% people who participated were youngsters, below 30 years of age. And that clearly shows that, the youngsters, they have some, they have some aspirations about it. They understand. And it is very, very important, the thinking minds. The youth, they have the thinking minds. And thinking minds, they always, they question, they come up with the idea, they come up with the solutions, and they want to implement it, they want to be part of it, they want to, delve into the things and, make sure that they are with the help of things. So the ownership that the youth have, and I can see many of you very, bubbling with very good ideas, and some of the things which I was provided that, you have also, some of you have also implemented and gone to the ground level and, grounded certain projects which have really benefited the community. So the ownership that the youngsters have and the passion that you have, that is really credit-worthy, and it is very wonderful to see. So I congratulate HYE on this occasion. At my level, I can only see that I see myself as a part of this revolution. The youngsters, they are the catalyst of change. All of you are change makers. Do you believe that?
Yes.
All of you are leaders in your own way?
Yes.
And your job is also to create leaders in the community wherever you are. You should be you should become a focal point of change wherever you are located, with whichever community you are connected, right? And you should make a positive impact, right? You are the influencers. I'm not talking only about social media. Social media is a big thing people do, but you are the influencers. And you can really bring the change. But very important to believe in yourself and never get bogged down. Just to close the things, try to collaborate, because this is one platform where all of you are coming up with the ideas. When you go back, you'll be probably implementing some of them once your resolution is passed, or I don't know what is the procedure, but some of you will be implementing at your individual level or maybe in a small group. But the world is of collaboration nowadays, and the resources are there. You have to connect, and you can do that. Networking is really, really important nowadays. If you are connecting to the right people, the big companies, the big corporations, they sponsor. They sponsor the programs connected to the community. Right? If you think that you can improve the health in a particular area, somebody wants to visit visit the slum area, somebody wants to do something for the farmers. This is all something which involves the communities. Under Companies Law 2013, it is mandatory for all these companies to have some corporate responsibility funds. Some, they have certain corpus which they have to spend. But the thing is, you have to connect to them. You have to present yourself in a way that they are convinced that you are going to do something really worthy for the community, which is going to bring a change, a positive change in the lives of the people. That is important. So try to collaborate. Try to connect with people, with the right people, with the like-minded people, people who have convergence with your own ideas, and then try to ground it. One more suggestion I want to give you: when any member is giving, is proposing a motion. So when any member is proposing a motion, please give a chance to finish it before opposing. Okay, don't oppose in the middle. Don't oppose for the sake of opposing. It's not good. Listening is really important. This is my personal advice I observed from my 10 minutes of 15 minutes of thing. While the person is speaking, don't bang it immediately, because let him finish. Probably he has something more to add. Alright? So let the person finish with his entire content of the motion, and then understand it properly, what the other person is talking about. And then if you want to oppose it, you oppose it, because it is democratic. You have the right to oppose, isn't it? We have to give opportunity. But when you oppose, please come up with an alternative. Not just opposing it. Okay, ये ठीक नहीं है, मुझे ठीक नहीं लग रहा है. तो आपको क्या ठीक लग रहा है वो भी आपको बताना होगा. So come up with something concrete and come up with the justifiable, valid reasons why you oppose it or why you think it is not correct, right? It's a really happy situation here, very heartening to see all of you. Though I was told that this is specifically about gender equality, but I wanted to talk about it. Let me tell you one more few things, anecdotes. When I went to Tanzania in 2021, and this year I went to Himalayas also. The people in these countries, they are very, very well aware of their environment conservation. They don't throw plastics in the mountains. They don't. And I felt really pained when I visited Sikkim and all these places, when I saw a lot of garbage lying all around, a lot of plastics lying all around, the bottles, the wrappers and everything. But Mount Kilimanjaro is a World Heritage Site. Tanzania is a poor country. Let me tell you, it's a poor country. People are living in abject poverty, but they have very heightened consciousness about their environment. They keep it very, very clean, very clean. Same is the situation with Nepal. People come from across the world to go to Mount Everest and other peaks there, but then they are very conscious about what they put in the mountains, how they use those resources, and when you are leaving the place, whether you are leaving it as clean as what you got when you came there, it is very much there. And being in the police department, I connect to the people day in and day out. We interact with people at all levels. So I understand, that how important it is to uphold the rule of law, to make sure that, the protection is provided to all the citizens. I'm not saying women in particular, but yes, there are specific laws for the women protection also, because historically we have seen that there has been, the women crime has always been there, and women have been subjected to different types of crime. So to that extent, I'm connected. It is, my job to make sure that, the constitutional provisions, they are upheld, the justice is upheld, the fundamental freedoms, the rights are upheld, and so I feel myself connected to it. And I'm also a part of the overall governance, which is happening. So once again, congratulations to all of you. I hope you have a meaningful day with all these resolutions and discussions, and come up with something really concrete, which you can actually put into implementation on the ground. That is really important. Ideas तो आ जाते हैं, but उसको ground पे भी implement करना है. But yes, ideas are important, because unless you have an idea, unless you start working in that direction, you can't implement it. So ideas are important, and to that extent, each one of you is wonderful, great, and felt really happy to be here today. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. And as you were mentioned, listening, networking could be one of the prominent skills for students. I totally agree with that. And as you mentioned in the context of Tier 1, Tier 2 cities, we belong to an entity called Street Cause, so which is the largest student NGO running in Hyderabad and entire India currently. So we are fast and rapidly growing within cities. So one of the prominent aspects that we currently working on is Vision 2030, which is nothing but spreading across 30 cities by 2030, which includes Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 cities. So with positive hope and approach, we look forward that we reach out the next 10 years, if you could see in the line, we will reach out to almost all the 30 cities in India, and we make a progressive approach towards all the impact. Thank you, and I would like to invite the CXO office to please come down here and facilitate the chief guest. Here.
immediately implementable. Thank you, everybody. Sorry, actually, I have to leave because I would have really loved to stay longer and listen to all of you. But listening is always, it gives a lot of understand what the youth is thinking and what are their plans. But I'm just too tied up with it because I just mentioned it. And remember one thing just before I close, please do vote, okay? I hope all of you are not planning to skip voting. No. This is the time to be a part of the governance. Later on, nobody should say that, this leader is bad and that leader is bad. The chance comes, you should avail the opportunity. Please vote. I'm sure all of you are 18 plus. It's an opportunity, believe me, we don't realize it, but do that.
Now, I would like to invite Jayapur's Shanana sir, Dr. Jayapur's Shanana sir. Dr. Jayapur's Shanana sir is an and is the founder and president of Concept Party that educates the citizens about voting, rights and wrongs. He served as a member of the legislative assembly, followed by council of the Commissioner of America, as a member of Parliament, a former Indian Cabinet Minister, and Physician by Foundation of Democratic Reforms, an independent public policy think tank and research center. We would like to remind ourselves that Sir has been the chief guest for our first Hyderabad recently, and here we are in the 13th assembly. And it's great to have you as the chief guest. We are really honored to have you here. Thank you.
So before we proceed forward, publicly we are admitting that sorry for the apologies that you've been waited for like...
Don't worry about that. Friends, we lost a lot of time, so I don't want to say anything. The floor is yours. Raise your hand, ask questions, respond.
Sure. Before we go to the last segment, that is voting. So one last moment for anyone on the floor who want to raise anything, any motions regarding no poverty, including gender equality. Anyone? Any solid motions, please. Afra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. According to a survey report that I've read, 49 countries lack laws protecting women from domestic violence. And to put forward a motion, I want to go ahead and ask HYA to visit slums, rural areas, or a segment of a particular area where we could talk about and talk to the women of that particular place and understand their concerns, keeping it a very exclusive and open session for them to list out the domestic issues that they're facing in their home with no filter in between. I understand that the women might not be okay with talking about it, but it is our duty to make them talk about what they're facing so that we could solve their issues. And I want HYA to go forward and adopt a particular area in the regard, because now that Street Course is focusing on adopting areas, we could actually do social auditing and make sure that no woman of that particular area at least is facing any issue going forward. Yes. So, concentrating on adopting a particular area, addressing the issues of the women facing domestic violence and solving them.
Any points of support?
Any points of support? Contradiction? Neither.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask my co-delegate, what's the plan of action? I am sure we have been doing projects, going to slums, and where we just went there to ask, we just wanted to do a survey of how many products or ration they need. They did not reply for that only because that would definitely benefit them. How would they be listening to us? And as such HYA member, how could we understand what type of domestic violence are they going through? Is it true or not? How many psychological aspects are there in this? Nobody is going to listen to us, and we are not qualified to tell them how would they do it or stop it.
Would you like to answer that? Sure, I declare the House open to debate with the after meeting.
So yes, I do have a plan of action stating the same. So when I mean that we go ahead and solve their problems, I do not mean that we will do it ourselves. I mean that we will include a psychiatrist, a psychologist, and a person from the SHE teams as well, who could look into this properly at all aspects. So the first step is going to look like adopting the area, doing a survey, proper survey, that is what Street Girls and HYA works with, and then doing a first session where we're talking about that this is illegal and there are laws set up against it. And then going ahead with making the psychologist speak to the women, understand what it is true, whether it is true or not, involving the SHE teams effectively so that they can take necessary actions.
Thank you, my co-delegate. I would want to, because you mentioned psychologists, us hiring a psychologist and taking them there. I'm a psychology student and we need consent for that first. So if the opposite party is not giving us consent for the procedure to happen, how would we take them there? And for them, they do not, they do not want it to happen only if they want it. They have local police stations there, and nowadays we have Gram Panchayat also, so things are happening there. I don't know how an HY member can go there, talk to them, and firstly when you look like a student and go there, nobody is going to listen to us. For survey also when you go there, I am sure they won't come forward because it's not benefiting them in any way. And they do know what they are going through. There are so many TVs, mobile phones that even slums are using. And there are so many shows that Telugu TV has, like for example, Batku Jatka Bandi, where things like this happen. So they see that they understand what they are going through is domestic violence. But they don't want to take that step forward. And when students like us go there, and I'm sure that it's not going to happen.
I understand your concern, Nidhi, definitely. But I would also like to portray forward this point that there are multiple crimes that happen around us and we don't go ahead and talk about it. But that is not because I don't want to talk about it sometimes. It's because I am not feeling secure enough to go ahead to talk about it. So that is why I want to involve the SHE teams, because that is what their role is. And I think that they would have effective communication rather than me as a student or somebody else.
How would you go and ask the SHE team to come there?
So recently my college had a collaboration with SHE teams, and I think I could pull in potential contacts and help with forward.
For that you have to understand who are going through this.
Right, and that is why I talked about the survey that we should do in the place.
For that they have to come to you and talk about it. When they don't come to you and talk about it, when they don't see this works in a procedure way, you have to go deep into the topic. You should analyze how it's happening or how things are with her or what she's going through. For that, a student can't do it without basic knowledge.
Maybe out of 100 women in the place, at least 5 of them would talk about it, and I think that would be effective enough.
We do not know that.
I'm just giving it probability.
And also, why would they talk to you is my point.
They wouldn't talk to me, they would talk to the team, the psychiatrists and the psychologists.
Exactly, to take psychiatrists in the first place, it doesn't happen in the setting. You have to have a proper room, it should be a L-chair seating, then only these things will happen. Getting a psychologist to a village and making sure they talk to them is not correct. That's not how a therapist works. That's not how a psychologist works.
We could also talk to the Gram Panchayat about this and set up a meeting along with them, because I think they would definitely listen to the Gram Gram Panchayat.
This was not the motion that you raised.
That's just addition to the point.
Addition, Gram Panchayat, do you think they don't know about it?
Maybe they didn't concentrate enough. It's not that India doesn't know about gender equality issues, but we're trying to focus on it.
You should understand that whatever you're stating doesn't make sense or doesn't have a proper plan. Conclusion is, to get a psychologist, you need a proper procedure that we have to follow. That is not going to happen because you can't take them there. Second, my other contradiction is that nobody is going to listen to us because we are students in the end. And for a HY member, it is not possible. Maybe we could try somebody else. Thank you.
As a youth of this country, I believe I have the power enough to go ahead and collaborate with the teams that I have contacts with. So I would definitely use the power of my one and Shri team and the Gram Panchayat that particular case. I rest the motion. Check.
My motion is regarding the no poverty. Farmers coming to the low poverty situation. So you can have an idea that food composting, daily we waste many lots of food and organic food like every day. So this food can be converted into organic waste, which can be used as a manure or any fertilizer to the farmers, which can be used for the farming. So why can't we have a composting machine and arrange a composting machine regarding the poverty? So why can't we arrange a composting machine in a village or a place where these waste food can be dumped into it, so that can be converted into a manure which is useful to farmers. They can be used for the farmers.
Any points of support? Support anyone from the hall? Points of support? Contradiction? Done.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. So I just want to ask, farmers have been doing their work, they know what waste goes, they know where things go. I just want to know, how do you collect that waste? What is the exact procedure? You talk to them, how do they let them know that this is going to happen? Do you talk to them in their language? You need to explain them. Nobody's after you to come and talk to you. I just want to know what is your plan of action.
Have a composting machine, we can buy from the market that which costs around 3 to 4 lakhs. So we can install it in a village where organic waste can be produced. In cities many events will be going on, the food will be wasted, and this food can be easily dumped into the composting machine. So it can be converted into manure. The composting machine costs us 3 to 4 lakhs, and we can include this motion.
Thank you for that. composting machine taking 3 to 4 lakhs. That is what we want to invest for one village. Am I right? I'm sorry, Chair, the floor open. Okay. So practically talking, co-delegate, how is it possible for you to know what is the wastage happening in the city, transport it to a village, help them with composting there, use a machine there, installing a machine, talking to the panchayat, explaining the whole details about it. It's not quite practical is what my opinion is. If you have any points of support, I'd like to know about it.
See, everyone here are talking about the awareness should be bring something, any point bringing awareness. So why can't we go talking for a good cause? Like going to a Gram Panchayat, explaining them how it works. They also know this can be worked. See, organic waste can be converted to manual. So because they do practice these activities, so why can we organize it like in a good way? Yeah, just by providing the equipment, you can convert this organic waste in this food waste into organic material, which can be used for a manure to the farmers.
I just want to actually let my co-delegate know that when you talk to certain people in a particular village, you need to talk to them in their language. You need to make them understand. Most of, like, from my understanding, 80% of people in a village are not okay to come and have a conversation with you about the waste in their houses. Like, they have so many things to mingle with, like men with around their lifestyle. I don't think it's practically possible for, for you to get even awareness in that stance. Thank you for that, Judge.
We will have one last motion before we proceed to voting. I want to check about children poverty by
Tanmay, could you please speak?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I contradict the point by saying that instead of focusing on the providing machine to the villages, we can focus on children poverty. Children poverty is very different from adult poverty. So there have been many programs run by the HYA where they go to the schools and donate books, and there is they have done. Yeah. So like we go there and raise some awareness regarding the child, regarding their fundamental rules and importance of sports and their domestic trauma. Even though they see their mom going through some trauma or their dad, they can't express it to others, and they might go in the wrong way, which anyone doesn't want that. So I think it will be good for us to go to the college schools, like orphanages or government schools, and to raise awareness on that. Thank you.
Points of support? Points of support on the floor? Contradiction? Remember the extreme right.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. I want to support.
Okay, go on.
So, my co-delegate have been told me that, yeah, that's the right point. Like, a lot of people in villages, or we can see the people having a lot of troubles in their family. But when it comes to the particular student or the person who's going through schooling and everything, they'll feel someone comfortable where they can talk. If, example, a stranger came and he started talking with the girl or a boy very comfortable manner, where they're leading in a wrong way. So when the parents only himself or herself have a comfortable zone with the family members and parents around, but there is no other third party by entering in. So I would like to say that rather for ourselves, family should be supporting enough rather than the other third person entering in. Thank you.
Contradiction, anyone? Speedy.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would want to tell this to everybody who's raising points to
us going and talking about people who are going through trauma. Firstly, we can't do that. How do we know it? We didn't study about it. How would we know? How do we solve their problem? We ourselves face through so many problems. How are you going to talk about a trauma with children? This is something extreme. A student can't do this. Somebody who's educated in psychology field can only do this. Because talking about trauma or domestic violence is a very sensitive topic. So I request all of the members to please not talk about something so sensitive like this just easily just because you want to raise emotion or create awareness. Maybe we should be aware of things like this and how important it is. Thank you.
We will now proceed to voting. Members who are with the motion, raise your cards high. Members, when we say against the motion, raise your cards. And voice vote, please be loud. Okay? The first motion is a training session to women and men on how to make use of digital services, including financial services. Members with the motion? Motion passed. Awareness and boot camps about leadership skills and behavioral skills for women. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Awareness session to boys and girls on menstrual health. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Awareness on the schemes present for women in rural areas by partnering with other NGOs. With the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Against the motion? Let's go for a voice vote. Members with the motion say aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. Awareness on LGBTQI+ community and HY collaborating with She-Cause Pride for skill development program within the community. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion passed. Awareness on human anatomy and sex education amongst children. Members with the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Providing voice modulation classes to HYDERABAD community. Members with the motion. Providing voice modulation classes to HYDERABAD communities. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Providing sewing machines to the HYDERABAD communities. With the motion. Against the motion. With the motion. Members of the motion say aye. Aye. Members against the motion say nay. Nay. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion? Nay. Members with the motion? Aye. Against the motion? Nay. We will talk about this XIII. Donating menstrual cups to underprivileged women and children. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Parents and students being trained about gender equality during PTMs. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed.
Folic acid supplements to anemic people and awareness on menstrual health. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Boot camps about self-defense in colleges. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Speaking and interacting with women in slum areas to let them know about their interests and future goals, and further providing skill development classes. With the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Members of the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. To set a camp for transgender communities to generate employment opportunities in corporates. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Talking to a psychiatrist and taking them to village to give them awareness on mental health. Members with the motion? Motion not passed.
I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, Prashant Sai, Honorable Board Member of Street Course Hyderabad for the of Street Course Hyderabad 2017 and 18, co-lead of Alumni Association 22-23, co-lead member of Alumni Association. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks, Mani. So I would like to request Prashant and Sir to please address the House.
Friends, I really don't want to bore you with long speeches, nor do I want to moralize. First of all, I'm delighted that you are setting an example to our legislative chambers. Instead of shouting matches, you're trying to discuss and debate on The art of democracy is peaceful reconciliation of conflicting views. If you don't discuss, debate, and if you don't try and persuade each other, and try and find a middle path, there's no democracy. Democracy is not a shouting match. It's not what you see on TV or in the assemblies and parliament, unfortunately. So, I'm delighted that you're all attempting to do something that's necessary in a democracy, and hopefully you will set an example in the country. I'll only make one point and then I'll leave it open to you to have, if you have any questions or ideas, you can share them. Why is democratic leadership very complicated? Because every voice counts. Even if that voice is not reasonable, even if that voice is not rational, the voice still counts. Democracy does not say that all human beings are equal. An Einstein and an idiot can never be equal. But democracy says all human beings are entitled to have a voice. And insofar as the collective governance is decided, their voice should count. An Einstein's voice and an idiot's voice should count equally. Otherwise, you're going into Plato's notion of philosopher kings. Plato said if philosophers are kings and if kings are philosophers, there's no need for laws. Because we can all assume that the philosopher knows what is best for all of us. But the same Plato later on wrote a more important but much less known book called The Laws. Because by the time Plato realized that philosophers do not become leaders in most cases. It's very difficult for a philosopher to become a leader. And if a philosopher does become a leader, there is no guarantee that he'll remain a philosopher. Once you are in power, oftentimes you don't remain a philosopher. And if a philosopher does remain a philosopher in power, there is no guarantee that the people will actually listen to him. So you like it or not, there is no substitute to a system of laws and some form of democracy. But what are the critical challenges? And I will stop with this. Look at India today. Party after party, they're offering all kinds of short-term palliatives. One major party came out with an agenda yesterday. I did a quick back-of-the-envelope calculation. In Telangana state, the annual additional expenditure on account of those promises will be of the order of about 80,000 to 100,000 crores per year. The money we don't have. All for short-term delivery. Not promoting long-term growth. Not making your future better. So the single greatest challenge in a democracy, particularly in a poor country, is how do you reconcile the short-term political gain with the long-term public good? I would actually regard it as the central challenge of politics of India today. The second is, when there are conflicting groups, group interest conflict, one group wants something, another group wants another thing. Oftentimes there is a zero-sum game. If somebody gets something more, the other person gets something less. There's no way of everybody getting more. That's not the way nature or a society is ordained. That's not the way resources function. In your household or in the country. So you have to make choices. There are trade-offs. How do you reconcile harmoniously the conflicting interests of various groups? We see in reservations. In Rajasthan, some years ago, some government announced that Jats will get reservation. The Gurjars, they were on war path because they were already BCs. They were afraid if Jats became BCs, they would not get the opportunities they were getting. So Gurjar said, make us STs. Then the Meenas were on our path. Meenas were already STs. Already in India, it's believed that Meenas get a lion's share of the ST reservation. So they were afraid that if Gurjars had made STs, Meenas would be go out. This is real life. If you are in a place called heaven, which is a very boring place because in heaven there is no clash of resources versus wants. You have unlimited resources. I don't know why people want to go to heaven, it's very boring. What do you do that? In real life, even if you're Bill Gates, even if you're Warren Buffett, even if you're a very wealthy person, your resources are always short of your dreams. So there is a challenge. You have to reconcile, therefore, the conflicting interests in society in a zero-sum game situation. And you have to decide the priorities. Courts have the luxury of treating each case in isolation, pretending as if there is no resource scarcity in terms of time or money or administrative attention. But in reality, there is a shortage of all three. You can't work in hindsight. So it's a monumental challenge in politics, and very often our political process is not doing a very good job. On occasion they are doing a good job, but in general we are failing. So my appeal is, don't think of the impossible best. Think of the optimal best. As they say, the impossible best is often the enemy of the possible good. And there's no way you can define the best. The moment you say, I want the best, the most ideal, then the cost skyrockets, the benefit plummets. The marginal utility of resources becomes less and less. We live in a real life situation, in the real world. And never forget that politics is not about perpetuating status quo, particularly in an unequal society, with mass poverty, with 80% of the children of this country not fulfilling their potential for no fault of theirs. Just because of the accident of the womb, they were born in the wrong family. They were not chosen to be born there. And if merely because of that, irrespective of what nature endowed them with, if that potential is not fulfilled, if they are not not enabled to make something of their life, then that is both unjust and a monumental tragedy. But it's also unsustainable because they will not keep quiet. They should not keep quiet. There will not be harmony or peace in society. Everybody will suffer. Having said all this, let me conclude by saying that you live in a fantastic age. This is the best of all possible worlds. Yes, there are many challenges. Yes, there are many problems. But never before in human history have we had the kind of opportunities that we have today to fulfill all human potential and to eliminate all avoidable suffering. I regard these two as the greatest sins: unfulfilled potential and avoidable suffering. And there's plenty of both. But we have, for the first time in human history, in our own country's history and in the history of humanity, an opportunity because we have unlimited potential. We have immense understanding. We are able to harness technology. The kind of things that we are able to do today were unheard of, unthinkable, not even dreamt of 30, 40, 50 years ago. So do not ever despair. Yes, there are going to be problems. Yes, there are going to be challenges. Yes, there are going to be difficulties. But related to opportunities, these challenges and problems and difficulties are nothing. A true leader finds a way out. A true leader never lets despair and cynicism dominate her thinking. A true leader is optimistic but based on evidence and logic. You are all shaping up to be true leaders of the community and our society. I wish you all the very best. Never give up. Persevere. The world always gets better and it's getting better. And you will see 25, 30 years later, the world infinitely better than today. But there will be challenges 25 years later also. The next generation will then deal with those challenges. As long as the past problems do not continue to fester, we're doing a good job. There will never be a situation when humanity will not have problems. Newer opportunities bring newer challenges. But you cannot allow the same old challenges which can be addressed very easily to continue. For instance, third-rate education, where 80% kids do not get any opportunity, despite our tax money being spent in abundant measure. In Telangana, 80,000 rupees per capita is the expenditure on school education per child. In Andhra Pradesh, it is 90,000 plus. It's not small sum, it's very substantial sum. And yet, about 50% of kids between the ages of 14 and 18, how many of you are below 18 here? So you're all in 18, 19 age. So roughly around your age, just imagine, 50% of kids, rural kids, cannot look at a watch and read time in this country. Depending on the state, 40 to 50%. About 75 to 80% will tell you now the hour is a little past 1 o'clock. But only 50% are able to say it's now 8 minutes past 1. And this is in 2023. We cannot allow this to continue. It's not a problem of resources. It's just that we haven't figured out how to do it well. Many other societies have figured out. So never lose sight of the big picture priorities. Don't get dragged into minutiae without solving the bigger challenges: the healthcare, the education, rule of law, electoral system, decentralization of power, accountability, and creating mechanisms to curb corruption. These are the central challenges of India. They all can be addressed relatively easily because we are not the first group of humans on planet Earth. Everybody addressed them. They faced them, they addressed them, they conquered them for the most part. And we fail to do so because we fail to learn lessons from others' experience. We moralize issues. Governance is not about moralizing. Governance is about building an institutional framework to alter incentives. Incentives alter behavior. Behavior alters outcomes. Governance is not about speech making. Governance is about policies and laws which alter the incentives. reshape behavior in order to reshape the outcomes. I'll leave it at that. I wish you all the very best, and the few minutes remaining, if you're interested, we'll have a few questions, otherwise we can all adjourn for lunch. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable words of knowledge and enlightening us. Now the floor is open for a question and answer session with our chief guest.
Shoot. Somebody run along, give a microphone, or else you shout from the strong lungs, I'm sure.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. As an NGO, we can't do anything and everything to the people, sir. So, in coming 20-25 days, we have elections. So, do you have any suggestions for us? We are voting for the first time. Do you have any suggestions for us to vote for good governance, for good government?
I wish I could tell you we have a fantastic opportunity. There are great guys there, and if you vote for the right guy, everything will change for the better. I wish I could really tell you that. I'm sorry that my generation has failed in a substantial measure, and therefore the options are not very great. Within the options available, I'll tell you the way my mind is working at this point of time. The big picture, there is no real distinction between political parties. You are in Telangana. Do you know how much money is spent in elections? Can anybody tell me how much money is spent for an assembly constituency by a major party? Give me a ballpark number. In an assembly constituency, a major party candidate, how much is spent in Telangana?
Any guesses?
2 crores.
Pardon?
2 crores.
2 crores is one number. Anybody else? Pardon? More than 10 crores. Anybody else? Pardon? More than 5. Okay. Anybody else? Typically, in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and that applies also to Karnataka and Tamil Nadu in a large measure, about 30 crores is the expenditure per assembly candidate, per constituency, in a desperately poor country. In a couple of by-elections recently had in the last 1 year or so, and one in HYDERABAD, other is, what is that? Manugul. Both of these by-elections for the state assembly broke all world records. HYDERABAD probably cost about 300 crores, one by-election in a poor country, in a small state, one assembly constituency. And whoever is elected, it does not change the composition of government, does not change any policy. So there is a certain madness that has crept into our society. When we thought HYDERABAD was breaking all records, Munugodu broke even more records. More than 350 crores was spent. And that amount is more than the total expenditure incurred in 2019 in British parliamentary election by the two major parties and all their 1,300 parliamentary candidates put together. I made a striking statement. It is a shocking statement, but it's true. But in this respect, for instance, there is no difference between political parties. I gave you some details so that you understand the big picture. Similarly, rule of law. Today, might is right. If I'm in power, I harass you, my opponent. If you're in power, you harass me, your opponent. I protect my cronies and hurt your cronies. This has become endemic. Power is highly centralized. Corruption is ubiquitous. I wish I could tell you, in all these areas, there is a big difference, therefore vote for X, not Y. If that is the case, then what is the differentiator? There is only one significant thing in my judgment. After decades and decades, there is a reasonable opportunity of moderately high economic growth in the country. Because in all this, the parties and governments over 30 years have done some good things. It's not one party or one government. Because of that, today economy is probably capable of growing at 6 to 7% for a reasonable period of time, 15, 20, 25 years. If more growth is there, it's better. So therefore, look for those parties that are committed to making the economy grow, not in speech but in action. All else is equal. They're not ideal. They're on the large part terrible. Not because they're evil, but because they're victims of a vicious cycle. But if even the economy is not allowed to grow, if they destroy the economy by excessive short-term offers without impacting the long-term good. Right now that's happening. I told you 80,000 crores, 100,000 crores, the promises cost per year, the money that we don't have, all that is only for today. Today's consumption. It will not improve tomorrow's growth. It's not going to make our lives better. We do require some amount of short-term welfare. But if that's all governance, if there is nothing left in governance, then it's a tragedy, it's a disaster for your lives. So within this very unhappy lot, unsatisfactory choices, look carefully who are more likely to promote skills, investment, infrastructure, job creation, incomes, all of which are products of economic growth. It's not perfect. But in an imperfect situation, at least if the economy grows, if in the next 20, 25 years, all of you become more prosperous, more skilled, you have greater opportunities, you have jobs, you have self-confidence, you are self-reliant, you have dignity, then democracy also will hopefully improve. As people realize the value of the vote, they will not sell it for a price. As people understand what is rule of law, they will not submit themselves to those in authority meekly. Things will improve. But if the economy does not improve, then we are going to be in a perpetual vicious cycle. So my judgment is, look around. All parties are similar in many ways, but there are some striking differences. My vote would be to those who promote economic growth, whose actions, whose policies, and whose approach are more likely to promote economic growth and long-term incomes and job creation in our country. You make your choice. Okay, I can't give you better advice. It's a very painful advice.
Any other questions? Sure. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. We are seeing you here after ages, and we cannot thank you enough for taking time and speaking to all of us here. Your words, all the information which you have shared in the last few minutes, immensely thank you. Thank you for that, sir. Well, we have about 100 plus students here sitting between ages 19 to 24. I just want them to understand the place they are holding, the place they are sitting, and the kind of expectations we have from them. From what you have spoken in the last few minutes, same thing. I just want to ask you, what are those 3 or 4 qualities you suggest from your perspective we as students should hold right now for a better society and for great leadership skills?
Tanvi, I am not a believer that you can make a mess of your personal life and do a great job in public life. So your first obligation is to actually do well. That means hone your skills, fulfill your potential, choose a field that your heart is in, make the most of it and be part of the wealth creation. Wealth does not mean money alone. Wealth means creation of goods and services the society needs. A good writer who generates powerful ideas and communicates to them is creating them. You may not get money. So wealth creation is bigger than money making. So first is that. Without that, you have neither the credibility, nor the sustenance, nor the perseverance to be able to promote public good on a long-term basis. Once that is assured, first clarify in your own mind. The cobwebs of the mind must be removed. In India, because of Mahatma Gandhi's enormous influence on our thinking, we tend to think if you want to promote public good, you must sacrifice everything. It's a nonsensical idea. You want to improve public good, promote public good, because you want to make lives better. But you cannot negate lives in order to make lives better. It's a silly spiritual religious idea. In secular world, in real world, it's not sacrifice, it's common sense. It is a recognition that individual goals and public good are indivisible. All of you are bright students or professionals. You have had the benefit of some first-rate education, parental support, you worked hard. You succeed well in life, you build a mansion. No matter how wonderful the mansion is in which you live, the mosquito that bites the neighborhood urchin will also enter your home. Will also bite you or your family. Will transmit the dengue virus because mosquitoes are truly socialist. They don't respect rank or education or status or money. So what is public good? Public good is recognizing that mosquito control is as important as taking care of your own bedroom or your home. Because these are not things you can do alone, they have to be done collectively. So public space is nothing but the areas of work which ought to be done to make your lives better, but you cannot do it individually. It has been done collectively. It is this pragmatic approach that is necessary for a leader and for a leader to communicate to the people. In India, by grandstanding and moralizing, ultimately we are not achieving anything, we become a bunch of hypocrites. Third, have a systematic and rational approach to problem solving. It must be evidence, logic, best practices and collective experience in your own country or the rest of humanity, innovation, and a solution adapting it to your real conditions. If you don't have that capacity, you are unfit to be a leader. A leader is not a fellow who occupies a position and sits there. They are useless bums. A leader is one who actually drives society forward, makes the right kind of change happen. And for that, there is no substitute to, again, evidence, logic, best practices, innovation, and a solution. And once a solution is clear, then how do you persuade people? How do you make it happen? That's where the art of management and politics comes in. But without the basic idea of what are the solutions, how do you search for them if you don't have it, you're unfit to be a leader in the first place. And finally, as I said before, a leader knows how to carry the team with you, reconciling on the conflicting interests. Not everybody needs to agree. Now, even in the discussion, I have noticed a tendency to win arguments. At your age, all of us did the same thing. We're desperately eager to win arguments. As you grow older, you realize that acquiring influence is far more important than winning arguments. You may win an argument, but you don't win friends. What's more important is find the commonality, not the difference. If there are 100 things, there are 30 issues on which you and the other person are in agreement. Focus first on the 30 on which you both agree. Don't focus on the 70 or 20 or 10 where you don't agree. Years ago, I remember a former professor at a national organization in the country. He met me and he retired. He was very fiercely committed to local governments, and one of my passionate advocacies is for strong and independent, effective and accountable local governments. I said, why don't you work with my organization to lead this effort? And I gave him I think a 100-page or 150-page advocacy paper that we have written at the time. I detailed analysis of our analysis of where the country is today, what needs to be done, so on and so forth. He came back to me after a few days. He said, sir, I agree with this book in most part. I said, very good. He said, on page 55, para 2, this one sentence I don't agree. I said, in 155 pages you found one sentence where you disagree. That's a miracle. Two human beings can never agree fully. Let's work together. He said, no. Therefore, I cannot work with you. Because on page 55 and paragraph 2, one sentence I don't agree with you. However bright that person is, however well-meaning that person is a part of the problem, is not a part of the solution. He can never. If there is a wide agreement, if you're not able to work together, build consensus and move forward, if you find that one area of disagreement, manufactured or real, then you're not a leader, you're unfit. You're actually a person who would block progress. So ability to carry people with you, even when there are differences, because there is a core on which you are agreed. So once you have these qualities, you are all intelligent otherwise, you are well informed, technically equipped. Other things are taken for granted. You'll do very well. So don't always try to win arguments. Try to acquire influence by accepting the other person's point of view wherever it's acceptable. Find the points of commonality rather than points of discord as much as possible. Okay?
Sir, thank you so much for raising our assembly. We would love the chair table to present a token of love to the Chief King, Mr. J.P. Narayan.
All the best.
I'm guessing all the members present in the hall right now are very hungry and probably tired from all the listenings. So we will adjourn the session for lunch right now. See you after lunch. Be back in the next 40 minutes.
అది కూడా అవుట్ అయిపోయింది. అదే అంటే నా శ్రేయస్ అవుట్ అయింది.
Gucci.
Good afternoon, folks. Good afternoon, folks. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How was your lunch? See, the house is not yet open, so we can be formal here. How's the food? Like it? The dessert? Nice. Was veg good or non-veg? We have tried in Tilleda, the last column, did eat. So how was it?
బిర్యానీ తొందరగా అయిపోయింది.
తిన్నవా లేకపోతే తినేసారా?
తిన్నవాళ్ళు కాదు, ఎక్స్ట్రా తిన్నారు.
Extra తిన్నారు. So for extra energy, I guess, expecting them to speak more.
ఇప్పుడు ఎక్స్ట్రా తిన్న వాళ్ళంతా మోషన్స్ వచ్చాయి పక్క.
Yes.
అరే కాదు ఇప్పుడు మోషన్ నిద్రపోతారేమో నాకు భయం వేస్తుంది.
పెరిగన్నా తిన్నారు.
ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ బి ఆస్ స్లీపీ as you were in the morning.
Okay. Actually, as Dennis said, we really worried you will have all sleepy faces right now. So let's continue to have the house adjourned for the next 5 minutes, and why don't we do an activity? Some activity that people don't like add or something which lecturers, students or teachers used to make you do after lunch. Stand up.
Sure, kids, I would also recommend that. I would feel the same.
Stand up. Stand up. The president and Spock are like, stand, Evie, stand. The OC has been standing since morning. Raise your left hand. Left hand. Akshit Chetul Leva. Raise left hand. Sit down. Did I ask you to lower your hand? Sit down. Yeah. Huh? Stand up. Raise your another hand. Lower the other hand. Which hand are you lowering? Did I ask you to? Yes. Now sit down. Stand. Stand. Stand.
Last year.
No. Priyanka, stand, Priyanka. I understand you've been standing since morning, but please. Saket, stand. OC, you can't be lazy. Okay, that is your hand. I will lower your hand, sorry. Lower your hand. Sit. Stand. so sit.
Is this alumni ragging?
No, this is chairs hall. This is chair table. Yeah, we'll be working with you for the next 1 year, so this is how it's going to be. Which season is it this year?
13.
When did HYDERABAD start?
2009.
Who was that who said 2009?
2009 Anolago ka gift.
What did you prepare for your interviews then? 2009 lo HYDERABAD start aayega.
2011.
11 now. It's 11. Yeah. How was the previous sessions until now? Members to my left. How was the sessions until now? Very? Very what? Boring. What? They were good, but I didn't see you raise any motions or do contradictions or support. But they're still good, kya? I was thinking, even if you do any motions, if it's that good, I'm wondering if you actually raise motions and support them, how phenomenal it would be. Yeah. See, now we have climate action and quality education. Both are like one of our favorite goals at least. Especially climate change because it's very interesting and very creative. So for the next 5 minutes, open your phones, Google it, or do whatever. Get good motions. Awareness तो सब लोग करते हैं.
Wi-Fi password.
Five minutes, folks. 5 minutes.
Check.
91 3 down.
EB.
Yes.
How's the assembly? Your assembly.
Phenomenal.
Also, another thing, I know World Cup finals are going on and most of you are very scared and interested and excited. We will screen the score of the match after the climate change session has ended. So if you want to see the score, because you will not be allowed to use your phones anyways, raise good motions, support and do everything quick so that we can end the session quick and then you can have the score. Please, we'll do one thing.
It's in the camera.
We will not display the score after the goal is done. We will display the score every time we are down with a wicket.
We're already down 3 wickets.
Yeah. A lot more to go, right?
I'll take it later.
I go on the story when the wicket goes down.
For every motion later.
Folks, please settle down. Your 5 minutes are done, and we will open the session in the next 1 minute. So please settle down. Folks, take 1 minute to settle down. We will open the session. OC, please take your positions. OC positions, please. Delegates, please switch off your phones. AV, please. OCs, please see that the members are not using their mobile phones anymore. OC, please take your positions. Folks, please don't cross talk. next two remaining goals, that is climate action and gender equality. We will now be starting with climate action.
So the current goal for this session is climate action. Take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. The house is open for speeches.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. Our world today is in turmoil, facing multiple mutual reinforcing crises. Even as we mount a fragile recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, war fuels a devastating energy, food, and cost of living crisis. And for the first time since it began over 30 years ago, the United Nations Development Programme's Human Development Report has warned that global human development measures have declined across most countries in the past 2 years. This comes against the backdrop of the greatest existential threat of all the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution and biodiversity loss. 9 of the warmest climate change is a disruption multiplier in a disrupted world, rolling back programs across the global sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Any other speeches on the floor? Maria Anjali.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Climate change is a global emergency that goes beyond national borders. The last decade, 2011 to 2020, was the warmest on record. Each of the last 4 decades has been warmer than any previous decade since 1850. The impact of climate change are global and in scope and unprecedented in scale. Thank you, Chair.
Any other speeches on the floor? The leftmost member in the second.
Thanks, Chair, for the recognition. Climate change is not a distant threat, it is a stark reality unfolding before our eyes. The signs are evident in rising temperatures and extreme weather events and alarming loss of biodiversity. This assembly provides us with an opportunity to unite our commitment to the environment stewardship. Through collaboration and conscientious choices, we can be agents of change. Let this gathering serve as a call to action, inspiring each of us to make sustainable choices. Thank you, Chair.
One last speech. We're done with it. Okay, Asma Fatima.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Our planet is facing a critical challenge, which is climate change. It's affecting our weather, ecosystems, and our daily lives. We must take action now. By coming together and making small changes, we can contribute to a healthier, greener future for future generations. Adopting sustainable practices are crucial for effective climate action. Individual actions as well as collective efforts at local and global levels plays a significant role in addressing climate change.
So let us move on to the motions. Any new motions on the floor? Naya?
First, thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. So the major source of climate action or climate change is due to the emission of greenhouse gases, and this is majorly due to the burning fossil fuels such as coal, natural gas, and some other oils.
This is like caused by many industries and transportation sources. So for this cause, we can instead shift to renewable energy initiatives such as solar power, photovoltaic cell panels, wherein we can build them for the generation of electricity.
Could you summarize your motion?
Yeah, we can shift to like renewable energy initiatives.
Do you have a plan of action for that?
Yeah, we can like implement solar panels, like solar photovoltaic panels.
Instead of, do you want to use photovoltaic?
For the generation of electricity.
Okay, got it. So, do you have any points of support?
Delegate, you can sit.
Any points of support? Okay, Sharmi, Fatima.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I want to support your point by saying that we do come across a lot of projects where we provide rides and stuff for the organization. It can be anything like an old age home or orphanage, anywhere where we are providing infrastructure, specifically lights. Then we can focus on providing solar lights only, overall in any project. This is my point. Thank you.
Melky, do you have anything to say? Any contradictions on the floor? Any contradiction? Dr. Sharma.
Before we start off, we have a chief guest.
I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, XIII Erupula. Associate President, Alumni Relations Head for the year 2020 to 2021, Associate President of Street Coast Gold for the year 21 to 22, Core Team Member of Alumni Association for the year 22 to 23, and the current Chief of Internal Sponsorship for the RFC Board. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Tanya Mohammed here, Chairperson Culture for HYDERABAD Season 12, Vice President. For the year 21-22, Alumni Association representative for Hyderabad Alumni for the year 22 to 23, one of the founding member of RFC 9.0 Eagles team, current team member of Alumni Association. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, do we have any point of contradiction for the motion which was raised before? Silence, sir.
Thank you for the recognition, Chief. As my co-delegate said, we need to place solar panels, right? Solar panels are like way too costly, so we need to check the efficiency first. Like solar panels are not cost efficient, but I'm not telling it's a wrong thing, but we need a proper planning for that, right? So we can't just tell we need to put a solar plant because it's way too costly. So we need a proper economic, like financial plan for that solar panel if we want to plant. Because last time HYA project was solar lights, I guess, like solar lights. They placed solar lights in a hamlet. No, for that it cost around 2 lakhs just for solar lights. So here my co-delegate didn't mention about like particularly solar lights or solar power source. For solar power source, for normal domestic home, solar power source will literally cost more than like, I think it will be like 10 to 7 lakhs around that price. So if we want to implement that solar grid, we need a quotation, proper quotation for that, so that HYA and sheet cost can afford it. Thank you.
Yeah. So do we have any other point of contradiction? Kiriti.
Thank you for the acknowledgement. The storage of the solar energy is quite expensive. So we can't afford the storage of the solar energy, and hence it should be used right away. Like suppose if we absorb the solar energy morning, and immediately we should use that energy by night or by next day. The storage is more expensive, so not everyone can afford.
Well, I do think it is like a little expensive, but compared to other methods, I think this is more sustainable. Also, it is environmentally sustainable, so I would still support it.
Okay, got it. Do we have any other new motions on the floor?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I have a motion which focuses on transitioning from traditional biomass as we know, many villages still use wood as their primary source for cooking and other biomass. We can use solar panels as a primary source by installing them. We can use solar powered cookers. Thank you.
I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, Tarun Kumar. Vice President Operations of HYDERABAD for the year 2022 to 2023 and the current Finance and Legal Head of RFC Board. Vice President, Division Expansion and Policy Governance and Culture for the year 21-22 and founding member of RFC 9.0 Eagles team and current Vice President of the Associate President Public Relations of Sheetcos Hyderabad for the year 2026.
So you propose a motion of using biomass energy, right? And also using solar powered cookers. That is what you told. Am I right, Delegate? Okay. So do we have any?
Delegate, do you have any plan of action for it?
Yeah, so first we'll get a solar power design for the suitable, used for the dimensions of the village, like for the requirements area. Then we'll get a storage device to store the solar power. Then we'll get an induction stove for the families with utensils which can be used on the induction stove.
Thank you.
thank you for acknowledging me, Chairs. Solar energy is one of the best possible ways to tackle lack of non-renewable sources at this moment. And I understand it's costlier and less affordable compared to the regular options we have. But it's a one-time investment is what I feel, because the amount of energy will be saved, the amount of non-renewable sources will be saved are much higher than what it is spending in the one-time investment. So I support the co-delegate statement, and I feel we need to use solar cookers, etc., and even solar lights. So yeah, thank you.
Any point of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Okay, so as my co-delegate has mentioned in terms of biomass fuel, right? So I would like to state one point that in order to produce the energy from biomass, like to produce so much of like energy, like you want so much of your biomass is required. First of all, my question is like, where do you find that much huge amount of biomass where you can, out of the entire amount of biomass, you can produce very little amount of energy? It is not feasible at this point of time. Why? Because if we look at the amount of energy we produce through that large amount of biomass, it's very less. So it's not feasible.
The member who has raised a motion, do you want to contradict?
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. Chair. The point was not using biomass, it was using solar panels. And solar panels are not expensive because the Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Corporation is giving 50% subsidy.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Shrikant Rajput.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. In reality, village people handle any other things in rough way. So, handovering them cooking products with solar energy might not be that impactful. Solar electricity is fine, right? But giving them solar cooking products might not affect us.
We understand there are a lot of contradictions, but please take care of the tables. Okay, any points of contradiction? Lasya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. So even when we talk about the solar cookers, minimum solar cooker will cost around 3,000, and when we talk about the budget and all other things also, we need to spend more amount, and even though amount is more, the impact would be less, because the minimum cost is 3,000 and it can lead to 10,000 also. And I would like to contradict the point that it is not that feasible. I know it is feasible, but not that impacted. So it's not that recommended. Thank you.
So do we have any contradiction on the floor? One contradiction? Please.
I would like to, thank you for acknowledging me, Chairs. I would like to contradict last year my co-delegate statement. I understand the prices are high, but it's a one-time investment, and you need not spend much more on wood or biomass. The amount of biomass you'll have to use, it's a single investment where you can charge it in the sun and you can use it anytime. So I feel it's more feasible.
Anyone is up for a debate here, or shall we move on to the next motion? Lasya and Devesh, the floor is open for debate.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. So I agree to the point that it is a permanent impact thing, but every time solar cooker can't be used for cooking. That is a point that need to be considered. Because every time you can't get a very proper sunlight, that too very uniform sunlight. Solar cookers will work whenever you get proper rays on it, and when it is a rainy day or when it is a cloudy day, you can't use it also. Even spending up to lots of money on it and just using for some time is not that feasible in my point.
I understand, Lasya, but these are minor discrepancies. The little compromise you take in this step is going to save our environment in multiple ways. Our small step towards this, a little compromise on our side can help the environment in much better ways. You understand, right, how harmful the traditional techniques in cooking are in the village, right? So this could save a lot, and this could even help the environment too. So I feel the compromise is worth it.
Yeah, but when we talk about the traditional techniques that villages are using, these days almost all the villages are also using gas stoves or some other stoves instead of using wood or some other burning material. So it can be that harmful also as far as I know.
So you suggest using LPG, a non-renewable source, as a better option than solar?
No, I didn't mention that LPG is a better, but I'm mentioning it. Traditional ways are also changed. Instead of wooden stoves or burning stoves, they are using some other gas stoves or some other fuel stoves. That is the main point that I conveyed in the previous point.
Regardless, gas stoves or regular two-burner stoves use non-renewable sources as their fuel to burn.
Non-renewable sources, yes, they can be used, but in my point, solar thing is not that feasible. Because as the point I said, it can't be used all the time.
So my concluding statement is that the little compromise we have to take is worth it for the kind of impact we're giving towards the environment, and I think we can compromise a little bit on our side.
Thank you, Delegate. You can be seated. So, do we have any new motions on the floor? The delegate to the second last row.
Thank you for your acknowledgement, Chair. So regarding my, there's a company known as Banyan Nation in Telangana that what basically does is converts all the plastic waste into diesel or other petroleum products by the process known as pyrolysis, and there are various other waste management facilities in the state as well that undergo such operations. But one of the major challenges they face is the segregation of waste. So if we create a system where the rural villages are trained to segregate their waste to their source, then these recycling facilities are willing to pay them so that they do not have to take up the burden of the segregation, and these waste will also be redirected from the landfills.
So do we have any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. But my co-delegate mentioned is we have to first, if we need to give them the waste, we have to segregate. So I would like to remind that in Telangana there are multiple districts, multiple villages. We being a limited workforce, you need to go to entire Telangana state or so many number of places you need to collect them, and then you need to give them, and that is not at all feasible. First of all, going to each and every place, each and every house, each and every village, getting waste from each and every single person is not at all feasible and not at all a viable project. First of all, why? Because this might be limited to one particular area, but even though if we limit to that one particular area, the impact scale is very, very, very less. Thank you.
Delegate, do you have any points of support to your statement?
Yeah. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Chair. So I guess my point has been, it has gotten the wrong narrative. I've never mentioned that we are the ones who are going to collect the waste, or we are the ones who are going to manage the entire collection or the supply system. What happens is there are various other managements or various other companies that these waste recycling facilities have tie-ups with. So they are the ones who take up the collection and all these things. We're only training the villagers about segregation, and we're only forming a link between these two organizations.
So you're telling you will do an awareness session in the villages?
Not awareness session, I'm sorry, but it's about forming a link between the, it's basically about training the villagers on segregation and connecting them to the recyclers, so that the recyclers will pay them for the segregation and the supply continues.
Do we have any points of support on the floor? Any points of support? The delegate to the left.
Thank you, Jay, for acknowledging me. And what I feel, I'll add to the point of my co-delegate. What I feel is, today we all in this assembly we are talking about climate science and all only because we know about it. I feel like the upcoming generation or the people in the government schools, what he told, should be educated about this climate science and energy science is what we are talking about. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Any other points of support? Any point of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So as my co-delegate is mentioning that we'll be just acting as a link between the villagers and we'll be supplying the team, the people who are operating. So I think Hyderabad Youth Assembly is not meant for acting some mediation between one person to another. We are meant to implement large-scale impact. So just acting as a link between one person to another, it's not, the role of Hyderabad Youth Assembly doesn't justify at all. Why? Because, and we can't guarantee that this process continues each and every single time, right? Because the huge amounts of follow-ups needs to be done in order that this process continues for each and every month, each and every week, which means we have to leave all other works and we need to just keep this major project into consideration, which is not at all viable. Thank you.
Any new motion on the floor? Rushita Reddy.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Now, I will start off with saying with increasing urbanization, underground water is being indiscriminately exploited, and there's a depletion in water availability. Now, due to this, bore wells and local wells are failing to pump out water from the wells. So, to reduce this effect, groundwater needs to be recharged. The water table needs to be recharged. So, the motion I'm putting forward is rainwater harvesting pits. Now, I'm putting forward this motion because, first off, it reduces soil erosion and flood hazards by collecting the rainwater, and it replenishes the soil, which is, of course, useful for the farmers too. And it's cost effective. You don't have to rely on tankers all the time. For every 20 families, it costs around 7,500 per month. And we'll also be saving fuel to run the tankers, like the petrol which they use. So that is my motion. Thank you.
Yeah. Any points of support? Any points of support on the floor? Any points of contradiction? Yeah, the delegate.
Thank you for acknowledging. I want to contradict this point, saying that this is only feasible in the rainy season, and most of the states in India are doing as of now. And I don't think that because of the climate position and climate emissions right now, I don't think there are no rains right now, and that this will be a problem, and this will lead to nothing. Thank you.
Okay. Any other point of contradiction? Okay. Silent.
Thank you for acknowledgement, Chief. So rainwater harvesting pits is a good idea, but in the part of execution, right? We take the example of
non-chief.
Sorry, sir. Yeah. Thank you for acknowledging the chair.
Please be seated. You have any point of contradiction or any point of support? Point of support. Contradiction.
I would like to thank the chair for acknowledging me. I would just like to know about the feasibility of the project, and we would like to implement it. Like, we had an idea of rainwater harvesting, right? Like, where would we lay the pits? Like, even if we start before the rainy season, like after the summers, but where would we start it and where would we recharge the water? Like, that's the point I would like to know.
Rushita, do you have any points that you want to put forward?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Can I ask my co-delegate if he wants to know the plan of action or where I want to execute it?
Thank you for acknowledgement, Chair. Yeah, I would like to know the plan of
Delegate,
action.
we didn't ask you to speak.
Yeah, sorry, Chair.
The House is now open for debate.
Yes. Do you want to know how much it would cost or how feasible it is or where I would like to execute it?
Yeah, like the locations of where we would execute. Like most of us know the costing, but you said like you would recharge the water, but at which places would we like to do it? So like we can't recharge it all over the Hyderabad, and each of the place has a different land. Like some are hilly and some are like completely low. Like we couldn't process it at everywhere.
Yes. So sustainable development, isn't it? We are not trying to. Now, when we say we are trying to do a food drive, we are not doing it throughout Hyderabad. We are doing it at a certain place where it would create an impact. So rainwater harvesting bit it is. I would like to do it in a small village, a remote village, where people usually go for tankers all the time, even during rainy season, where there is no availability of water. So construction of rainwater harvesting pits beside the bore well, around 2 to 3 meters deep, would help around 20 families. One single rainwater harvesting pit. So even if it rains, like if we constructed before rainy season, the water table will be replenished, and the water will be, like, if we can reduce the shortage of water by 20% at least.
Yeah, like you said, there was no like source of water and they need to travel, right? Like what if there is no groundwater? Like
I'm sorry, I did not say that.
Yeah, like you said, like even during rainy season they need to travel for water.
I did not say that.
Yeah, like after.
I did not
Yeah,
say
like
I mentioned the use of tankers.
Like I heard it, like they need to travel for water after rain. Like if I'm wrong, like.
I did not say that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, what if there is a previously existing water down there? Like we don't know, right?
If there was a previously existing water, the bore wells wouldn't be dry.
Okay. Yeah, and
Members, please give your conclusions. I conclude by saying rainwater harvesting pits are very feasible for the people who don't have any access to water and rely on tankers, and the cost for 20 families will be around 25 to 30,000, which saves up a lot of fuel, which is used to run the tankers, and the money too.
Got it.
Thank you.
Conclusions, please.
yeah, just like to know the feasibility of the project and like wherever we can implement, it's for the best.
Any motions on the floor? To go to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As pollution is increasing day by day, and we humans have to tackle it and come up with those as alternative as well. So I state that, how about awareness or distribution of plants, those are eco-friendly, that absorb the pollution and gives us the oxygen in return. So I would like to name those plants, Chlorophytum comosome, PC plant and lily plant. These plants are mostly eco-friendly plants which will absorb most of the pollution and give us the oxygen. And we, the NGO, can also distribute these plants and give a eco-friendly hand.
Any points of support? Points of support? Points of contradiction?
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. There's a place called Oxygen. There's a park called Oxygen Park in Kompally. Do you think that it has more oxygen than full of carbon dioxide after
Any other points of support to the motion? Points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Please go ahead.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. My motion is about normalizing wearing wrinkled clothes, because every year 190 kg of CO2 equivalent in greenhouse gas are emitted each year. That is equal to 0.19 metric tons CO2, which is equivalent in greenhouse gases each year by ironing the clothes. So if we normalize wearing wrinkled clothes, especially
Delegate, do you have a plan of action on how you want to take this project forward?
Starting with respected chair, starting with awareness, and it should start with us. If we start normalizing wearing wrinkled clothes, then we can execute it.
Points of contradictions, please. Ritesh.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. So before I move forward, so I would like to ask the co-delegate have a comment on clothes with a very untidy or wrinkled clothes. I understand the fact that we have the concern, but we have to work on something which is really implementable, to be very honest. So, yeah, thank you.
Member, do you have a response? Respected Chair, today I have come ironing my clothes. Every day I go to college with wrinkled clothes.
Delegate, do you want to, Ritesh, do you want to reply? The house is open for debate.
I'm not asking to stop ironing the clothes. When you have important meetings or important days like assembly, we can wear iron clothes. Every day,
Personally, I believe, yes, it regards the kind of presentation and what we go ahead. Trusting is very important that where we are moving forward. Yes. So where we are moving forward and where we ensure we meet a lot of people, we attend a lot of things and all. And it is basic psychological instinct also that if you have a very tidy clothes, like something where people do receive the same manner. And I don't understand the fact, yes, it is one of the necessity for sure, right? Coming, that's basic hygiene probably what I consider as, right? So yes, there are few traditional methods like we used to put the coal bars in the iron metal and used to do in the olden days, if you could know that. But that's how the traditional ways have been. But I think with a fast-moving world, going back to things where we start from scratch, where we can't meet the diet requirements on any scale. So I think it is obviously not in discussion to be made here also. So.
my point was of decreasing the carbon emissions.
See, I understand, if you have a plan of action on that, conflict the point and raise the alternative on it. If you don't have an alternative, it's all about questioning scenarios and all. If you want to question anything, you have everything to question about on everyday basis. If you have the alternative, yes, we are ready to learn. We would like to hear about your initiative, we will support you in the best way possible, but without any alternatives, questioning doesn't come to an end, a positive end or an approach.
Any other points of contradiction to the motion raised?
Firstly, I don't think people would actually be willing to, as you said, wearing wrinkled clothes or something. If you go tell people reduce this or don't normalize wearing wrinkled clothes, I don't think anybody would be actually agreeing to that.
Kavya Shruti, you have passed the chip regarding your motion. Would you want to explain?
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. So my motion is about bottle crushers. So bottle crushers is a machine which is used to convert glass into sand. So what we do is we use the sand from the beaches and from the river banks for construction purposes and to make play pits for the kids in the schools and stuff. What happens is when we dig these sand from the beaches and the river banks, it will cause a collapse of the inward sand, which will lead for the river water, the beach water to come towards the city, which is really harmful. So by implementing these bottle crushers, what we can do is it will convert glass bottles starting from jam bottles to wine bottles. It will convert them and make them into sun. This sun is very much eco-friendly and it is very easy and safe to use. And there is 90% reduction in the volume by crushing the bottle, and then the ratio is about 1:10.
Delegate, do you have a plan of action on how to implement this project?
Yeah, actually, in this project, the places where we are going to implement this would be Telangana being a state where there's a lot of supply of liquor and alcohol. We of course would get a lot of glass bottles. So what we could do is a machine, a bottle crusher machine, which the cost would start from around 1 lakh, and then these machines can be implemented, and then we can convert the glass into soil, and then we can use it for construction purposes and to preserve the beaches.
Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Folks, did you understand the motion?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think it is not feasible for a HYA member to do this project, because from where would we get in the bottles? I mean, even if you go to a wine mart or a wine shop, they recycle those bottles. So I don't know how we would do that, or where we could set up the machine. I don't think it is possible for a student to do something like this.
Any more points of contradiction? The member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. I don't think this bottle crushing is feasible, because once the bottle is crushed, the minute particles will be less than which are visible to the naked eyes, and this will create biomagnification when it is collected in the fishes and the ecosystem, and I think the whole ecosystem will
I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, Pranav Sisla. Chairperson HYA of Single Flow, Associate President for Street Course Hyderabad for the year 2014 to 2015, Alumni Association's lead for the year 2022 to 23, and the current co-lead of Alumni Association. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. As he has mentioned that there are minute particles of glass which are being produced, but then as I've mentioned, only 90% of the there's 90% reduction in the volume. The remaining 10%, the waste, will be collected in the machinery itself, which will be sent for further purification and stuff like that.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Kiriti.
థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ అక్నాలెడ్జ్మెంట్. చెప్పాలంటే ఇప్పుడు ఒక క్రషర్ తీసుకొని బాటిల్స్ కలెక్ట్ చేసి మొత్తం క్రష్ చేసి కన్వర్ట్ టు శాండ్, మనం బిజినెస్ స్టార్ట్ చేయలేదు కదా ఇప్పుడు శాండ్ అమ్ముకొని.
Member, would you like to answer that?
Yes, Chair. Thank you for acknowledging. We are not just selling sand for constructional purposes. We are even aiming to preserve beaches, and this technology has already been used in some other countries too. This has already been used in some other countries too. So I don't think it's a business deal.
Points of contradiction? Hari.
Folks, we would appreciate the members talking rather than sharing as the chits. It will be really hard for us to acknowledge every chit. Please speak up.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And also, as my co-delegate has mentioned about the glass bottles.
So some of the glass bottles are being sold to some of the vendors for recycling purpose. So will we be giving any kind of amount to the wine shops or any other people?
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I want to ask a question. How much? What is the amount of bottles you need to turn to 1 kg of sand? Around 10 bottles of 1 kg of sand. So how many bottles do you think you can collect a day? So I was asking, how many bottles do you think you can collect in a day?
Members, the house is not open for debate yet. You can please sit. So the house is all now. Please share your words.
Very good afternoon to all of you. First, I want to make a confession. And the confession is that I have come to Hyderabad in 1982 and worked with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam for 33 years till 2015 when he departed. I have seen with him the best of the forums and the best of the debates. But the confession I want to make it, this is the best. And people talk about New India is rising, New India is coming, India will lead the world. If there is a New India today anywhere, that New India is here. I want to use this opportunity with you youngsters, and I have no doubt in my mind that when you grow up, you will not only be leading your own life, you will not only be leading the communities and families to whom you belong, you will be leading to this world to become a better place. I have no doubt about it. Now coming to the context of the United Nations, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, all of you must be aware, UN SDGs on 2030. It was adopted in 2015 and it is a shared blueprint for the peace and prosperity for the people and the planet. And at the heart of this is 17 SDGs. I am making it a point, 17 SDGs, because at the end I am going to make a resolution from this forum for adding the 18th SDGs. And what is that 18th SDGs? In my short time, about 10 minutes, I am going to evolve it. Okay. Now, nothing happens all of a sudden. I will not be there if my parents are not there. And my parents will not be there if their parents are not there. And all of you, don't carried away by this orientation and all that, please do get married, have your children, and take the progeny along. That is what is the life. Okay? So the United Nations was created in 1945 by the nations who won the World War. See, who create a forum? The forum is created by the winner, and who won? They created United Nations in 1945. Where? In headquartered in New York. Then, in 1972, first time when a environmental conference was held in Stockholm, Sweden, the idea of human-environment interaction was added. So it was political in the beginning. 1945, we won the war, we will run the world. This is the World Bank, this is the United Nations, this is UNICEF, this is this, this is that, and anybody who will fight, we will go and intervene. Anybody who goes rogue, we will go and punish him. That was the idea. Then it took some time, 1972, they started talking about the environment. Then in 1992, another 20 years, a Earth Summit held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And then the concept of sustainable development has come. It is nice to be developed, but it has to be sustained also. And then in Millennium Summit in 2000 at the UN headquarters in New York, called for people at the center of everything we do. So from politics to environment to sustainability to people. And 8 Millennium Goals, MDGs, was set out. Remove poverty, people should be healthy. I am not here to enumerate all of them. But then, in 2012, Future We Want was launched. And it was decided that while the MDGs are solely focusing on the developing countries, poor countries, Africa, Asia, what about the developed countries? What about the middle income group countries? Because there also people are not happy, they have a lot of problems. So, at that time, the SDGs came into being. And the focus is expanded from just removing the poverty to full spectrum of economic, social and environmental dimensions. Not only poverty, but the whole spectrum. Now the question comes, and as youngsters, I am very sure that you must be asking that questions. Who runs this world? Because apparently United Nations is not in a capacity to even stop a war, to even telling that don't destroy a hospital. So who runs the world? Who runs the world? This question is very important because you are going to grow up. You should know who runs the world. Now there are 3 kinds of people in the world. Always, since beginning today, ever, there only be 3 kinds of people in the world, and you be very clear that in which kind of you belong to, because that is going to decide your future. And what are these 3 kinds of people in the world? They are workers, managers and owners. Workers, managers and owners. And this fashion, this trend that everybody wants to be manager is extremely dangerous, it is not sustainable, it is going to bust. This world moves by workers. Whatever online shopping you do, somebody has to come and deliver it to your doorstep. It is worker which is going to be important. So now, let us see who are the workers, who are the owners, because workers, managers we know. And I am telling that it is dangerous, that everybody wants to become manager, you have to be a worker. Now the question comes, both managers and workers work for an owner. So who is the owner? Now the owner is people with money. But the problem is, money circulates. अभी मेरी पॉकेट में है, मैं एक चाय पीऊंगा, वो मेरी पॉकेट से निकल के चाय वाले की पॉकेट में फंस जाएगी। फिर चाय वाला एक सिगरेट पिएगा तो वो उसकी पॉकेट से निकल के सिगरेट वाले की जेब में फंस जाएगी। तो पॉइंट इज दैट द मनी इज रोटेटिंग। So whose money is this? Who is the owner? Who is rotating it? So this point is a very important point to understand. Who owns the money? Now it is a truth and a very bitter truth that richest 1% in the world, they own more than half of the world's money. Richest 1% people in the world, they own more than half of the world's money. And the poorest half of the world, they own less than 1%. It is actually 0.75%. अच्छा नहीं लगता, so I think actually 1% to put it. So this is the kind of world we are living. This is the kind of the world we are living. Now, most of the money in our economy is created by banks. Now something very interesting I want to say today is created by banks. You get a call, 5 lakhs personal loan is available. बस क्लिक कर दो, मिल जाएगा. Now you must be wondering, ये कौन है जो मेरे को 5 lakhs rupees देना चाहता है? This 5 lakhs rupees belong to that जिसका सामान पड़ा हुआ है वो उसको बेचना चाहता है. How can he sell unless you put 5 lakhs rupees into your wallet? You won't buy that mostly useless item. A new lipstick, a new apparel, a new shoe, which may be your 20th shoe. Why should you problem. That will be called super AI, because Chat GPT is nothing but general AI. So we have to prepare for that. And how do we prepare for that? We have to start a movement called AI for Good. AI for Good. And that should be the 18th SDG.
Thank you so much, sir, for such valuable words of knowledge and such thought-provoking insights. Not only into the UN SDGs, but also into life sciences and into the field of science, which shows your field, that you are an author, you are a scientist, and you are into all these professions. Thank you so much for addressing the assembly, sir. The house is now open for a Q&A session with our chief guest. Anyone with questions, please raise your card. Aditya.
Sir, what's your opinion on unions?
Opinion on unions. Unions. What do you mean by union?
I mean worker unions, for example, railway unions, etc.
Do you have a union between your heart and mind? These words are created, they have lost their meanings. The word union has lost its meaning now. The challenge is, how do I have a union between my heart and mind? What I think right only I should do. What I don't think right, I should say no. This is the way I want to tell you. So this union and all is gone. The new world will be run by artificial intelligence. I was going to go through this debate of crushing energy, all these things. What is changing? Anyway, it is changing. 2 years from now, these debates will be irrelevant. It's changing. So prepare for the change. So this union and all is over now. There is only one union, which is money. That's all.
Thank you so much for addressing the assembly, sir. I would like to call upon Pranav to give out a token of love to our beloved chief.
We would also like to invite the Nurses Club former chairperson.
So we were going through climate change, right? So we'll go with two more motions, and three more motions and end this goal. So we really are hoping for some really innovative and thoughtful motions on the floor. So the ones who, so any new motions on the floor? Jai Chandra.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. So in the last couple of motions, I've seen that we are not focusing on large-scale impact, I felt. So back in 2016-17, I suppose, we have installed around 5 solar street lights, and each solar street light costed us around approximately back in those days 15K. And I just approached with one person, and they have told me that they're still in working condition, and we just need to replace the batteries. That's it. So I feel here we are focusing on the larger scale impact rather than a smaller scale impact with households. So I think we can still consider this at some villages or somewhere or anywhere. Again, there are some schools still, I believe, and I think maybe 17, 18 or some HYA also they've, certain batch. During this phase, I think they've installed the solar for the schools, I think the whole school. So I think even you can focus on certain schools again, so where there is lack of electricity and all. So I think this will be a good motion maybe, so you can consider it. Thank you.
Lovely motion, Jason. Any points of support? So the idea is about installation of solar panels in schools in rural areas or wherever there is an SCT. Any points of support on that? Yes, Simon.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I completely support the motion raised by my co-delegate Jai Chandra, because so far in HYA in the last few assemblies, we're focused on installing solar lights in rural areas, but I believe that just these rural areas and this rural population, I believe personally that educating school students on solar energy is much more needed, and that is going to drive the future of the country too. It's not just us here sitting in the assembly that realize the importance of solar power, but I believe it is these young kids in the schools that should be aware about it. So coming up with a project of installing solar lights at schools will definitely be a great project for HY. Thank you so much.
Any points of contradiction? Yeah, Sai.
Acknowledgement, Chair. So one of my co-delegates' point of support was nice, like educating children about the solar energy. But the first one is like, see, schools are like so huge compared to household. And personally, I studied in a school which is run by solar power. My school is totally run on solar power, but the main problem is storing that solar energy. We can convert it directly. That is very easy. Like we can put solar panels, but the problem is storing that solar power. For that, our school is like 1 acre, I guess. In that, we could install only few solar panels with the budget of huge, like 10 to 15 lakhs, I guess. So we need to invest a lot of amount in that. I know it's a single time investment, I know it's very, very good, but even with that small amount of, even that solar panels, we face so many fluctuations in the power.
Sai, firstly, I'm assuming you come from a very good school. 1 acre.
No. My school is government school.
Okay. Sure. Chandra, do you want to answer? Sure. So you are saying that the feasibility of doing this is difficult?
Yeah, because school is like so huge compared to households. For household only the price for solar panels is so high compared to a school, because school, if we take any school, even like a small school, the strength will be more than 500 children. So the area will be more and the power consumption will be more. So solar panels for schools in that schools like large scale things like schools is not feasible.
Got it. Thanks. Chandra.
Thank you, Chair. Again. So we
we are here for the large scale impact, I believe. So if it is in a large scale, I mean like 1 acre or 2 acres again, I think we're solving the problem again. And I currently teaching in school again, right now. So there are a lot of children who are more aware of the solar electricity at the same time the regular ones. So they're already aware of that they need to save the electricity in a good way. And I personally monitor some children. Let's say grade 1, grade 2. They have a monitor who, will check who is turning on the lights or turning off on time or not. So they know very well. But imagine if there is any government school or any other school, not just government again, if we're showing them the impact what we can give with solar, I think we are changing their perspective and minds.
Yeah, thanks Chandra. Just to add on, those students who are checking this switch on, switch off, they become CRs in BTech. But on a serious note, just coming to the storage part of it, all of these units which are there, solar panels, they come with a storage unit, where energy is stored. It just doesn't go waste. And also, once you install it, there is a government reimbursement policy. I mean, if there is extra energy that is collected, it goes back to the government. So this is doable, but on a large scale. Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Placard. Yeah.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. Climate change leads to global warming, and we need to reduce global warming. Global warming usually happens because of the pollution, and mainly caused by the air pollution. So, Chairs, I come up with a motion to implement and establish biofilters on the walls of the buildings in the urban cities to reduce the air pollution. And to do this, I have my own startup idea, which is kind of inspired. To do this, I want to have a wall filled with a plant called moss. So, why moss, if I have to say it? Moss usually eats pollution. Moss does not have any roots. And so, as it doesn't have any roots, the only way for it to live is to get nutrients from the air. So it has to recycle and it has to filter the air in order to live. So that is why to build moss walls across the buildings, over the walls of the buildings, would be a great help. And not only does it cools, it recycles the air, every particle of air which enters the moss wall, the CO2, sulfates, everything sticks onto the wall and doesn't come back again. And every wave of air comes into the wall, when it goes back cooler. So right now I have a plan of action which can be possible in a way.
Yeah, just go ahead with the plan of action.
Okay, so first I thought of streetcars tying up with T-Works, so that government can give us funds and also we can raise funds. And I want this walls to be established on every metro pillars and on the top of RTC buses and also trains. So that by doing this, it filters the air in the urban cities.
Got it. Sure. So the idea is installation of biofilters on the walls or different places in the urban areas. Any points of support? Yeah, yes. Apologies, I can't read your name, but...
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I personally support this motion because I studied in Mikasa Concept School, which is in Bachpally, and there are many other schools in Bachpally, and near to Bachpally there's an industrial area, Idea Bolaram, you might know, and that place has a lot of air pollution, and due to that many students in Bachpally were affected due to this chronic lung disease, a pulmonary disease. So research has been proven that if we can reduce the air pollution by even 0.01%, we can increase the life expectancy of the people living in that area. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Got it. Any points of contradiction? Yeah, Charan. You can have a seat.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. As my co-delegate said about moss walls, it also leads to moisture on the walls, and he told sulfur and some harmful components or like substances will be on the wall. So walls are things which we touch regularly, right? So what if that wall will become a bit, and he also mentioned about the rooftop of artists which is a pure metal, and if and these.
So from my understanding, I'm sure wall doesn't mean like directly sticking on the wall. It's a different methodology altogether. If you could please explain that. Yeah, go ahead.
So okay, if you not consider the wall, then RTC plus rooftops. It's a metal, right? Rooftop is a metal, and moisture will be there, and it will get corroded.
Again, Charan, same thing. I'm assuming it is not directly sticking moss everywhere, but there is a different methodology that is executed. And if you could explain, I mean, it's good for all of us.
This idea is a good idea.
No, your question is valid. Let him explain the scenario.
The reason why I didn't tell about this is I am actually trying to get patents for this. So it would be not good to explain my startup idea to everyone, but let's say I can put a protective layer which below the moss wall, which helps not to corrode or rust free, and it also sticks. And to add on to my motion, it is also cost effective. So it not, as he said, my fellow delegate, the moisture, it creates moisture, obviously. So, and the sulfates and all will be stick onto that, but moss is a plant which eats pollution and grows. So if you take 1 cubic meter of moss and put it on a wall, if you leave it for a week or 2 weeks, it becomes a whole wall again. So it eats pollution and it doesn't have any roots, so its only means to live is to survive by recycling the air pollution. By this, if we have accomplished this in the full scale, I think Hyderabad would actually be called as a green city.
Got it, thanks. But one thing, the idea is great, right? But at the same time, now how long will it take for you to get your thappa on it? And then when will it come into the market, and how will this collaboration happen if you're still in progress?
All I need is a techie with the prototype, and then that's my first plan of action, that we can do that in T-Works. So if T-Works could collab with us, and I wanted to be part of HYA and not as an individual member, I want to go as part of HYA, so that it would be not only me getting benefited from it, it will also be if someone asks me what did you do as your corporate social responsibility, I can say this.
Sure, thanks. Any other new motions on the floor? I want ideas like these, not awareness, but something that can be done. Any new motions on the floor? The delegate to the end.
Thank you, Chair. I have a contradiction to that.
Any new motions?
No, sir.
No. New ideas? Yes, please. The lady.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Fast fashion makes up of 10% of our global carbon emissions, as well as being highly damaging in terms of greenhouse gases. So one way we could reduce this is by thrift shopping. Thrift shopping significantly reduces the carbon footprint associated with manufacturing and shipping new clothes. So my motion would be to set up a thrift store, either online or offline, in a proper setup.
Could you please explain what a thrift store is? Sounds very fancy, but some explanation.
Thrifting is basically you are selling second-hand clothes. You are not buying new clothes. So when you choose second-hand items, you are saving resources but also minimizing the greenhouse gas emissions linked with the product and transportation of new products. So thrifting is basically like when you are buying a new apparel and you think you're done with it and you will not wear it anymore, you can put it up for sale and people will buy it rather than opting for new apparel again.
So you want us to set up that thrift store?
Yes, either online or in a proper setup.
Got it. Yeah, good planning, but let me. So the idea is to set up a store, a thrift store, wherein we online or offline we collect the new clothes or whatever used clothes, and then we sell it in the second market so that there is no new emission of stuff happening because we are reselling it. Right? Any points of support? Any points of support? Yes, Ritesh. Ritesh is like, let me be creative.
Thanks, Shay, for the acknowledgement. Before I get into the implementation aspect, but I would like to appreciate the idea because there's a concept called reselling the clothes, which is very famous in the Western countries, to be very honest. And there are a lot of tier 4 cities who are still using that clothes which is being coming from the western part of the countries. So irrespective of the implementation, I request my co-delegate to work on the plan of action, identify the risk and all. But I think this could be an aspect where we could think about it. I understand the fact that it is completely new. People really not okay with it because of the fact that they're not used to it. But if we could slowly implement it as a matter of fact, and if we could start that small change to understand that how it actually happens in the ecosystem, let's understand that we could take it forward in a positive approach, please.
Do you have a plan of action?
So we can start with the HYA members ourselves. We can collect clothes that we don't wear often and the ones that are like just lying around on the shelves. So we can collect that, and we can, like, if it's an online store, what I generally see online on Instagram is that they click pictures of, say, a shirt. So they click picture of the shirt, they post it, but at the end this also needs a lot of promotion of the account because this has to reach people. So proper social media, I think, would be helpful for us.
Any points of contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So as my co-delegate is mentioning of thrift store. So first of all, I would like to mention that we are not any kind of a corporate company or any kind of business model, right, which we are running, like we are setting up of a store online or offline. Okay, fine, which means for that, we have to constantly engage someone into looking after the orders, which means we have to make sure one person completely responsible for checking out the order, and then we have to send that order online, which is once again a cost to us. This is a complete business model. I don't know from where we might be getting profits out of this. Why? Because we have to create projects which is impactful, but doing this is completely a corporate model, is what I believe. Thank you.
See, I totally get the concern of the co-delegate sitting next to me. But the matter of fact is, the approaches has to be pretty, if I could see since morning while I was sitting here or chairing there, I heard all about awareness, honestly speaking. Like 80% of things is all about awareness. I understand people have creative ideas to implement in terms of awareness. But as a matter of fact, this couldn't be framed as a complete business model, to be very honest. To an extent, maybe we can put as a pilot campaign. To an extent, then as I understand your concern that this is quite complex. I totally get that. That's why I'm taking a stand with the idea. So, in terms of it, business model, there's no, I mean, I don't know about profits, but I think there won't be any loss also, honestly. Right? Anyways, we will go to the nation drive or something or the other. So, it's something really creative to come up with the team and all.
I think let's keep the house open for debate between Nihar and Ritesh.
Go on.
Okay, as you are mentioning that you are taking a stand for an idea, but when the idea itself is not a feasible idea, then it's not a point of taking a stand whether it's right or wrong. It's what I believe.
I could take numerous examples in the history that where people have thought and people have really criticized ideas and they've probably implemented. If you take all big notable people or any who are highly intellectual or people like that, you could criticize them initially. And that's how the change started, where people have questioned this is the right way of thinking, and people have made that to the way next to that.
Okay, so now let's imagine, okay, we have started this tip store. Okay, so we have given online, okay, we have given the concerned person, we have taken an online order. We have sent the concerned person an online order. Imagine if that person is not there to receive. Imagine sometimes they might cancel the order, which means we are having an additional burden on ourselves, completely looking after the order, where we have to call them, which is completely waste of time from my, because if you take Amazon, Flipkart, like this big platforms only, we might cancel our orders multiple times. So what is we being an...
As I mentioned earlier, it could be a pilot campaign that could be happening for 1 week, like something where you can actually work on it. I'm not selling that, okay, we'll sell to HYDERABAD to make a revenue of this so and so numbers. I'm trying to focus, at least if the bunch of 100 people sitting up promoting about the reselling that is happening. Maybe if you could go check into yourself, your internet, probably you could get a lot of scope in terms of reselling market in the Western countries.
Yeah, but actually, in the same point...
And a matter of fact, we also adopt Indians, sorry for the facts, but a lot of things have been adapted from Western culture itself, right? So adoption will start somewhere or the other, and I hope it's also somewhere, some other time will definitely.
As a matter of adoption, Tipstore is not something very new. It's actually we are pretty much very much implementing. I think in many
members, thank you for that. Good to see two people in action. But the way I see it, I'll tell you honestly, 2015-16 we tried something like this, wherein we didn't do thrift store, but we wanted to collect clothes and then give it second hand, right, to rural villages. Problem with our people especially is the fact that when we ask to give second hand clothes, we give them only when that particular apparel has 16 holes in it. Or if we bought it as a black color shirt and it became half white. So we use things till that extent, and that is when any time someone comes in and then asks for a apparel, or maybe our maids or anyone. Not everyone is doing it. Most of the time you see that particular thing that you try to donate is not a donatable thing at all. So to set up this thing with such fancy whole shirts and whatever things that we try to do is a little difficult. But like Ritesh said again, great idea, it is happening in US, and trust me, India there is a startup that is actually doing it. But for us maybe in a very short scale it's a little difficult to pull it off. So that's the only challenge, but great idea, tough implementation. That's what it is. I think we will wrap this particular goal with this last motion. Let's go ahead. You have something? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I think I couldn't say this to be something really out of the box, to be very honest, but I want to get the facts right. As the team has been discussing since 1 hour regarding the climate change, emission, carbon requirements, on what is all happening all around, right? So I just want to get the facts right and need to highlight the principle where this is the right platform, I believe so. In terms of promoting public transportation, that could be one of the most significant, but which has not been neglected, to be very honest. I understand that people might come and question me after the legal contradictions that will use your personal transportation or public transportation. I agree to the fact that 80% of feasibility couldn't be possible with the public transportation. I totally get that, being on a very practical terms. But if there is a scope, potential scope where they could go with the public transportation, that is highly appreciated. And normalizing pooling the drivers and all. So whenever you're going to the same destination with 3-4 people, where you can pool for one single vehicle and can just go on. So likewise, we could start our own initiative, and at least we could be an example as HYDERABAD members that we're sitting here today, and we ensure that at least apart from all this awareness, because self-aware ourselves and understand the impact that it is creating, especially for the carbon emission. As a fact, example, if I could take Delhi, would be an example where they're implementing orderly vehicle system where only the odd numbers vehicles should go on specific days and the even number of vehicles should go on specific days. Being a resident of west side of Hyderabad, I know the matter of fact that how we get to the traffic in the evenings that is all happening. And also I've seen a lot of people using cars for the single travel for people. So instead of that, they could use metros probably and all. So I would request all the members here that to please normalize public transportation. That is completely alright. It's not something that you're facing with your financial issue or something. It is completely alright that you could use the public transportation and all. We are going with budget, new ideas and all, but this is something really basic that we could start with ourselves. So I think this is quite basic. I'm not creative, I'm sorry for that. But I think this could be something very innovative in terms of your own lifestyle.
Yeah, 100% agreed. Ritesh, we started today. Me and Yash pulled together and then came in. One vehicle less on the road. But yeah, on a serious note, that is a challenge and that can be addressed in a very simple way. Now, let's just go for the voting. I'm sure you guys are aware with the fundamentals of it. We'll read out the motion and if you guys are in favor of it, say aye. If not, say nay, right? First one is setting up of solar panels in schools, rural areas, wherever feasible. People in support of the motion say aye. Aye. People who are not in support of the motion say nay. Nay. I think motion is passed. Yeah. Setting up of solar lights in schools. A lot of solar is going to come in but people in support of the motion say aye. Aye. People not in support of the motion say nay. Sounds equal. People who are in support of the motion say aye. Aye. People who are not in support of the motion say nay. Nay. I think motion is passed. Rainwater harvesting pits to be set up in rural areas. Setting up of rainwater harvesting pits in various places wherever feasible. People who are in support of the motion, raise your placard. Yeah, motion passed. Normalizing wearing wrinkled clothes. People in support of the motion, raise your placard. Motion not passed. Setting up of bottle crushing machineries where you crush the glass bottles and then make sand out of it. Setting up of those machines, people in support of the motion say aye. The person who raised it also is not saying aye. Okay, motion not passed. Installation of biofilters on the walls of urban areas, the moss walls in the urban areas, or wherever possible again. Installation of these walls, which is more on the lines of filtering the air. People in support of the motion say aye. Aye. People not in support of the motion say nay. People in support of the motion say aye. Aye. Someone is getting happy here. Cool. Yeah, motion passed. Setting up of thrift stores, online stores for resale of apparel. People in support of the motion, raise your placard. People not in support of the motion, raise your placard. Okay, motion not passed. Distribution of plants that absorb pollutants from the air. Distributing plants. People in support of the motion say aye. Aye. Not this, say aye. People in support of this motion say aye. Aye. People who are not in support of the motion say nay. Nay.
I don't think half the members are participating.
Is it?
Yeah. I don't see our left side participating at all.
Yeah, I totally agree. What, you are like the nota? We don't want, yes, we don't want to let the world run, we will just be there. I'll repeat, plant distribution that absorbs pollutants from air. People in support of the motion. The first set of people to my left, raise your placard. Okay. Second set of people, distribution of plans, raise your placard. Okay. The rest of you raise your placard. No, motion passed. No, this is how we pass motions. Ricky. So setting up of, again, it's maybe an add-on, solar panels with replaceable batteries, which is more of an add-on. If that is passed, then replace the batteries with this. So yeah, I think that's all we have. Yeah. One particular motion that is on paper. Respected chair, as my voice is not good, I cannot speak properly, but I have a motion. My motion is algae as renewable energy. Glass panels are fitted with microalgae and water the algae convert sun's energy into biomass, which helps to convert power and heat. Algae also is in playground with clean pollution air, has 52 algae reactors. Child bounds and activities the system and releases clean oxygen in air, and algae absorbs CO2 as mature tree. Person who raised this motion, would you want to explain it? Yeah, go ahead. Take the mic and.
Thank you for acknowledging it.
Throat infection?
Yeah. Actually, if we use algae in the playgrounds as a playing things, when kids bounce on that, the reactors which are there in algae, 52 reactors, they'll get reacted and they'll produce oxygen after getting reacted. So it may help.
Are we talking about the green algae only?
Yeah.
Why will kids bounce on algae?
If we set up things like that.
Like, genuinely asking, not as a fun thing. How do you set up things where kids go and bounce on algae?
In parks, we can set up algae like a bouncer. Then kids will be interested on bouncing them.
Do you mean in huge amounts?
Sorry?
Do you mean putting algae in like huge amounts?
No. Like a sponge thing inside.
Is it not harmful for the kids?
No. Like it will be insulated with other material. They'll not get into algae directly.
Okay. I mean, a lot of contradiction already, but in case you genuinely, I don't know, I see that there is a good idea behind it, but you're not able to like put it across in the right way. But do reach out to the chair table maybe after this or after the entire session, and if the idea is valid, the chair has the veto to take it forward. Right? She's not able to tell it, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pranavana, for sharing the table. We now invite Sanya Mohammed, a former chairperson for Hyderabad Youth Assembly, to share the table. Folks, before going into the last session, do you all want to know the score?
Yes.
No. No? No. All the members who want to know, please say aye. Aye. Who don't want to know? OC, are we ready with the scores? You on the screen. Alright, we're adjourning the session for the next 5 minutes. we actually screen the score, all of you are already checking it, right? So let's, start the session again? No? But you're already checking on your phones, right? All of you are heads down, seriously checking your mobile phones. Sleepyheads, who's that?
We need time to grieve.
Grieve. OC, can we have the tech team start screening the match or just the score? Whoever is responsible for it. Also, members, if you're so interested in checking the score on your mobile, I really don't think we have to screen. So do you want the larger vibe or do you just want to personally just check on your mobiles? What do you want? Larger one. Right? Anyways, everybody is so silent in the assembly. It's just the alumni that's debating among themselves. How many of you had really good amount of food? Was the food good? Was the lunch good? Yes. Did you really love the food that we offered today? Yes. So is that why you're sleepy? No, is that why you're sleepy? Answer it, man. You're not sleepy? Alright, let me check that in the fourth session. I'm here, I want to see maximum motions and people that haven't spoken since the morning to raise motions and give your speeches. I'm waiting. I'll pick now. The house is adjourned for the score screening, not for everybody to start talking among yourselves. I mean, the house is adjourned, I understand that, but at least keep your voices low. Thank you.
Validation official recommend.
Folks, I think we had enough time to grieve. Right? 5 wickets, 193, 39 overs. Very sad. Right? So, get yourself together. We will start with our session back. Yeah, final session. Then you'll go home fast and grieve properly with your family and friends together. Yeah? Alright, OC in your positions, please. OC in your positions, please. OC, please check that the mobile phones of all the members are off. Alright, to start in the session, we request all the delegates to have your phones on silent. OC to take your places and not move. Right, so alumni, everybody in place. Can we start GPB? Alright, thank you so much. Fourth goal, quality education. Ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Any speeches on the floor? Delegate towards my left, the first one. Yes, I can't see your name. Yes, you. Yes. Yes. You may go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging the chair. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This was a speech or this was a quotation given by APJ Abdul Kalam. Every girl and boy in India has a fundamental right to quality education. And education on that helps them to acquire basic literacy and numeric, enjoy knowledge without fear and fuel value. So education is one of the basic factor and the indicator we can say whether it is developed country or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any new speeches on the floor? Kritika.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Quality education provides a strong foundation for personal growth, empowers individuals to make informed decisions, and enables them to contribute meaningfully to their communities. By prioritizing quality education, we can break the cycle of poverty. Might not be immediately, but eventually there will be a huge impact. These days, there are several approaches to improving the quality of education. One important aspect and the integration of technology in the classrooms, which can enhance learning experiences, is also being incorporated to make education more interactive and practical, that prepares students for the challenges and opportunities. Together, we can create a world where every individual has the opportunity to thrive and make an impact in the society.
Thank you, Delegate. Any motions on the floor? The delegate towards my right in the second row, the second one, yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to raise a motion where we can source electronic gadgets that are useful for digital education from people who have already used them, or new ones from people who are ready to give them for cheap, and then give it to schools which are in need, so that at least the schools can have a basic minimum access to digital education.
Alright, thank you, Delegate. So the motion is distributing pre-used electronic gadgets in schools that require them. Any points of support? Yes, the delegate at the end. Is there a problem there? OC, can one of you please pass the mic quickly?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, chat. As my co-delegate said, we need to distribute the pre-owned gadgets. It also helps us to reduce e-waste, too. And I would like to slightly contradict too, because schools may have at least 1 or 2 digital boards right now, because it's digital India right now. We can give those pre-owned gadgets or mobile phones which are like left in our home useless to people who can't afford them.
Alright, got it. Thank you so much, delegate. Any points of contradiction? Yes, the delegate towards my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So yeah, I think it's a wonderful idea to give our youth digital products to schools, to students. But honestly, do you think those students are gonna use those digital gadgets to study? Because if I were given a digital gadget, I would definitely not use that to study. I would also use that for another things. And that's how I want to say. Thank you.
The member that raised the motion, would you like to answer your co-delegate?
Thank you, Chair. So I did not mention that we'll be giving the gadgets to the students, but we will be giving at least 1 gadget to the school so that the faculty of the school can use it to educate the students.
Would you like to reply back? The house is now open for debate.
Okay. So, do you think 1 gadget would be enough to teach the whole school? I don't think it does.
I agree it is not enough to teach the whole school, but it is better than having none.
Who said I don't have to? Every
Delegate, you cannot use those words. Thank you so much. You may stay seated. Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? The delegate towards my left in a yellow shirt. Yes. Yes.
So thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my idea regarding quality education is, in many places, lots of kids and young people miss out on good education. So I believe we can change this by bringing education directly to them. So we could hire some skilled teachers, especially those who are great in specific subjects, and assign them to teach in few slums or rural areas or particular specific communities. As mentioned earlier during session 1 in No Poverty Goals, reaching to people out there and understanding them with their educational needs and especially girls who might not have had many opportunities to study. So by assessing their current knowledge and understanding their situation, we can actually tailor and we can actually provide them good education.
Alright, thank you so much, delegate. So the motion is about hiring teachers for government schools. Before we move ahead with the session, I would like to make an important announcement that due to time constraints, I might cut you off somewhere once I'm clear with the motion, and I hope nobody minds that. Thank you so much. Yes, so coming back to the motion, it is about hiring teachers for government schools. Any points of support? The delegate towards my left, Pooja.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So firstly, I think that's definitely a good idea to hire a skillful
teachers. But I would like to add one more point to this. I think the practical knowledge is better than theoretical knowledge, and I want those teachers to teach them more like practically than theoretically.
Alright, thank you so much, Delegate. Any points of contradiction? Nidhi.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would want to ask my co-delegate how much our government spends on teacher salaries. Because the salary compared to private schools is more to the government schools, and I don't think when we have a separate curriculum for the same thing, hiring somebody outside, paying extra and having them teach the same thing makes a difference.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Any new motions on the floor? Praneeth.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I have an idea where we can conduct an AI workshop for the students, where we can give the knowledge regarding artificial intelligence.
Yes, got your motion. Thank you so much, Delegate. So your motion is about conducting awareness sessions on AI to...
No, I'm not yet done. That's that. So, as conducting the AI, right, workshops, what students will gain how to use it. We'll teach them how to use the AI tools, so that they could gain the knowledge on how to use it. Then they can use it for their study purpose, so that they can get a good quality education. They can extract it, right?
Thank you so much, Delegate. Yes, before we move to the points of support or contradiction, I would like to mention that a similar project, on awareness session on AI was taken up in season 12 from Quality Education team. So this project has already been done by HYA. Thank you so much, Delegate. Any new innovative motions? The last member to my right. Yes, you, yes. Sorry, that was my left. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion for quality education is smart learning in government schools. I think smart learning can enhance a student's learning experience. As providing each student with a tablet is way out of a budget. So my idea is to provide each classroom with a projector and also
Alright, yes, the motion was about installing digital classrooms in government schools. Is that it, Delegate?
Yeah.
Alright, thank you so much. Any points of support? Shadmeen.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to support the point by saying that yes, of course it will make a great change, because we have personally being in Francis as state course division, so we have also done a project like this, and it really impacted a lot of students and they were really happy with the impact, and I personally feel like this kind of projects will really make a great impact, and certainly the students will also they will also be really happy with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So recently, I have visited a village. It's a very backward area. It's a place near Warangal, Navbar district. I also mentioned this. It's a place in Donakul, where there we have tandas. Tandas means basically it's a ST reserved area where multiple people are very backward. Where right now, when I visited, to my complete surprise, I have seen much more advanced digital classrooms than what we have provided in last 2-3 years, what HYDERABAD has done. Sorry to tell this, why? Because through curriculums, right, when I interacted with the government teachers, everyone, they clearly mentioned that with the current curriculums are currently already started giving this kind of much more way advanced kind of digital classrooms than what we are giving. Sorry to tell this, but this is the actual ground reality which I have seen. like generally what we initially give is we might give a touch screen or any kind of projectors, but there they have a separate digital pen with storage systems, everything which is provided by the government itself. So I think we cannot use, I mean, this might not be so much of impactful. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Yes, again, yes, due to time constraints, we will be open for 2 more motions. Any innovative motions, some projects that HYA has not taken up in the last 12 years with proper research. Tapul?
Thank you, Chair, for so, like when we speak about education, all we think about is good grades and exposure to new skills. But for those to happen, we just need good mental health, right? So, like we can hire people or ask people for help, like especially psychology students. We can take them as they can use it as internships, right? So we can take them to schools where students can express their problems and when they have the problems at all.
Okay, so the motion is about conducting mental health awareness sessions in schools.
Not exactly mental health awareness, it's like therapy sessions.
Alright, organizing therapy sessions for kids at schools?
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, yes, that's the motion. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Srinidhi.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. I am a psychology student and it is not applicable for us to go take therapy sessions because it requires proper degree. In India or in any country, you are supposed to study your masters and do MPhil, then you will be considered as a psychologist. So I'm sorry, please don't take mental health lightly and please don't give your personal suggestions because people who go through it face different circumstances and situations. So you need a proper therapist with a proper degree who just didn't do 1-year diploma but did masters, MPhil or PhD. So please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. I think your co-delegate has answered. All right. So we will have to end the session now, and we'll move on to voting. First motion: distribute pre-used gadgets in schools. Those with the motion. Those with the motion, can I see your placards raised? It's not clear. Please raise your placards higher. Okay, so the motion is clearly not passed. Second, hire teachers to teach kids at government schools. Those with the motion? Those against the motion? Motion not passed. Smart learning in government schools. It was basically setting up digital classrooms at government schools. Those with the motion? Those against the motion? Oh, that's an equal number. Yeah, let's go with voice vote. Delegates with the motion, please say aye. Aye. Delegates against the motion? Nay. Motion passed. Fourth, therapy sessions at schools. Those with the motion? Those against the motion? Alright, motion not passed. We can go ahead with a few more motions. Any new motions on the floor? The member to my right at the end, in the last row. Yes, in the last row.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. But nobody has till now addressed about children with special needs. So my proposal is, why not let's conduct a book donating drive or...
Alright, got it. Is that a book donation drive?
Yes.
Proposal?
For mentally challenged children. Not for disabled I'm talking about, for mentally challenged children.
Because we have kids at our
Delegate,
homes.
I might have to reframe your words. Let's use the word specially able children.
Oh, sorry, yes. Specially able children, but I'm talking not physically, I'm talking about mentally. So we have children at our homes, so we can give those books to people because maybe they're having less IQ, I can say maybe. So they'll help us. Sorry, we'll be able to help them.
Alright, yes, so your motion was to conduct a book donation drive for specially abled children, specifically mentally abled children. Alright, those with the motion? Sorry, any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Alright, member to my left. Yes.
So do you, thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. Do you really think that people who have less IQ would be able to read and understand that?
Alright, I got your point, but we do not have time for a debate right now. We might take this up later once, after the assembly you can talk with your chair table. Thank you so much, Madam. You may stay seated. Thank you, Sanya, for your inputs in the chair table. Thank you so much. We would like to invite Shruti Chandra, the current CEO, to chair the table. Thank you, Ketan. Members, now that we are moving towards the end of the assembly, and I see the zeal is also moving towards the end. How's the Josh? High. Nice, not high. How's the Josh? High. How high? Very high. No, it's not very high. How's the Josh? High. How's the Josh? High. Okay, members. So, any new motions on the floor? Members, can you please hold on? Yes, Chair.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. My motion, we are speaking about practical education, right? So I feel personally, if I'm attending a class where a teacher is teaching with a PPT and a teacher is teaching with some things held in hand and teaching on board, I'd prefer the blackboard teaching. So I would like to cut short my proposal because there's less time. So there's a foundation called Anadi Foundation, which is located in Tamil Nadu, Palani. I'm speaking specifically about this foundation because this foundation promotes Indian style of education, which is like Gurukuls, where children are taken into the nature and we'll show them examples from the nature, right? See, if we learn about acids in the classroom, there is acid taste. If we give them a lemon and let them taste, they'll remember that lemon contains acid. So it's like that, taking children into the nature and teaching them teaching them. So children will also.
Member, can you please summarize your?
Okay. So this foundation conducts workshops. So yesterday my mother attended this workshop. So I came to know about that. So they'll charge 1,000 per person and they'll take a tie-up with the school.
Remember, you've been speaking for a minute and still you're not clear with your motion.
So this foundation makes a tie-up with the school for workshops. and they need minimum 15 children for that workshop. So they'll give that ideas for teachers and students to learn from the nature. So it's like more Indianized way of education, which is more innovative, and we can get back to our roots. That's the thing.
Any points of support? Any points of support? Points of contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, coming to the idea of learning from our roots and everything, I get it, it is sort of nice, but doesn't it mean that we are moving away from the technology and going back to our roots and not improving with the technology? If we do this, India will always be developing and could never be developed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, Shruti, for joining us on the chair table. Right now, we invite Meghna Mujala, the current Governor-in-Chief, to chair the
I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, Meghna Mujala. Chairperson, Season 7, HYA, President of Street Course Hyderabad for 2016 to 2017, Governor-in-Chief for Street Course India. And we also have Styria, Associate President, Project Quality of Street Course Hyderabad for the year 2020-2022.
Any new motion on the floor? Anyone who hasn't spoken so far? Yes, the person to the right. Yeah, please tell us your name and then you can start.
Thank you for acknowledgement, Chair. I am Alam and I am going to give a motion on quality education. So I would say institution is called an educational institution if it comprises of classroom environment, libraries and laboratories, playgrounds and sports, sanitation facilities, technology integration and transportation. So my motion here would be to survey about schools and know whether all the facilities are there or not. If there are no facilities, we could provide them the facilities or establish the facilities.
Any points of support? Yes. Please tell us your name and you can start.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My name is Nidhi, and I agree with her statement that basic facilities should be provided in school because most of the students in rural areas don't even have footwear to go to school. So I think it's better to provide them with footwear. It won't cost much, but the impact would be to hundreds of children in rural areas. Thank you.
Any more points of support? Yes, Nidhi. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would want to support her point wherein she told many schools do not have proper facilities. Like HY has been doing since years, maybe we could also set up libraries in few schools where they do not have proper access to most of the books that are very important. So yeah, maybe we could set up a library where we could have a book donation drive and then check for a school which does not have this facility and provide them with that. Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. First things ఏంటంటే ఎన్ని విలేజ్ అని తిరిగి ప్రతి ఒక్క స్కూల్కి వెళ్ళి సర్వే చేస్తాం మీ దగ్గర ఉన్నాయా లేవా ఇట్స్ మ్యాటర్.
Got it. All right. Any other points of contradiction? Yes. Please hold your placard properly so that we can see your name. So the right way to hold your placard is that, so that we can see your name.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the first, there are two problems with this. So the first thing is going to multiple schools and looking at the problems. And even if we go to multiple schools and looking at the problems, there will be a few schools at every place where there is a need of more than one facility. So, considering that, wouldn't that be wouldn't that go out of our budget?
Any other points of contradiction? Yes? Not able to see your name, you can say your name.
Thank you for acknowledgement, Chair. I'm Shrija Reddy, and I would like to support my co-delegate's point that it's out of our budget. Because many other NGOs, like I've seen, my mom works for ATA, American Telugu Association, and she's been visiting one government school in Bachpalli since a week, and they're working on that to build library and renovate wash basins and all. So there are many NGOs doing that, and there are many higher officials working there. They can provide more budget for doing providing more facilities. We cannot provide half of facilities with our budget. So I think it's better to leave these kind of institutes, such big NGOs.
Sure. Thanks. Any points of contradiction to Shrija's point? Yes, Ritesh.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. Before I move forward with the contradiction, I would like to acknowledge the fact that HYDERABAD Season 12 have raised 25 lakh rupees in the last season. Thanks for that, and I think that is pretty much good amount in terms of working on it. And prioritizing could be one of the biggest aspects here in terms of I understand that street calls of HYD with multiple surveys, but we work on prioritizing based on the requirements and necessities. I think there's no problem in terms of that. I can assure that there won't be any issue in terms of budget. You please come up with a genuine reason. HYA or street calls will always come forward to support in the best way possible. Thank you.
One last motion before we end this one. Anyone who hasn't spoken so far? Yes, Nidhi? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think we should set up wells near schools in rural areas so that children can access safe drinking water, and also give children a footwear, because a lot of children in villages don't even have proper footwear to go to schools. The cost won't be much, but the impact will be very large. We can even donate our.
Sure. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Likita. Is that Urshita? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think we are forgetting the goal here. It is quality education, not. I don't think providing footwear and building wells around the schools comes under quality education. Thank you.
I would disagree with that. I think definitely with quality education, you can sit down, right? So I've been a teacher, I've worked with Teach for India for 2 years, and I do believe that external factors also do play in quality education, right? It just doesn't have to be something related to books or sports within college, but it could be sports or it could be other things. So that's okay, but any other points of contradiction? Someone who hasn't spoken? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. So the co-delegate have mentioned about the wells, digging of wells near the school for the sake of water purpose, but we can't provide good drinking water, like good minerated drinking water through the wells, because the water in the current days are really very polluted, and even providing footwear in the schools is not that feasible because it's not that sustainable also. They can be worn again, and we need to provide the footwear again and again. If we want to provide drinking water for the schools, then we need to provide pure drinking water instead of digging wells around the schools. Because water is one of the essential things for the children for the sake of health also. Thank you.
Alright, before we close the poll, any one of you think that, oh, this is a very urgent task that we have to do, any urgent motion that you think has to be discussed? Someone who hasn't spoken? Yes, the one to the extreme left, yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion would be to raise awareness among the people about the online resources and online courses that actually help us to learn about new skills and courses, which also help us, the students, to actually follow their passion regardless of the course that they actually pursued and their financial position. Thank you.
Any points of support? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to support my co-delegate's motion because there is an app called as National Digital Library of India, which provides free books from KG to PG, and not a lot of students know about this, and I feel a lot can be benefited from this. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of contradiction? Yes, Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As Hyderabad Youth Assembly from past, like this is the 13th season, so there are multiple times which we have conducted awareness sessions regarding online courses, career counseling sessions, multiple times. But these kind of awareness sessions just going once in a week or twice in a week is not at all impactful. Why? Because just imagine we ourselves teach so many times, even after lectures teachers so many times, we not be able to use that amount of what knowledge they are giving us. So there is no guarantee which we can give that whatever we are telling to people who doesn't have any kind of facilities or knowledge priorly, we can't have a guarantee that they will definitely use this. So at this point of time, it is not at all a feasible project. Thank you.
Correct. So maybe do you think we should do a more, go back to them again and keep telling them about these online courses? Do you think that will help, or providing them access to these courses, right? Instead of just saying that, hey, you know what, these are the courses that are available. Can we also go to these schools or to these students and tell them that this is how you access, right? Maybe show them. Do you think that would help me?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So when I was in Hyderabad Youth Assembly, I have taken up the same idea of not only just giving a career counseling, but we have actually showed them a way of how they can use internet in terms of the opportunities which they have. Not only for students, but maximum every individual in that particular village. But what happens is at certain point of time, it is not, we can't always keep on tracking them whether they are using that kind of platform or not. And what we have to rely upon the government teachers to whether they are tracking or not. When recently, just 1 week back when I went to a particular village regarding one of my own initiative, I spoke with the government teachers. When the government schools, especially, they are run by many external factors in the society. Currently, I'm not like taking them, but currently it's the election period, right? So when I spoke with the government teachers, they specifically mentioned that they have multiple ideas, multiple factors they want to inculcate in children. But due to many external factors, they are not able to do that. Which means, no matter how much we are able to inculcate these kind of just awareness sessions, it is not at all viable, because we need to do, even if we provide that access, rural villages students especially, they are not showing so much interest towards these kind of initiatives.
So in the interest of time, I think we'll go forward with the voting. So the first motion is distribute pre-used gadgets in schools. Everyone with the motion, raise your placards. So clearly, motion not passed. Second motion, hire teachers to teach kids at government schools. Wow. You think we can hire teachers? But yeah, please don't be influenced by me. Those with the motion, please raise your placards. Clearly influenced by me. Whoever raised the motion, they should at least raise your placard, right? Yeah. It's a good initiative, but maybe we don't have the capability as an NGO to probably hire teachers, right? So I think, yeah. You're going to say something?
Maybe we can give some teacher upgradation courses.
Got it.
We can give the awareness to some people.
Got it. Okay, so let's rephrase the motion. Let's say giving teachers equipment or courses to upgrade or upskill themselves. Those with the motion? Did I say raise your placard? Those with the motion say aye. Aye. Alright, clearly motion passed, influenced by us. Right. Smart learning in government schools and digital classrooms, enabling digital classrooms in government schools. Those with the motion say aye. Aye. Those against the motion say nay. Nay. Yeah. Okay, those with the motion raise your placards. Those against the motion raise your placards. It's a 50-50 seems like. Voice once again. Those with the motion say aye. Aye. Those against the motion say nay. Nay. Alright, so I'll leave this to the discretion of the chair people. Therapy sessions in schools. Those with the motion raise your placard. Those against the motion raise your placard. Motion not passed. Book donation drive in schools. Those with the motion raise your placards. Motion passed. Right. Surveying schools and providing facilities that the schools are lacking in rural areas. Those with the motion raise your placards. Those against the motion raise your placard. Motion passed. Construction or provision of wells near schools in rural areas and providing footwear to children who don't have access to footwear in rural areas. Those with the motion, raise your placards. Motion not passed. Providing awareness on online courses and National Digital Library of India. Those with the motion, raise your placards. Motion passed. Alright.
Thank you so much, Meena, for chairing this. Alright, folks, we have ended all our 4 goals and that concludes our sessions with the assembly today. Now we come to the most important part of our assembly, that is the nominations and elections for electing our chair, vice chairs and chair projects. Before announcing the members whom the chairs will nominate directly, we would like to mention the amount of fundraising our members have done in this 1 week. Any guesses?
2 lakhs? 8 lakhs.
OC, I haven't asked you to speak. Members, any guesses?
25 lakhs.
25 lakhs. Okay.
4 lakhs.
8 lakhs. Alright.
15 lakhs.
We have raised 8,26,838 rupees. Now, amongst this amount, we will be nominating the top 13 members who have raised the highest amounts, and they will be given 10 minutes during their tea break, high tea, to go and campaign about themselves so that the other members will vote for them after the high tea. Apart from these members, these 13 members, if there's any other member who believes that they will be a better vice chair or chair projects, they can come to the chair table, approach us and convince us on why we have to nominate them. Okay? So, the names are Kavya Shruti, please stand up. Anjali, G. Harshit, please come down and stand. Come to the chair table and stand with your plakates. Jatin, please don't hoot. Shiraja, Alankruta, Nikhilesh, Pooja, Zodi, Urshita, Sarayu, Spurti Pagadala, Pagadala Pannathasai Shreya, Sanjana, Muhammad Noman Siddiqui. Do we have all the 30 members here? Folks, please come forward. Really running short on time. Alright, folks, these are the members that the chair table is nominating for for vice chairs and chair projects. You will be given the HYDE, which is 10 minutes of time to go amongst the members and campaign about yourselves. After the campaigning, you will be given 30 to 40 seconds of time where you will come and speak about yourselves in the assembly. After that, we will start the elections. The house is adjourned for HYDE. Please be back in 10 minutes. We are really running short on time, folks. 5:55, I want the assembly back. Folks, just a second, if all the nominees are already here, is everybody here? Nominees? Alright, there is a difference between vice chair's position and chair project's position. Vice chair is that person who will be leading one particular goal, say no poverty, climate action, etc. And chair project is that position who will be overseeing all the 4 goals. You will have to nominate yourselves, campaign based on, I am campaigning for myself as a vice chair or chairperson projects for this particular goal. Yeah.
అది రాకపోవచ్చు ఫోకస్ లో టూ మచ్ ఫోకస్ ఆన్ కెమెరా కూడా నీ మీద ఫోకస్ సైన్ చేస్తున్నట్టు నిజంగా పేరు అరే మేము ఆల్రెడీ ఏంటంటే స్టార్ట్ అయిందా జుట్టు పెంచుకొని వస్తారా అరే నువ్వు పెంచకపోయినా సూపర్ రా నేను తీస్తావే మీరు పడతాము ఇక్కడ
The nominees for vice chair, if you can convince a Spock, the entire chief will be voting for you.
Folks, whatever you do, whoever you're convincing, I want the assembly in session by 5:55.
The Spock is well gazetted. You convince him and the whole chief will vote for you.
Go get your food, folks.
Impressment ki HY will be yours.
Members, we request you to get in. OC, please guide the members to get in.
Meher, please get the OC inside. Abhishek, Vivek, members, please could you get the members inside? Could you please get the members inside? Rahul, Risha, members inside. Get the members inside.
ఎంతమంది వేస్తున్నారు ఎంతమంది
నా పేరు బి ఉషిత గుర్తు రాకపోతే అక్కడ ఉన్న అన్నింటికి తేడా పేరు పోటీ నాదే తెలుసు అన్ని కామన్ అని నారాయణ ఫస్ట్ ఏ నాకు తెలుసు ఫస్ట్ వచ్చింది అందరికంటే చిన్న 17 ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ కాలు ఉంటారు ఫస్ట్ ఈసీ ప్లస్ ప్లస్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ ఎక్స్ట్రా సబ్జెక్ట్ కూడా ఈసీ నేను ఒకటి చైర్పర్సన్ నాకెందుకు ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ and I work well on it. వచ్చే నా వల్ల కాదండి ఏదో చేసి అరే నా కాల్ వస్తే అలాంటి కాల్ చెప్పాను
Folks, please take your respective positions.
All the members, please settle down.
Chair of Projects. Thank you so much. Ascent, please.
Excuse me. Settle down, please. Folks, OC, I want you to make the members settle down.
Come on, settle down.
OC, help the members in settling down. Quick. Don't worry, Vinay. Thank you. Yeah, I guess quickly. Congratulations. Moran అనుకో.
అట్లా
Folks, please settle down.
అట్లా దాడికి రావాలి
And OC, Elmatis, please settle down.
తోపు అనుకో తోపు మళ్ళా కేటి
Members, OC, Elma, Chief ED, please.
Check. OC, please change your position.
Alright, folks, Kavya, Anjali, Harshit, all the nominees, you will be given only 30 seconds of time to come and talk. So, please make sure your speeches are crisp and Kavya, will you please come? Please come.
I am Anjali. I am an undergrad student from St. Francis College for Women. I am a triple major, so I study psychology, political science and British literature. That's roughly about me, and why I think I'm capable of standing in this position would be that I have good communicating skills, and I think I'm capable enough to manage all the 80 delegates sitting here, and also look over all the projects of all the 4 girls in union. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Harshit. I'm contesting as chair of projects. I'll make sure that we do projects which make change in the world. Once again, my name is Harshit.
And I'm currently pursuing my engineering at Master's Engineering College. So I'm
Shreeja, I'm so sorry I'm having to cut you off, but members who have nominated themselves, can you please come stand in a straight line behind the chairs?
Hello. Hello.
All the nominees behind the chairs in a single row with your placards raised. And when a candidate is coming in giving their speech, please have your placard raised and then speak for 30 seconds, not exceeding that. If somebody wants to drop out from the elections, you can inform your chair table and move right now. You may go ahead. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Shreeja. I'm currently pursuing my engineering at Master's Engineering College. So I'm nominating myself as a vice chairperson. So I would like to be a vice chair for HYDERABAD season 13. I would like to take up this responsibility and fulfill it with utmost care and pride to be in straight cause. I would surely work my best dedication towards this goal, and I have raised around 40K. So I'm great with numbers and using data to make smart decisions. Also, I work well with others, encouraging teamwork and coming up with new ideas. I'm good at my communication. Thank you.
Another very important announcement: while you start your speech, clearly mention what you're nominating yourself for, vice chair or chair projects.
Hello guys, I'm Alankrita. So my అందరికీ తెలుగు వచ్చా ఇక్కడ? You are okay with తెలుగు, right? నన్ను ఇందుకు వచ్చాను అందుకు వచ్చాను అని చెప్పా ఫన్స్ చేసిన పిలిచిండ్రు సరే అని క్యాంపెయిన్ చేసిన ట్రై చేసిన వచ్చేయండి చూద్దాం అంతే.
Hello everyone. First of all, good evening to all my co-delegates who are here. So I'm from Anurag University and I'm doing my computer science with cyber security as my specialization. And I'm nominating myself for the vice chair position. So firstly, I think I'm very dedicated towards my work. So I think I can pull off this position easily. And I have raised 28,000 and I think I can manage this position. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi folks, my name is Sophie Sanjito. Andarki Telugu is comfortable, right? So actually నేను fundraising అనేది చేయకపోతుండే because I have SEM exams and also project, but I made it till 26,000 and by this మీకు అర్థమై ఉంటుంది that how dedicated I am to this, and definitely I will make sure that I will reach out to the goals. Thank you. Urshita.
Folks, you're missing out to mention the position that you're standing for. I'm reminding you again, if you don't do that, your co-delegates will not know who to vote for what. Please mention the roles you're standing for.
Good evening everyone. My name is Urshita and I'm running for Chair of Projects. First off, I think and I know I'm qualified for this position if given to me because I'm confident and I give my 100% in everything I do, and I'm good with people and I've got patience. I work well under stress. I'm not going to back out because there's stress over me. And Asen, thanks.
Sarayu.
Sarayu, are you here? Okay, go ahead with the next one, Kirtana. Kirtana, go ahead with the next one, she's not here.
Spurti Pagadala.
Good evening everyone. I'm Spurti Pagadala from Osmania University. I am nominating myself for Vice Chair. I am a 5th year student in Osmania University studying law, and despite that I made the efforts to collect the funds. So I believe I can balance things out and actually live up to my word. And I also believe that when a team is given to me, we will work towards achieving the goal rather than anything else. So any task given shall be achieved. That is a guarantee.
Shreya Magadala.
Good evening everyone. I am Shreya Padala, studying in PG College of Law, Osmania University, and I am contesting for the vice chair position. First of all, I'm very new to all of this, but I do want to give it a shot for sure. And I believe I have decent leadership qualities, and given the opportunity, I can be a good link between our members and our projects and make the projects work in an efficient and impactful manner. Thank you.
Laya.
Good evening everyone, this is Laya and I am from Institute of Aeronautical Engineering, pursuing my CRC-AML course 2nd year. So basically I work really hard as well as smart. I can bring in like good empowerment programs for the youth as well as the society, and I am really confident and workaholic, so I can manage this vice chair position well. Thank you.
Good evening everybody.
తెలుగులో చెప్తాను ఈజీగా. ఐఎమ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ అండ్ ఐఎమ్ ద డిపార్ట్మెంట్ స్పోక్ ఫర్ ఎంబీఏ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ అండి. అండ్ ఇది నాకు కొత్త కాదు. ఐఎమ్ ద సెక్రటరీ, ఐ వాజ్ ద సెక్రటరీ ఫర్ IEEE GSET అండ్ ఐ వాంటెడ్ టు గివ్ అ షాట్ ఫర్ దిస్. అండ్ నాకు పని చేయడం తెలుసు, పని చేయడం తెలుసు, చేయకపోతే ఎట్లా డీల్ చేయాలి కూడా తెలుసు.
Hello everyone, I'm Sanjana from Pendiganti Law College, undergrad law student studying second year. So I'm already acquainted with dealing situations where I'm given tasks with hectic workload since my school days. So I think I'm efficient enough to handle this. So I want you to people vote for me. Sorry, I forgot to tell my position. I'm standing as vice chair. So please do vote for me. Thank you.
Roman Siddiqui.
Hello folks, good afternoon. My name is Mohammad Noman Siddiq and I am standing for Vice Chair. I believe that I can compete and do all the work given to me. I'll put my 100% in it and I'm sure that I'll achieve all the targets given to me. Thank you.
Alright, all the nominees please raise your placards high. I'm sure the OC members have given all the members a voting card like this. Did everybody receive it? The members? Folks, did you receive it?
Okay, first can we have just the chair project, the ones that are nominating themselves for chair projects raise their placards. The ones nominating for chair projects. If you're nominating yourself for chair projects, please get onto the stage. So it's easy for everybody to see. Raise your placards high. And folks, please remember, you can only vote for one chair projects. So make that decision right now. Next we'll go ahead for vice chairs. Only one among all these, the ones who have raised their placards.
Hi guys, my name is Kavya Shruti and I'm standing for chairperson projects.
Please raise your placard high. Alright, now the ones contesting for vice chairs, please raise your placards high. Chair projects can lower your placards, yes. First, 4 columns, only one person name is supposed to fill there. Please don't repeat the names.
I request the House to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed alumni, Harshit. He was the chairperson execution for HYDERABAD Season 12, Associate President for Street Course Hyderabad 2122, Vice President of Operations and Logistics for RFC. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Manteja. Folks, you may lower your placards. Opsi, please go around and collect the voting cards. Quick.
I would request Shruti and Ritesh to come on the chair table in helping and deciding the chair.
OC, please be quick. And members too. Nominees, please finish writing your cards soon. This is for the nominees. Please finish writing your cards soon and please give them to the OC.
అంటే నాకు ఫైవ్ చెప్పు
ఇప్పటిదాకా 6 మంది కరెక్ట్ ఇంకా 3 నిమిషాలు వచ్చి పనిచేసి వాడితే
10,000 ఏమో
OC, does anybody have the other mic?
All right. Folks, could you please settle down? The OC will come towards your table to collect the voting cards. So please, until then, settle down.
Shumi is showing the magic. 17 for 1. 1.1 lower.
Everyone gave? OCs, please stand in your position. You. Alright, folks, Krishna, could you please settle down? Folks, I don't think voting should be this noiseful. It should be a secret ballot. Probably like example for how the election should go. Anyways, so folks, we have right now.
Most of them
Did everybody submit their voting cards?
Yes.
How many are yet to submit their voting cards? Folks, did everybody submit their voting cards?
Yes.
Yes?
Everyone.
Shiraja, her name is Shiraja. Okay, not Shreya. KSHEERA. Okay.
Alright. So folks, whatever you have witnessed today, the assembly, the food, the logistics, the way you have been communicated about things since the first call and message of your, you being invited to your interviews. OC, can you please maintain silence? You behaved the entire day, so 10 minutes more. Right. So, since the first message or call that you've received that you are being called for interviews or GDs for being a member of HYSME, since that day onwards, there are a bunch of people who've been prepared, in back end, making the sheets, doing the calls, arranging the alumni, everybody. Every day people came down on Sundays to take your interviews, to assist you every day, fill the sheets. For you it was 1 interview, for them it was 10 interviews, 15 interviews. It was a long process for them. So today, I think it is the time that we start acknowledging their efforts for whatever happened in this corridor. Before going to them, I will start with people who need not actually help too much, but they did. And, and they helped a lot. I will start from the ED. And I would go with Mani Teja. And it was him who attended and other OC members with all the PR that you have seen today. So Mani Teja, thank you so
when I was a Chief EB member, and I was super proud to see her in Chief EB. And yeah, she had her problems with her own divisions, which she was going through for HYA and all. She had to, she had her own ways of troubles, and even then she used to be like, Kirtana, chesesta Kirtana, Autundi Kirtana. And she was responsible for doing a lot of alumni calls for the alumni to come down on Sundays. And I know how hectic that is because you have to make tens of calls. So thank you so much for your efforts, Nitya. Next we have Yashasvi. She is the finance head for HYDERABAD. She was previously any problem we have in finances, it is Yashasvi that we approach first and we let her know, and she's always there to help us. And Yashasvi, thank you so much, and I know we require your help starting from today actually. Yeah, so we request your presence 24/7 for HYE as well. Now we come on to Akshay. He was HYA OC last year and now he's Chief EB. His college is pretty far, but he did come down to interviews and took a bunch of them. And always texting me, either me or Katyayani, telling that this is going wrong or that should be that way or this is not this and everything. So Akshat, we require your help when it comes to anything in HYA, because you being the fundraising head, I think it is you whom we'll approach to always, and we have phase 2 as well. Thank you so much for your efforts. And now we come to the documentation head for HYDERABAD. Now, all the Instagram posts, all the letters that you see and everything, each letter has to be approved by Shloka. And I know there were days when we had to go for immediate approvals, and probably Melky would have called you in the midnight asking, Shloka approval, we have to post it on Instagram and all. And I'm really, really thankful for what you've done. You have made sure that there was no mistakes in our text and all, and you approved whenever it was required in an urgency. Thank you for your efforts, Shloka. They really mean a lot.